never alone, Issei.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed and Got Saved by His Parents and Harem movie. Before we start, please go support issei-infinito for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. This occurs after the Trihexa seal. Issei will be discarded by the Alliance and friends as he is no longer useful to them. But not everything will be bad for our protagonist, because his partners will not abandon him by showing their brown hair that they also want to protect him, trying to buy time for him to escape. Something that Issei will not do because he knows that his loved ones will be in danger. What will happen? Will our chestnut tree make it out of this problem? Find out. Explanations. As I said in the description, Issei will be discarded by the Alliance and friends. But his beloved ones are not willing to lose their love even if they have to die. Issei is betrayed by the Alliance and friends, but the Gremory group and more women are not willing to leave the brown-haired in love. And more surprises, new friend skills and couples. Chapter 1. Beach Day and Bad Decisions. The trained chestnut is seen talking mentally with his friend in the underground room which was built by Grafia thanks to Issei asking her for a place to train. Grafia built it without any problem and also placed several protection spells and more so that when the chestnut releases his power, he does not worry about destroying the entire place. Although Issei was grateful to Grafia for her help, he thought that just the room would not be enough, so with the help of his faithful companion and friend Drake, he was able to create a spell that modifies the gravity in the room to the liking of whoever is using it. Drake, come on, buddy, there's not much left. Issei. 997, 998, 999, 1000, Alfin finished. Greg. You see, it wasn't that difficult, haha. Issei. As if it wasn't that difficult, you forced me to do 1000 push-ups, 1000 sit-ups, 1000 squats, and you increased the gravity 10 times that of the earth, and if that weren't enough, Great Red opened a dimensional breach and forced me to run even though he was tired. He answered, panting from exhaustion. Greg. First of all, you are an almost divine being, you have the flesh and blood of Great Red and the power of office, so this training could be considered normal for you. Second, you have been training for a month, just increase the difficulty. Issei. You just want revenge on me for the dragon Oppai. Greg. Haha, in part, but look on the bright side, your power increased too much, you learn to use a little of offices and Great Red's power, he will tell you that you can beat Shiva and Indra with ease, and your body is now more robust, not excessively so. Issei. That sounded really bad, stay away from me, I don't bat for that side. He said, covering his body with his hands as he walked away. But you're right. I look better now. The dragon changed the subject without responding to what his friend said. Greg. Changing the subject, what will you do now that you sealed the Trihexa? I mean, the entire supernatural world knows how strong you are, or well before you trained, now no one knows how strong you are, only Red and me. Issei. I plan to marry the girls, well I'll go show her. Being swallowed by a dimensional crack courtesy of the Great Red. Big Red. You missed me, larva. Charging an attack while the chestnut started to run in the meadow, that Big Red I think. Time skip 9 p.m. The brown-haired man after taking a bath headed towards his room. When he entered it and lay down on his enormous bed, he fell asleep without noticing that several women had gone to bed. The next day. Issei had woken up noticing that he couldn't move because the girls didn't allow him to move. Issei. Girls, sorry for waking you up, but I can't get up. The girls, feeling a slight movement from the brown-haired boy and hearing the voice of their beloved, got up. Issei thought that now he could get out of bed, a thought that went to the trash when they pounced on him without letting him go. Girls. We won't let you go this month, we haven't spent much time together. They all said at the same time. Rias. We don't mind you training, but we all want to spend more time with you. Well, the others nodded at what the red-haired girl said. Issei. You are right, then it seems fine to you to have a date. Upon hearing what the brown-haired man said, they quickly accepted, but there was a problem, who would be the first? Girls. We accept, but who will be the first? The girls stared at each other, and before they could argue the brown-haired boy spoke. Issei. What do you think if they decide them with rock paper scissors? The girls agreed to play with Rias being the first who will have the date with the brown-haired boy, then Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Irina, Xenovia, Sona, Ravel, Tsubaki, Rossweisse, Kuroka, Elmenhold, Serafal, Penemu, Gabriel, Yasaka. Kaneko. Why is it that the order resembles the same order of those who first met Issei-senpai? Turning to look at the brown-haired boy. Issei. Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything, Kaneko-chan. Asia. Issei-sen is right, in any case it would be Irina who met him first. Xenovia. Well, tomorrow we will start with the appointments, but what will we do now? Issei. Let's go to the beach. He said enthusiastically. Sona. We can't. Issei. K but because. Sona. Tsubaki Akeno, Rias and I have to go to the university, you and the others to the academy. Issei. Come on Sona-chan, let's just miss it for today. Sona. Issei-kun, you just want to see us in swimsuits. Issei. Partly, but Sona-chan, we have to take a break for today. Standing behind her, he placed several kisses on the black-haired girl's neck, making her blush and making the others jealous. Sona. Ah yes, it's okay. She spoke between small gasps. Issei. Well then, why don't you take a bath? I'll prepare breakfast. Serafal. Issei-chan wait, we'll make breakfast. Issei. I refuse, I told you that I would compensate you so I will prepare it, do not worry this will be the first time that I cook for you. Hiroka. It's okay Issei Naya, we'll give them a bath. Kissing the brown-haired boy on the lips. The others, seeing the Nekomata's action, quickly kissed the honey-eyed boy, retiring to the bathroom, while Issei went down to the kitchen. Issei. Well let's start, putting a bandage on his hair. Starting to cook in a masterful and professional way, after 30 minutes the girls felt a pleasant smell as they went down the stairs while watching Issei who was serving the food. Issei. Oh girls, good that you come down, I'm done cooking and this dish takes time, it loses its shape if it cools. Rossweisse looks and smells very delicious. Issei. All that's left is for them to prove it. Asia. Oh, it's very fluffy. She said while touching the mini soufflé omelette with a spoon. Issei. Good, try it. The girls took a bite. And how does it taste? Asked the brown-haired boy. When he didn't receive an answer, he got worried. He thought that they didn't like it. He was about to tell them not to eat it. Girls. It's delicious I feel warm inside. Starting to eat faster. Gabriel, this is very delicious. Issei. I'm glad you like it. After everyone finished eating the chestnut, he told the others that he would prepare things like food and drinks for their beach day, the girls offered to help him, but he refused. Enemu, wait let us help you. Issei. No, I will do it, let me please you and if you need something, don't hesitate to ask me. They knew how stubborn their beloved is and that they won't make him change his mind, so they went to choose their swimsuits because they knew that the brown-haired boy likes to see them. It doesn't bother them because they know that he is the only one who can see their bodies, just as they know that he won't do anything they don't want. Although in their own words they don't care what he does to them. Time skip 1 p.m. Chestnut and company are seen arriving at the private island of Rias. Issei. I still don't believe you have your own island. Rias. You have more money than me because of the dragon Oppai. Issei. Yuri-san Momo-san Rias and I'm glad you came, but where are the others? Sona. Meguri, Ruruko and Saji said that after the academy they would give you a date. Rias. Kiba and Gasper refused the idea of coming. Issei. Well, I better bring the things. Snapping his fingers, a magic circle appeared from which came a cooler and a grill with vegetables and various types of meat. Serafal, Issei-chan, excuse me for asking, but how come you can use magic, as I recall, you couldn't? Issei. About that after Great Red created a body for me and the power of office drag, I tell myself that my reserves of magical power grew. Akeno, well, it would be better to cool off a bit. Proceeding to take off the white t-shirt she had on over her swimsuit, the others repeated the action of the black-haired girl. Gabriel. Enemu. The brown-haired boy, seeing such beauties, was unable to speak while blushing a little. Akeno. Ara, it seems that Issei-kun likes what he sees, and if Issei-kun doesn't want to see closer, you can touch if you want. Tsubaki. Come on Issei-kun, let's go have fun in the water. Taking the brown-haired girl by the arm, heading towards the other girl, followed by the others with the exception of Akeno, Rias and Kuroka. Issei. Girls, let's play. Whoever bounces the stone the most times in the water wins. Giving each of them several flat stones. They have to throw the stone as close to the water as possible, but without letting it sink. Do you understand? Xenovia. Let's make it more interesting. Whoever wins Issei will give him a prize. Issei. Yes, wait, what? They all quickly accepted after a few minutes, none of them won because the brown-haired boy ended up winning. Ravel. That's not fair, Issei-sama. You're very good at this. Enemu. I can't believe I lost. Isaka. And I thought Issei would give me a reward. Momo. Issei-kun, give us 30 minutes to practice and we will definitely beat you. The others also insisted on the idea. Issei. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll bring you some watermelon. After a few seconds, the brown-haired boy returned with a tray of watermelon which he placed on top of a float. Gabriel. It's very tasty, it's very sweet and it's a little cold, thanks Issei. Issei. No way, well I'll go heat the grill, I'll be right back. The brown-haired boy was heading towards the grill when he felt two hands slowly stripping him of his shirt. Kuroka. Issei Naya your body is stronger now you don't want to make kittens right now. Issei. I would like my perverted kitten, but right now we can't. Hiroka, then help me put on a protector. Leading to the brown-haired girl where Rias and Akeno are lying on towels. Akeno. Why did you take so long? Do you want to do perverted things? Hiroka, if it's issei-infinito who does it for me, there's no problem. Rias. Ice, can you help me with the protector? Hiroka. Don't laugh, I asked him first, so wait your turn. Rias. Sounds good to me. Hiroka. Well issei-infinito, let's start. Lying down on the towel while the brown-haired man ran his hands over the back and legs of the Nekomata who began to get excited feeling Issei's touch. In a quick movement Hiroka made the brown-haired man's hands go up to her butt. Issei. Hiroka, what are you doing? Hiroka. What's wrong with my darling touching me? The brunette couldn't stand it any longer and started grabbing Hiroka's butt while Rias and Akeno looked on with jealousy. Issei thoughts. Drag, wake up lazy dragon. Drag. What do you want, buddy? I was sleeping. Issei thoughts. Well, sorry to bother you, but could you give my senses a shock? Drag. What do you want? Ooh, but if I let this continue all of them will leave you dry, hahaha. Fine, I will help you, but you owe me one. Dry did what his friend asked, making the brown-haired man regain his composure, stopping massaging Hiroka's butt to her disgust. Hiroka. Issei-infinito, why are you stopping? Issei. I have to help Akeno and Rias, we'll continue another time. He whispered in her ear, kissing the Nekomata, realizing that her tales of happiness were new. Akeno. It's my turn, Issei-kun. Pulling the brown-haired boy, he placed himself face up. Issei-kun starts with my legs. So he did, Issei began to place the sunscreen on the black-haired girl's legs, going up to her waist, staying close to her breasts. At that moment, Akeno took the brown-haired boy's hands, placing them on her breasts. Issei. They are so soft my fingers sink in. Squeezing Akeno's breasts a little, making her moan a little. Akeno. Issei-kun, you can touch everything you want. Kissing the brunette's neck while she is playing with her breasts. Greg. I want to sleep today so I can't let you and your females mate today. Giving an electric shock to Issei's senses making him regain his composure again, stopping his massage of the black-haired girl's breasts. Akeno. How bad it ended so quickly, I can't wait to be yours, Issei-kun whispered into this man's ear. Issei. I'm still the same, my perverted sadist. Kissing her on the lips while she deepened the kiss. Rias. Ice, did you like touching their bodies? Issei. Yes, and a lot. Rias. I like your honesty with what you want. Giving a kiss to the brown-haired boy. Issei. Separating from the kiss. I love you both, but okay, I can put a protector on you. Starting to massage, he puts the protector on Ria's legs while she kisses his neck. Time skip 5 p.m. After the chestnut helped his partners, he set about cooking the meat and vegetables on the grill. After eating, everyone entered the water again. Sona. It's time to go back. Said and done, everyone prepared to return. Change of scene, demonic council room, all the leaders of all the factions were there, except for Serapho, Yusaka, Gabriel and Penemu, since they are with the chestnut, as well as Shiva, Indra, the Egyptians, Nordics, Saji, Kiba, Gaspar and Vali. Searches. Well, everything is almost ready for our new pillar to obtain the booster gear and finally get rid of Haidu Issei. Our new pillar will lead us to glory. Do you want to say something, Naruto-kun? Naruto. I Uzumaki Naruto promise that I will take you to the top and destroy whoever stands in our way. Zeus. Hahaha, I hope so, brat, knowing that I want to give you my daughter's hand in marriage, she'll surely love it. Searches. I give you the hand of my sister Rias and her entourage, as well as that of Sona. Naruto. But they are not with Haidu. Searches, don't worry about that, as soon as they see what we do, they'll like being with you. Michael. Yes, Gabriel would surely like it too. Azazel, I say the same for Penemu. The other leaders also offered the hand of some women from each faction. But their conversation was interrupted by Vitra. Vitra. Hahaha, in his eyes his plan has no flaws and at this point it is impossible for the Gremory and Citri group as well as the Yaokai leader, the Penemu Seraph and the pigtailed Mao, to change the drake bearer for a shitty effeminate blonde. Naruto. What did you say? Vitra. What you heard, but what will they do if they don't want to leave Haidu Issei? Shiva. It's simple, we will force them to do it. The others nodded to what the Hindu god said, being interrupted this time by Albion. Albion. That's your second worst idea. If you do that stupid thing, it wouldn't be a miracle if you survived. Ali. What do you mean, Albion? Albion, it seems that they are so stupid not to realize, in all that Haidu Issei has done in the supernatural and all the fights he has had, he was only serious twice. Ali. How about you only explain yourself twice? Albion. The brat only fought seriously twice, the first was when Rizavim kidnapped the Seraph, when he found out he went to look for her, but his path was obstructed by Rizavim's army. Azazel. And that. Albio. The brat massacred them all, the only one who barely came out alive from that place was Kromkruch. The second time was against Trihexa, you are stupid enough to realize it. Indra. That won't be a problem, we just have to kill him. Vitra. Haha, do you think it will be so easy? I remind you that Hyadu has a body created with the flesh and blood of Great Red, in addition to the powers of office. He almost never gets serious in a fight, because in most of his fights he says perverted things, and when he fights seriously, he doesn't say anything. In short, it would be better for you to run away when he simply shuts his mouth. Albion. Besides forcibly separating them from the brat, they are also taking away his sanity, so if you don't want to have something but that Trihexa after you better change your mind. Everyone remained silent because they thought that if two dragons said that Hyadu issei would be stronger than Trihexa himself, it would be for a reason, but those thoughts were interrupted by a blonde. Naruto. Come on friends, don't worry about him, I'll kill him as soon as I see him, so let's keep toasting to the new hair we will form. Everyone agreed with the blonde and continued with their celebration. Not further from reality, a new era is approaching with more problems. End of Chapter 2. Calm and Storm. Hyadu Mansion. The brunette and Aridid were waking up after another of their nights of love. Rias. How did you wake up, darling? Issei, a little tired, to be honest. Remembering that a month has already passed since he and the others officially became a couple, because at the end of each date he had with them he declared his feelings that they accepted, because despite the fact that they all slept together, only Rias was the only one to whom he had declared his feelings, but that was before, because now it was only time to marry the women he loves. Rias. What are you thinking about? I asked, seeing him a little thoughtful. Issei. I just think that time is passing very quickly and I have to prepare myself. Rias. Prepare for what? I asked with doubt. Issei. If I tell you, it will lose its specialness, I will only tell you that it is something that involves all of you. Rias. Millimeters, come on, tell me please. If it's you, no matter what it is, it will always be special. Issei. I refuse, princess, I won't tell you. He said, squeezing the blue-eyed girl's chest a little, causing her to let out a small moan. Rias. Ice, if you do that I won't be able to contain myself, or do you want to continue? The brown-haired man just looked at her fixedly, while a cold sweat ran down his forehead as he remembered that ever since he declared his love, he had been making love to them one a day, something that worried him, but Drake told him that it was no problem, because being a dragon he could do it for months. Issei. I would like to, but changing the subject, don't you think it's strange that your brother or some other leader hasn't called us to do any missions? Rias. Well, you're right, it's a little strange, but Claypop is no longer here and you sealed the Trihexa, you should relax a little. You've done a lot for all the factions and you fought in a war you shouldn't have fought in. Sorry, that was my fault. It was my fault that your parents died. The brown-haired boy noticed that his girlfriend still blamed herself for involving him in a war that was not his. She blames herself because if she had not reincarnated him, her beloved's parents would not have died at the hands of Rizavum. Issei. Rias, my love, calm down, that my parents died is not your fault. Rias. Yes it is, if I hadn't reincarnated you and had fulfilled my duty to kill the fallen angels, your life would have been very different, first of all your parents would still be alive. She replied with tears falling from her eyes. Rias knew it was her fault because until the death of her beloved's parents, she never made an effort to become stronger, all she did was give the brown-haired boy more problems. She thought that at some point he would get tired of obeying her, but that moment never came after all. He swore to them that he would do anything to make them happy, and that he would protect them from anyone who tried to hurt them. Showing that his words were not just mere words, as it was reflected when he cruelly killed Diodora Astaroth for kidnapping Asia, and how he lost control after her death at the hands of Shalva Beelzebub, whom he also killed. If she hadn't known why the White Emperor appeared with the blonde and stopped the brown-haired boy, he would have destroyed everything. Since the death of the brown-haired boy's parents, she decided to strive to not be a burden to her beloved, secretly training her body with magical power and the power of destruction. With the help of her mother, her other harem companions, seeing the red-haired girl's determination, decided to train together with her. Issei. Rias, calm down, breathe, even if you hadn't reincarnated me, I would still be involved with the supernatural, because having Drake was only a matter of time, so don't blame yourself anymore, don't cry, I don't like seeing one of my loved ones cry. He said, drying Rias' tears with his thumb to give her a kiss on the lips. Rias. Taking a calming breath. Thank you darling, and I'm sorry. Issei. Rias, don't apologize for something that wasn't your fault. Come on, it's time to get up. I'll make breakfast. Issei knew that his partners trained because he realized how much their powers have increased. While the couple in love walks to the bathroom, the brunette talks mentally with his friend. Issei. Drake, I have a bad feeling about the factions, something is worrying me. Drake. Well, you're right that it's strange, you have nothing to worry about. Remember that you can beat Shiva and Indra at the same time. The only way for you to die would be if all the factions united to kill you. Haha. Issei. Don't even mention it. The couple had arrived at the bathroom, and when they opened the door, the other couples of the brown-haired man were bathing because the place was like hot springs. All of them smiled when they saw the brown-haired man, which made the brown-haired man nervous, being pulled inside and closing the door. Scene change. Demonic Council Chamber. Counselor 1. Searches, if everything is ready, why is that useless person still alive? Searches. Don't despair, we still have to notify Naruto-kun-esque couples. Vitra. Keep going with that stupid idea, I'll just tell you that you regret it. Saji. Vitra, which side are you on? Vitra. Listen to me carefully, you shitty brat. That you and Vali support this stupidity is not honorable for any dragon, but I don't know which of the two ideas is more stupid. What do you think, Albion? Albion. Both are equally bad. The first is that they really think they can kill Haidu, and the second is that they think their partners will leave him because an effeminate blonde comes out of nowhere. Zeus. Ignore those lizards, let's think about how we'll make them come without the useless one. Vitra. Haha hey, why are you worried that he comes with them? Now that I think about it, why do they want to get rid of him? Poseidon, it is not obvious, you yourself mentioned it, he has a body created by the most powerful existence and the powers of office. Odin. Office is not someone to be taken lightly, after all none of us surpass or equal his power. Anubis. Don't get confused, dragon. We're not afraid of that stupid guy. Vitra. And I thought that stupidity doesn't affect the nervous system. Albion. They evolved hahaha. Naruto, and who the buck do you think you are, talking to us like that? Albion. Someone who can kill you in seconds. Counselor 4. Stop paying attention to those lizards and call them right now. Or. You just send him on a fake mission, we don't need him to catch up right now. Saji. Hey Naruto, to be clear, I'll stay with Asia. Ali. I'll stay with Akeno. Diba. And me with Xenovia. Albio Vitra. Intelligence pursues them, but you are faster hahaha. They spoke with a mocking tone. You will not have a peaceful death, especially you Naruto. They said, deepening their voices. Naruto. THC, damn lizards. Counselor 2, enough with the games, you. He said, pointing to a soldier. Go call the brats, tell them it's an emergency. If the useless guy is present, give him this letter, that's enough. Soldier, as I ordered, with your permission I will withdraw. Disappearing in a magic circle. Meanwhile the two dragons present had a common thought. Vitra Albion thoughts. I just hope that the monster that comes out of the darkness isn't the one I'm waiting for. With that thought the two dragons fell asleep waiting to see a spectacle. Scene change 5 p.m. Haidu Mansion. The girls and the brunette are in the mansion's living room watching a movie because it was Sunday and the next day most of them would have classes. Without knowing what life has in store for them. Ilmenhold. Issei, let me taste a little of your blood, I want to taste it. Issei. You won't convince me, precious. Ilmenhold. But love, you didn't mention that you would do anything for us. Issei. Ah okay. Unbuttons his shirt a little. Go ahead, try it on. The witch the vampire, neither stupid nor lazy, proceeded to bite the brunette's neck, taking a little of his blood. After a few seconds, she stopped drinking but didn't say anything, which Issei thought she didn't like. Issei. Almond-chan, if it tastes bad don't drink it. Being interrupted by the same. Ilmenhold. Ah, it's very rich, it's very delicious. She said with hearts in her eyes. Isaka. It really tastes good. Unfortunately, their conversation was interrupted by a magic circle that appeared on the ground, coming out of the soldier. At that moment Issei's senses were strongly alarmed. Issei. Who are you and what do you want? He said with a calm tone, to which the soldier responded. Soldier. Issei-sama. He said with disgust in his voice, something that Issei noticed, narrowing his eyes. The ladies are needed in the demonic council room and you are asked to complete a mission, the details are in this letter. Handing the letter to the chestnut tree who took it, and then the soldier retreated in the same magic circle. Seraphol. Nina Issei-chan who designed the letter. Issei proceeded to open the letter which said. Letter. Good afternoon Haidu Issei. You are hereby requested to go investigate the zone near the last base where Rizavum was because several strange creatures have been seen as well as renegade demons. After completing the expedition, go straight to the capital city of Lilith. Issei. That's what it says. Xenovia, this is strange, because only sending Issei. Arena. Normally, almost all of us go. Asia. Also because when she finishes she has to go to the capital. Gabriel. Besides, my brother is in the council room. Enemu. Why do you think that? Tsubaki, that soldier mentioned that the presence of all of us was required because they would call Gabriel without informing Michael-sama. Enemu. I didn't think so, this is getting weirder. Rossweisse, we should stay. Bekeno, no, if we do that, we'll just bring trouble. Issei was about to speak but was interrupted by Kuroka. Kuroka, there's no need to worry, remember that Issei-Naya marked us as his, so no one but him can touch us, and he also protects us from anyone with bad intentions. He spoke while showing Issei his chest where his mark was, and the mark was in different places, some were on the chest. Either left or right, others on the leg near the waist or on the butt. Kaneko, Ni-sama is right, there's no reason to worry so much. Sona, okay, ready, let's go. She said, kissing the brown-haired man on the lips, forming a magic circle. The others, seeing what Sona had done, were quick to kiss him. The last one was Rias, as she noticed some concern and nervousness in her boyfriend. Rias. Issei, calm down, everything will be fine, you'll see you later. Kissing the brown-haired boy on the lips, all of them disappearing in a magic circle. When Issei disappeared, his face changed to one of anger. Issei. Shit. Those bastards are planning to kill me. Greg. Calm down, mate. Most likely, those bags of bones did it with the intention of making you late and distracting you. Issei. Well, it won't work because the last time rid of them was there was. Greg. Where you slaughtered the evil dragons. Issei. Oh, maybe that thing about strange creatures is a lie, but if it's true, it would be better to see what they are like or what they can do. Greg. Well, let's go, the faster the better. Scene change. Former Rizavim base. The chestnut was flying over the destroyed place, deciding to go down, but when doing so, he heard very strange noises that he had never heard before. Suddenly he was attacked by something that did not seem to be a renegade demon or any other race. Issei. Dodging the blow. But what the buck is that bullshit? Greg. It's horrible but better to kill him at once. The beast roared and launched itself at the chestnut tree, throwing a punch that Issei stopped with one hand. Issei. You're just an ugly beast. He stopped the blow with his hand while the beast tried to get out of his grip. He died after receiving a full blow, destroying his body. Greg. No way, that's disgusting, wait, do you hear that? It sounds like. Issei. That someone was chewing. Turning around, watching as a renegade demon ate a body similar to the beast he had just killed, only smaller, while the demon's body began to change shape. Greg. This will only bring trouble. Issei. And a new problem begins. Kicking the demon, destroying it. Scene change. Lilith City. A magic circle appeared in front of the council room from where the chestnut couples came out. When they finished appearing, everyone could notice the presence of all the leaders and more. At that moment, Rias began to think about what she talked about with the chestnut in the morning. Rias' thoughts. Issei is right, something bad is about to happen. Serafal. Why didn't Searches warn me about this? Rias. Girls, listen, something bad is about to happen. I don't know what it is, but just follow my lead. If things go wrong, Ice's mark won't give us time to leave here. Starting to walk through the corridors of the place until reaching a large door, upon entering they received the looks of everyone which made them nervous, but they did not show it, although they noticed a blonde that they had never seen, but his look towards them made them disgust and repulse. Serafal was the first to speak, because now she is serious. Serafal. First of all, I want to know why nothing about this meeting was communicated to Yasaka Gabriel Penemu or to me. Searches. We didn't want to ruin the surprise. At that moment everyone got ready. Yasaka. What exactly do you mean by surprise? Azazel. Tell me you're not tired of being with that useless pervert. Michael. For that reason we decided to get rid of that idiot and give the booster gear and the position as pillar of the factions to Naruto-kun. Searches. He is a human with great physical abilities and magical power, much better than the hindrance of Hayadu. The girls, upon hearing how they refer to and insult their beloved, their blood began to boil with anger, but they had to calm down because things were not going well. Bekeno. And what does he have to do with us? Referring to Naruto. Araquiel. Daughter, he is a better match for you. Gabriel. And what will happen with Issei? He asked, already expecting an answer he wouldn't like. Auden, we'll just kill him. Zudikos. Daughter, if you leave that useless Haidu, you will be truly happy. Rias was about to explode, there was her damn father again, thinking only of him. What does he know about them and how happy they are with their brown-haired boy? Nothing. Naruto. What do you say? I will make them happy and respect them, not like that useless bucking pervert. Searches. And what do they say they accept? Xenovia was about to launch herself against the blonde, who believed she was speaking to her beloved like that, she would kill him for insulting her brown-haired woman. The blue-haired woman was about to launch herself against the blonde, but was mentally stopped by Rias, since thanks to the mark they could communicate mentally. Xenovia thoughts. Damn, how dare you insult our Issei, I'll cut you off in half. Rias thoughts. Xenovia, stop, we can't attack. Xenovia thoughts. But. Kaneko thoughts. If we attack we will lose, Shiva and Indra are present, they are a danger. Asia thoughts. So what will we do? Rias thoughts. We will accept, and before you say anything we will not accept really it will only be to be calm, while Issei arrives to leave this place, remember that he will be in Lilith in not long, and we have to help him. All thoughts. Fine, but if that guy tries to touch me I'll kill him. Tsubaki. Well, the good thing is that Issei's mark doesn't protect, but as long as they don't find out about that, everything's fine. Searches. You already thought about it. All. We accept. Naruto. That makes me happy. He said approaching them being stopped by Rias. Rias. Wait first we have to get rid of Issei. Naruto. Well let's not waste any more time and go to the capital, he will already be there. Forming a circle where everyone entered except Issei's girls, Naruto asked them why, but they didn't answer him instead they formed a magic circle and went from there. Searches. Don't worry Naruto-kun, they're just a little nervous. After you kill the useless one, you'll see that they'll be by your side. Scene change. Lilith's capital 9 p.m. A loud bang is heard, followed by a chestnut tree flying out of a wall, which is why we go back 5 minutes before. The chestnut was having a cup of tea when Drake warns him about the leaders. Drake. Mate they're here. Issei. Thanks for letting me know, let's see what they're up to. From one moment to the next a brown-haired boy feels that he cannot move his body, watching as a pair of red eyes came out of the darkness. Issei. Gasper, what are you doing here and why did you freeze me? I asked, already knowing the answer. Ollie. This is not the time to talk. He said, hitting the brown-haired boy who flew away. And that happened. Issei. What a wonderful welcome and I had information for you. Shiva. Save your words, you are no longer of use. Issei. That the great god Shiva wants to kill me is a great honor hahaha. He said with all mockery. End of cap. Chapter 3. Forced reunion. Continuing with the previous chapter, the leaders were ready to kill the chestnut, but what they didn't count on was that the chestnut knew what they were up to. Capital of Lilith 9 p.m. The chestnut was having a cup of tea when Drake warns him about the leaders. Drake. Mate they're here. Issei. Thanks for letting me know, let's see what they're up to. From one moment to the next a brown-haired boy feels that he cannot move his body, watching as a pair of red eyes came out of the darkness. Issei. Gasper, what are you doing here and why did you freeze me? I asked, already knowing the answer. Ollie. This is not the time to talk. He said, hitting the brown-haired boy who flew away. Issei. What a wonderful welcome and I had information for you. Shiva. Save your words, you are no longer of use. Issei. That the great god Shiva wants to kill me is a great honor hahaha. He said with all mockery. Indra. Maybe you're wondering why the attack, well I'll summarize it for you. You represent an imminent danger to all races, so it's better to get rid of you, and that won't be a problem, since we already have a new pillar. Naruto. I must say it's not a pleasure to see you, but don't take it personally. Issei. And who are you? Naruto. Remember my name well because I will be the one who will kill you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, so surrender and give me the booster gear. Issei. Ijol SHSSSSS I think it won't work. Naruto. Come on, don't make this any harder. Your girlfriends, or should I say, ex-girlfriends, have already agreed to be mine. You have nothing left. Issei didn't respond, he was just looking at the ground without moving. Naruto. Good thing you understand, just stay still and you'll have a painless death. Slowly approaching the brown-haired boy who still didn't move, he threw a punch at Issei's face, but before it hit, the blonde was thrown with great force, crashing into several houses with a kick courtesy of Xenovia. Xenovia. First, whoever decided that we are yours, we belong to Issei and no one else, and second, don't die so quickly because I'll kill you slowly. Issei. It seems that idiot made you angry, isn't it true? Ollie. Damn who do you think you are? He said launching himself against Xenovia, but before arriving he is sent crashing in the same place as the blonde. Enemu? And she's not the only one who's upset. She said while her spear was extended and the others looked at her side. Arena. We'll help you darling. Issei. I appreciate your help but there is someone you can't help. Gabriel. Millimeters let's see only Shiva and Indra represent a problem for us. Issei. Fine, beautiful, I'll take care of both of you. Michael. Gabriel, why are you doing this? Gabriel. You miserable man, you still have the nerve to ask that. You're the one who's wrong. Father wouldn't have liked this. Michael. Father is dead, he can't do anything anymore. Gabriel. If you're right, then I'll send you to him to punish you. The fight was about to begin, but something happened that alarmed Drake Albion and Vitra, who then Searches made a big mistake. Raphia. Searches Sama, please wait, there must be another way to solve this. She mentioned the silver movie. Searches. Graphia Paratate. Raphia. If you don't stop this, I won't continue with you. Before Grafia could move to reach the brown-haired boy in an instant she is stopped by Gasper's sacred gear, an instant that the red-haired boy took advantage of to cover his hand with the power of destruction and hit Grafia, causing her to fall to the ground while insulting her. Searches. How dare you try to bribe me, stupid, thanks to me you stopped being persecuted, you're nothing to me. The red-haired man hurled more insults at the silver-haired woman, Volley and Naruto, who were just arriving when they saw the scene, didn't care, but it terrified a certain dragon. Albion Vitra. Shit, he really dared. Volley Naruto. That's what you get for getting involved. Searches. You're just a toy to me, an incubator. But the straw that broke the camel's back was when the chestnut saw tears falling down the silver-haired girl's face. At that moment, the brunette's murderous instinct, bloodlust and desire to kill came out. Issei. Searches, how dare you touch and make cry what belongs to me. Releasing all their instinct at once, the traitors watched incredulously as two large red eyes stared at them. Everyone was paralyzed, they couldn't move, they were afraid of seeing such a big dress behind the brown-haired man. They felt that if they moved they would die. But the one who moved was Issei. At great speed he appeared in front of Searches, landing 3 kicks, one in the stomach, another in the chest and the last in the face. The red-haired man shot out at great speed, taking Michael and Azazel who were behind the red-haired man. Issei took Grafia in his arms and brought her near Asia and Ravel who healed her. Issei. You guys, pointing at the traitors, shut your bucking mouths and don't move. Asia. If they surrender, we will try not to kill them. Saji. You try killing us then. Asia. As you wish, balance break. Fafner's armor appears. Obey my call and come Crom Cruch. The dragon appeared in front of Asia on her knees. Crom Cruch. Need something from my. Asia-sama. Asia. I want you to take care of the White Emperor. To which Crom Cruch said nothing more and prepared to fight. Naruto. I'll pay for it. Issei. I told you not to move. Appearing at great speed in front of the blonde, hitting the pit of his stomach and then taking his head and slamming it against the ground. Searches, who was arriving with Michael and Azazel, saw how his new pillar was easily defeated. In a fit of rage, the red-haired man launched himself against the brown-haired man trying to hit him, but his blow was easily stopped by Rias. Rias. I won't let you touch it. You wretched dog. Searches. Don't get involved, brat. This fight is between him and us. Rias. What a shame, unfortunately for you I won't let you touch it. The two disappeared in an instant, starting a fight between brothers. The red-haired boy hit the blue-eyed girl in the face, but she didn't move. Rias. If you don't attack me with all your power this will be boring. Landing a kick to Search's chest, who crashed to the ground due to the force of the blow. Searches. Not bad, but that won't be enough. Rias. You talk a lot. Picking the Mayu's jaw, who was lifted in the air for a moment that Rias took advantage of to give a small jump, kicking the red-haired man again who was propelled by the blow, being followed by Rias who gave a punch to the face, another to the chest, and finished with a downward kick that crashed the red-haired man against the ground. Searches. I'm not done yet. Shouted the red-haired man with fury, releasing all his power, making the whole place tremble. In front of Rias, he appreciated his brother, but he was only a massive power of destruction in human form. Rias. Okay, come and entertain me. He said as his skin turned red. The red-haired man couldn't hold it any longer and launched himself against Rias, hitting her in the face, which she blocked, quickly returning the blow he made. He retreated to the Mayu, launching themselves against each other, engaged in a fight. With Penemu and Gabriel. They both fight against Michael and Azazel, who were losing against the two beauties. Gabriel. Brother, if you give up right now I'll spare your life. This is wrong. Michael, you're the one who's wrong. When I kill that useless guy, you'll thank me. Gabriel. As you wish. Appearing in front of his brother, he landed a blow to the jaw that lifted him into the air. The seraph quickly appeared above his brother, landing a downward kick. Azazel. Receiving several blows to the face. How are you so strong? Stabbing the black-haired girl with his spear, who avoided him and with a quick movement took out the belly of the blonde streak and then hit him with his spear in the face. Penemu. Trained something you never did. Positioned behind Azazel, connecting a blow with his spear on his back, who was shot, colliding with Michael who was falling from the sky. With Asia and Arena. These are fighting against Saji Kiba. Saji. Asia, why don't you accept being my partner? Please. Interrupted by a blow to the face from Asia, leaving him unconscious. Asia. It disgusts me that you even see me. Showing that she has a cross on her fist. Kiba. Because you can hold a cross without taking damage. Asia. Why don't you think about it? Arena. Don't get distracted. She said while giving a horizontal cut to the blonde's back with her Hautaclear sword. Hautaclear is a legendary sword that once belonged to an ancestor of Arena. Han Serafal, Kuroka, Elmenhold Sona White Tsubaki. Serafal fights against Ajuka. He was not weak because his position in the strongest existences was not. Simply by chance. Sona and Tsubaki fight against Falbium. Hiroka and Elmenhold fight against Anubis and the fates that he summons, they were a nuisance. Xenovia. The blue-haired girl is fighting against Thor. Xenovia thought it would be difficult, but to her surprise, it was easier than she thought. Thor. I don't take pleasure in hitting a woman, but. Receiving a blow to the face. Xenovia. And I don't know what makes you think you'd hit me. Thor prepares to attack with his hammer, but Xenovia dodges it by placing herself behind Thor, and with a downward attack, she cuts the arm with which he held the hammer. Xenovia. Millimeters. I'm not very good with hammers, but there's always a first time for everything. Taking the hammer by the handle. Thor. You cannot lift Mjolnir, it can only be lifted by someone worthy. Xenovia. Ah, you talk a lot. She said, raising the Mjolnir with ease. Thor. But. Xenovia, whatever, die. Splitting the god of thunder in half. Her rest was short-lived as the fates of Hades appeared. With Kaneko, Sekiryuutei, Laisha. Momo, Tsubasa and Rias. They fight against the advisors and soldiers who, despite being very strong in number, are a nuisance. With Ravel she is fighting Poseidon. Poseidon. Don't buck with me, a damn brat can't beat me. Forming a large water snake which attacked the blonde. Ravel. I didn't train all this time for nothing. Increasing the power of Yusu flames, a phoenix emerged from these that vaporized the snake. The issei. Shiva. I hope you don't mind, but we want to get this over with quickly. Issei. No, I'm starting to have fun. Indra. You say you're having fun. Naruto. You're so stupid to think you'll beat us. Hades. Enough talking, fire. Several insects shot out towards the brown-haired man, who raised 2 fingers, and the insect stopped before colliding with him. Issei. Well, you are the stupid ones if you think you killed me. Issei raised 2 fingers, and the insect stopped before colliding with him. Issei. What would happen if this touches me, sound. He said in a whisper. At that moment the insects exploded. Issei. A living explosion, how beautiful. Shiva. Don't get distracted. Throwing a fireball at Issei. Received full on. I'm not finished. Gathering power in the palm of his hand, touching the brown-haired boy's back, causing an explosion that destroyed half of the capital. Shiva. So easy. Well, it seems that the weak had overrated him. He begins to retreat when he hears the brown-haired boy's voice coming from the cloud of dust. Issei. We went through the same thing a little while ago, didn't we? Don't you learn, stupid. The god was incredulous. Someone came out alive after receiving his attack full on. Shiva. How is it possible? I asked fearfully. Issei. In simple terms, you didn't hit me. He replied with a mocking smile. Shiva. Impossible. It wasn't like last time. I know I touched you and killed you. Issei. What you touched was the infinity existing between you and me, I will show you. Extend your hand. He said with a chibi face while moving his hand. Hades. What are you doing? Issei. Come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Shiva. I don't sense any hostility, let's see where he's going with this. He then brought his hand towards Issei's, only to be surprised because he couldn't touch him. Issei. Yes. Shiva. I can't touch it, I stopped just before it. Is this what you call infinity? Issei. You don't really stop, but you go slower the closer you get. So, what would you do? We could even hold hands. He said, touching the god's fingers. Shiva. I don't want to. Issei. Don't be shy, you'll make me feel ashamed. He said with clear anger in his voice, interlacing his fingers taking Shiva's hand, which made him angry. Shiva. Unhappy. He shouted angrily only to be silenced by a blow to the stomach, causing him to spit blood. Shiva's thoughts. How fast, it's not just a punch, what's going on? I don't understand, I don't understand. Issei. And I'm not done yet. Repeatedly hitting the god, then letting go of his hand and kicking him in the air. Issei. Although infinity is present everywhere, I can bring it to reality with the power of Great Red and Office. Convergence, divergence, what do you think will happen when you touch this void? He asked, raising his finger as a sphere of power forms. First ritual reverse, red. The attack was launched towards Shiva, who received it fully causing him to be dragged, while the attack destroyed everything in its path. The brown not content with that appeared in front of Indra to whom he connected a kick to the head, then gave a kick to the chest of Hades, that at that moment the two were dragged arriving at the same place of Shiva, to then take the blonde by the head, slamming it on the ground, starting to drag him to finally throw him upwards, connecting a kick that sent him to where Shiva is. Issei. Wow, perfect. Disappearing in a blur. But Naruto and the others were on the ground semi-conscious remembering the words of Vitra and Albion. Memory. Vitra Albion. As you wish, but you will die. Naruto. It seems that those two dragons were serious, hahaha. Hades. But if we can't land hits, we'll have to use our last card. Indra. Where did he go with all this? Issei. Sorry. He said seemingly out of nowhere. I made you wait. Shiva. What's up, Ulurus here, we'll all attack at once, aren't you afraid? Issei. Fear, hahaha, no problem after all, you are very weak. Indra. Don't underestimate us, we'll take that smug smile off your face. Well, he unleashed all his power, causing the ground around him to split and lava to flow out. Naruto thoughts. These guys are weak. He wondered fearfully. Indra. Divine aura, not even your ashes will remain, hide you, Issei. He shouted furiously while launching an arm of divine light which stopped in front of the brown-haired man. Issei. Domain extension, infinite void. With those simple words, Naruto, Hades, Shiva and Indra saw themselves dead. They could hear the accelerated beating of their hearts as their blood flowed. Ended up in a place completely foreign to them. Indra, what happened? He overpowered my attack with all his power. Naruto. I don't see anything, I don't feel anything. That's not it. I can see everything. I can feel everything. But the information is incomplete. I can't do anything. Issei. They are inside infinity. Appearing behind the blonde, taking him by the head. I want to know what made them think they could kill me, how ironic isn't it? When everything is granted to you, you are not able to do anything except die, and as punishment for trying to take what is mine, I will take pity on you and we will leave it here. Starting to pull his head and ending up tearing it off. Something that alarmed the chestnut tree was that its domain extension was destroyed. Hades. Hey Brad, I have a gift for you. Issei. Millimeters, what a surprise. Being silenced by a blow that dragged him several meters. Who was the one who? Hades. It seems you like my gift now. Issei. Mother. Said the brown-haired boy incredulously while tears fell from his eyes. End of chapter. Chap 4. The charge of the summit. The greater the light, the smaller the darkness. Those who live in it will tire of being in the shadows. And they will end up seeking to be in the light no matter what happens. The girls are seen in the center of the capital because they had already finished. Seraphol. We're almost all here, we're just missing Rias. From one moment to the next, Rias appears to be the one who was dragging Searches and Zeodicus by the hair. Rias. I'm here, but more importantly, where is Issei? As she continued speaking, her eyes opened wide in fear as they felt Issei's power suddenly drop, noticing that his presence was in the forest, taking out her wings and beginning to fly at full speed. Forest scene change. Issei. Mommy, it's you, truth. He didn't respond, the one who spoke was Dreg. Dreg. Partner. Issei did not respond because he was shocked. She is not your mother, she is a reaper created by Hades, but Hades used your mother's soul to create her. Issei heard the last thing and started to think, really? Neither Hades nor Michael let their parents rest in peace. But a question crossed his head, and it was what had happened to his father's soul. His thoughts were interrupted by Hades, who noticed that the brown-haired boy already knew what was happening. Hades, hahaha, it seems that the dragon already explained to you what I did with your mother, but you're probably wondering what happened to your father, right? Well, his soul couldn't stand the transformation and disappeared from existence. He said mockingly. Issei. Hades. He shouted furiously, attacking the god, but before touching him, he dodges a blow from the Reaper in the form of his mother, making him retreat. The brown-haired man, knowing that it was just a Grim Reaper, tried to hit her, but what he didn't count on was that the Grim Reaper would speak. Mickey Grim Reaper. Issei is you. He spoke with a loving voice, making the brown-haired boy stop, causing the Grim Reaper to hit him, crashing him into the trees which were destroyed by the crash, taking him away from everyone, appearing next to Issei, hitting him in the face, sending him into a lake which vaporized, leaving a crater. Dreg. Buddy, get up and fight. Issei. I can't, Dreg, I don't want to hurt her. His conversation was interrupted by the Reaper. Mickey Grim Reaper. Get up. Issei didn't respond, and when he didn't receive an answer in a quick movement, he approached the brown-haired man, and with a kick, he embedded the brown-haired man's head deeper into the ground, beginning to repeat the action over and over again, while Dreg tries to make Issei react. Dreg. Issei, get up, damn it, you have to save her, free her. Issei. Save, who? Dreg. Listen to me, you have to save your mother. Her soul is suffering from being turned into that. You have to kill her to save her so that her soul can be free. Issei. Me. He said, taking the foot of the Reaper, giving a kick to the stomach of this one, making it back. I will free you, mother. Getting up from the ground. Change of scene with Hades and the others. Indra. The first part of the plan is ready, all that's missing is watching as the brown-haired couples approach at high speed just in time, he said with a smile. Hades. Hey Gasper, are you ready? He said as a bat landed on his shoulder. Gasper. I'm ready as soon as I do, your parkas will go for the others. Ali. Then we have to hurry. Well, he appeared walking with the help of Saji and Kiba. Shiva. What happened to Crom Cruch? Saji. We barely managed to defeat him. Kiba. They're close now. Asper. Balance break. In a few seconds time had stopped. Shiva. My turn Tindava. With those simple words Shiva disappeared, leaving a crater in his place, appearing in front of all the couples of the chestnut, and at great speed he hit each one, embedding them in the ground without being able to move because he had paralyzed them, while time returned to normal, and the fates of Hades appeared with the others. Well, with Issei. Este was thinking about how to quickly kill the Reaper. Greg, mate, that thing has 7 hearts and 5 brains, you have to destroy them all and decapitate it at the same time. Issei. Okay, here I go. Taking a step, he begins to run towards the Reaper who, using chains, tried to kill the brown-haired boy, but at great speed, he passed by his side, decapitating him, destroying his hearts and brains. Greg. You did it the first time. That's good. He stopped talking when he felt that time was stopping, and Shiva's power increased, and how the girl's aura went down. Issei. Change. Saying that, everyone's bodies appeared behind. The brown-haired boy. Shit, I got careless, I need to heal, yeah. The brown-haired boy spat out a large amount of blood, falling to his knees. Greg. Comrade, we need to go to the dimensional rift, Samuel's blood is in your body. Issei. A dagger, that Reaper stabbed me in the stomach when I passed by him. Well, he takes out a black dagger from his stomach. Drake, I don't have enough power left to open a dimension breach, so I'll try to kill them with one attack. Dragon. Piro. Issei. Drake, if I die. He said, moving away a little from the girls, promise me you will take care of them. Drake. Comrade, what are you doing? He said to Center as he left his friend's body to shoot towards Ria's body. Issei. It will be all or nothing. He said while joining his palms. It seems that the leaders met, what remedy? Cursed amplifier ritual. Blue. Cursed reverse ritual. Red. While 2 spheres appeared behind him. Issei. Empty purple. Forming a great weight of power in front of the brown-haired man who threw it in the direction of the leaders. But the traitors. They had noticed that the girls' bodies had disappeared, but they did not take it seriously as the wounded were already treated. Searches. Why are they calm where he is? Hades. Don't worry, he must be fighting with the Grim Reaper right now, who he believes has his mother's soul. From one moment to the next, they see a great amount of power approaching them. Asper. I'll take care of it. Trying to stop the sphere of power with his sacred gear, which was useless because the sphere was still heading towards them. In addition to having wasted time thinking that the sphere of power would stop, they had no time to dodge, choosing to create a barrier that was useless because it broke upon contact, causing an explosion that left them almost dead, while Issei appeared in front of them. Issei thoughts. Damn, Samuel's blood is weakening me, wow, I thought I had killed them, but who I did kill was there. Filler hahaha. He said mockingly. Zeoticus. And what does it matter if you killed him, it will only be a matter of time before I find another one, and when I do, I will force those bitches to hatch one. Stopping talking because the brown-haired man put his hand in her mouth and then pulled, tearing off her head along with her spine. Issei. You don't learn, right? Appearing behind Baraquiel, piercing the fallen's body with both hands, splitting it in half, he then appeared in front of Falbium, grabbing him by the head with such force that it exploded. Shiba. Stop playing. Falling from the sky with the intention of crushing the brown-haired boy, but he dodged it. Issei. If you want to attack someone by surprise, don't talk, but how did you dodge my attack? Shiva, I had one of my abilities active, Tendaba. This releases one of my seals, increasing my strength, speed and resistance, in addition to releasing my true form. While placing himself in a fighting pose. Issei. Do you think it's a good idea to tell me how your ability works? Besides, you said one of my seals, which means you haven't used your full power yet, right? Shiva. You're wrong, the other seals are for my skills, but I must admit something that your blows really hurt. Issei. And you'll either fight or stay talking. Shiva. Let's start, the world is my toy and I'll do whatever I want with it. The pinnacle of humans versus the pinnacle of gods, the final fight is about to begin. Issei advances, jumps and smashes his feet against Shiva's face, but Issei launches himself without hesitation. It is not time to rest, giving a blow to the stomach of this one, and then grabbing him by the head and giving him a knee in the face, causing him to retreat. Shiva. Well, that's how fight should be. Issei. Sorry to be a party pooper, but would it bother you if I get serious? I give up. Issei removes all the restrictions he had put in his mind, increases Issei's mobility, agility and maneuverability. Issei. Now don't die at the first hit. An onslaught Issei attacks head-on, the first attack with all his strength, more blows go. He doesn't think to stop until sending Shiva head first. The Hindu god was overcome by Issei. The brown-haired man throws himself with everything, he is ready to finish the fight, but Shiva will not fall, attacking in an unbridled manner, blows that do not hit his target, taking one of his arms. Issei. Ha, you're real pain. Shiva. Let me go. Issei. I refuse. Pulling the god's arm, tearing it off. Shiva. It was my mistake to underestimate you, but no more. Akai taught Antengai not Omue war dance that only Shiva can perform. While dancing to the rhythm of the cosmos, he can attack his opponent with greater speed and power. The unpredictable rhythm at which Shiva moves while performing the dance allows him to continuously attack his opponent from all possible directions, giving them little chance to react. Shiva. I want to hear the crunch of your bones, because I will fight with my fists, nothing else. Issei. Well, but you'll regret that. Shiva. That's the spirit, but enough talk, let's start by seeing if this is your size. Approaching the brown-haired man at great speed, giving a blow that eludes him. Shiva. Oh, you dodged it, not bad, but let's see what you do if the speed increases, here I go. Attacking the brown-haired boy several times and from different directions, attacks that he dodges with ease. Shiva. Wow, you managed to dodge them, but this is not over yet. Critiv S+. Giving a horizontal kick in flames that Issei dodges. Shiva. You are good at escaping, but you won't gain wisdom that way. Issei. No need to say it, well, let's start super adaptability. Launching the same attacks as Shiva with the difference that the brown one hits them all. Shiva. I haven't had this much fun, being honest, in millennia. Issei. I don't really want to do this, but it's my chance, oh well, forgive me, old man. Shiva. Old man. I'm about to explode, this technique is with me. Issei was fun, but this is more than enough to finish you off. Everything around me stops now, the dispute ends, the fist that was able to overcome at the same time. Issei. I like it. Dodging Shiva's blow, returning the same technique thanks to his adaptability, smashing his fist against the god's face, making his neck spin backwards. Issei. That's why I warned you, by not repenting you remind me of a time when everything was peaceful. The truth is, I don't know why you are obsessed with power, but no matter what happens, wherever my loved ones go, I will always protect them. Starting to walk away. What just happened? Shiva has been knocked down. We have just witnessed the birth of a new miracle, all the spectators are impressed. Since he managed to knock out the strongest god, he was able to release his hatred, revenge has been consummated. Shiva. We're not done yet, he's in place now. Turning his neck. This is exhausting me. Issei. Come on, old man, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Shiva. Don't tell me twice, I see you weren't lying, but before continuing let me ask something. I'm not able to feel the hatred in your eyes, so tell me. Why do you keep fighting? Issei. Hate. Revenge. You think the same too. Does a man need a reason to protect his loved ones? Shiva. Not bad, you encourage the viewers. Issei. You wouldn't have gotten up. The next hit will kill you. Shiva. I admit you're strong. I'm not going to win like this. I didn't want to use this, but it's necessary to kill you. Tindava karma, the agony is unbearable, the pressure is abundant. On guard. Natural instinct against a diamond. Initiative, simplicity will bring you farewell, ready to split you in two, the true right of God. Launching himself against the chestnut tree, hitting the chestnut tree which he dodges and returns. Issei. Hitting is not difficult for me and you're still trying. Shiva. You think I'm going to falter? I'm going to keep attacking. Both sides are giving it their all, the power is felt, not even a thought of stopping, neither of them will give in, composure perseveres, the power in each impact, despite that, Issei still remains intact, but. Issei. Shit, Samuel's blood is making me blind, but despite that, I'm going to continue for them. Every blow that Shiva gives accelerates the curse in the human. All the damage that the god has received can be seen that it has not been in vain. Not everything is over since Shiva's body is also falling to pieces, all that remains is to contemplate and wait, to know who will be the one who spills his glass, all the damage is vital, none will stop the dance of blows become celestial, however Issei is noticing that his body can't take it anymore. Shiva. Devaloka, a powerful blow that Shiva makes in his state of Tindava karma. Shiva. The straw that broke the camel's back. What did you think of that? The blow was so strong that it accelerated the Issei curse, leaving him blind, putting him on the defensive because he could no longer dodge. Issei. Damn, I can't see anymore, but I feel their screams, wanting to stop me, desperation falls on them and it hurts me, their sobs are stronger than the blows that hurt me, it's okay, don't cry, I'm listening, I'll protect you, here I am. I found you. Taking Shiva by the head, I start hitting him. The dance of blows does not stop. Every second is an important step for glory. Shiva and Issei receive blows from each other. Will this be the moment in which one of the two will be able to mark history? Only the sound of flesh and bones is heard in the place, but after a second it is invaded by silence. Searches, Shiva has been killed. Did he win? What just happened? A Shiva is seen on the ground without 3 of his forearms, and an Issei is standing. Shiva. I'm done. Indra. Shiva didn't miss the moment, since Issei is actually already dead. Shiva. Did you just realize? He died before he fell, but even though he was beating like hell, he didn't stop. You're amazing, kid. You chose to die standing up and live on your knees. Moments before with Rias and the others. They were running towards the battlefield because Drake helped her, but when they arrived there they could only see how Issei was beaten by Shiva. They tried to go help but were stopped by Drake because he knew that even if he won, Samuel's blood would kill him and he couldn't do anything because he couldn't retain his soul. Just watch as his love was beaten, the desperation and frustration of not being able to do anything. After a few minutes, Shiva fell to the ground. They thought that Issei was still alive, thinking that he went to the trash when they saw his body disappear. Rias. Drake, why didn't you help us? She shouted in frustration. Drake. He couldn't, his body couldn't handle the power in that state. They were about to yell at him, but they kept quiet because Drake had gotten angry. Drake. Shut up, Issei died protecting you, don't throw his sacrifice away by seeking revenge. Do you think I wanted him to die, just like you? I love him too. Shouted a female voice with sadness in her voice. Drake. We just have to get out of here, we'll talk later. Ollie. You guys aren't going anywhere now, there's no one protecting you, stopping as you see a large dimensional crack open behind the girls, from which a large red thing comes out. Big Red. Wow, it seems they've already been condemned, but I don't care. He said while a crack swallowed the Rias and the others and then disappeared. Looking at the sky, 2 stars appeared together. Things would change. Chapter 5 The Stars. Dimensional Crack. Big Red, TCH, the brats fell unconscious no matter what. Red Emperor, tell me what happened. Drake. First of all, you can call me by my name, Father. And second, you're not supposed to see everything. Big Red. Akari, I couldn't see what happened, I was busy with other things. The dragon responded with a little seriousness, trying to divert the topic. The now known as Akari was surprised because it was the first time she saw her father serious because he was always carefree. Akari. The leaders decided to kill Issei and replace him with a blonde they had never seen before. Big Red. That's my fault. Akari. What did you say? Big Red. Wait, first listen to me, that old man from Rizavam alerted many dimensions by wanting to travel to others. I was putting them in order, but I think one got away from me and ended up here. But we'll talk later. First, take them to rest. Bakari. Okay, but tell me, is there a way to revive Issei? Big Red. We'll talk about that when they're awake. After a while they were awake, but memories of seeing their beloved die began to eat away at their conscience. But this did not go any further when they saw a large dragon staring at them, but they did not react, they only asked where they were and who was the girl who was present. The Keno. Red Sama, you can't say where we are and who she is. Pointing to a beautiful girl who was a little far away. Great Red. Where are they? Well, they are in the dimensional rift and she is my daughter Akari, but you know her as Drake the Red Emperor. Leisha. Well, it's a surprise that she's a woman, but because we're in the dimensional rift. She spoke with a notable tone of sadness. Isaka. If he brought us here there must be a reason, right? Sekiryuutei. Also because you are alive, Issei told us that you had been decapitated. Big Red. And it's true, I was beheaded, but I can't die. Enemu. What it refers to. Big Red. I don't like repeating things, so I'll tell you when you're all here. Sona. But we are all here. Bakari. The Gremory is missing. At that moment they noticed that it was true, there was nothing that worried them a little. Leisha, she was with us, where she is. Bakari. She's asleep. Big Red. Although she's not dreaming something nice, but it's better for her to solve it on her own, we'll wait for her to wake up and I'll start with what I have planned. Serafal. And what does he have planned? Big Red. You'll know. Meanwhile, Rias was in a completely dark place. She was sitting low with her arms on her knees while cursing herself because although she promised to be stronger so as not to be a burden to her brown-haired girl, she couldn't help him. She could only watch as her beloved disappeared. Rias. Shit, because I couldn't do anything, I was supposed to help him so I wouldn't be a burden to him. Her insults towards herself stopped when she heard a voice she knew very well because it was the voice of her beloved. Issei, my love. Shouted the red-haired girl running towards her beloved, trying to hug him, but he dodged her. Issei. Don't try to touch me, Gremory. Rias. I said. The Redeed couldn't speak because she was interrupted by the brunette. Issei. This is your fault, it's all your fault, my parents died because of you, I died because of you. Rias. I tried to be stronger to help you and if it's my fault I put you in this world. The Redeed tried to excuse herself, but the brown-haired boy didn't listen, he just laughed a little. Issei. Mfahaha, did you try? An attempt is useless to me, you are weak and you always will be. You alone at this moment would be Razor's semen sack, you know how much I helped you, you are useless, you are weak, and you don't know how to do anything, I don't know why I protected you all this time. If it weren't for you my life would have been very different, why do I always have to clean your ass? I wish I hadn't met you. The chestnut could not finish because a spear of purple light pierced him, killing him and causing his body to disappear. Suddenly, another voice emerged from the deep darkness, a voice that Rias remembered. Rias. Rainer, you're behind this. Rainer. Me, but I didn't do anything although it seems that what I said in the end happened, right? She said mockingly. Rias. What do you mean? Rainer. Oh, that's true, I didn't tell you, I told him, you will die alone, you will never be able to find someone who truly loves you, that's what I told him, and I'm right, right. You never loved him, you only used him. Rias. Shut up, you don't know what I feel for him. You were the one who couldn't love him, but better yet, tell me how you entered my subconscious. Rainer. I don't know what makes you think I'll tell you, and you say I couldn't love him. I don't care about that stupid pervert. Rias. Don't insult him, damn it. Trying to hit the fallen girl, but she dodged it, appearing a little far from the red-haired girl. Rainer. Don't you find it curious? Rias. Stop playing games. Rainer. It's funny, you who call yourselves his partners didn't know anything about issei and what it meant for him to be a dragon, but he knew everything about you, what you like and what you don't, but what I disliked most about him is that he always blamed himself for anything bad that happened, even if it wasn't his fault, that attitude irritated me, but not anymore, after all, he's already dead, hahaha. Rias, upon hearing what the fool said, got angry and hit her in the face, which sent her away. Rias. You don't know anything, the girls and I know many things about him. His favorite food, his favorite dessert as well as his preferences in women and many more things, we don't care that he was a pervert. Because despite that, he showed us with great success that he loves us not only for our bodies. Redeed said with tears as her body began to disappear. Rainer. It seems that our time together is over, but remember this, no matter how many times the reincarnation will always be alone, and if for some reason you meet him, you will not be able to protect him, goodbye Gremory. Outside of Ria's subconscious, she woke up abruptly thinking about what Rainer said because she knew she was right. Issei always fought without asking for anything in return, despite being quite strong, he was just an 18-year-old boy who, without caring about fighting against opponents stronger than him, even being aware of that, he always fought to protect them. Rias. Even if I don't like it, I know he's right, but even if I have to go back in time, I'll be with him. Getting out of bed with a look of determination, he left the room until he reached some stairs, noticing that the dimension is identical to Issa's. Rias. Even though she is identical, we are not in the human world. Quickly going down the stairs, when she opens the door she meets her friends Gran Rojo and a pink-haired girl she had never seen before. The girls, seeing her, ran to hug her. Asia. Rias Onasama, are you okay? It took you a while to wake up. Rias. So I'm fine, I appreciate the concern, but because we are in the dimensional rift. Bakari. Great Red brought us. Rias. Excuse me for asking, but are you? Bakari. My name is Akari, but everyone knows me as Drake the Red Emperor. Big Red. I thought it would take you longer to wake up, but the sooner the better. Rias. I appreciate you saving us, but you weren't dead. Big Red. How disrespectful, but since you're all here, I'll tell you. Issei didn't lie to you when he told you that I was beheaded, but the truth is that I let them behead me on purpose. Xenovia. Why would you do something like that? Big Red. I represent dreams, I exist in the past, present and future, I am in all places at the same time, I can do everything, I know everything and I am immortal, I cannot die in any way. Momo. That means he can revive Issei. Big Red. I can't do that. When the great dragon said those words, everyone's spirits dropped. Gabriel. But he said he can do everything. Rafia. You're lying. Big Red. No, calm down. The reason is because you can't revive someone who isn't dead. Aisha. What do you mean by not being dead? Great Red. Listen carefully because I will only repeat it once. Although the larva's body disintegrated because of Samuel's blood, his soul was reincarnated. Sekiryuutei. Knows where he is now. Big Red. Yes, I know. They were all happy to hear that, although that joy lasted very little because Big Red spoke again. But I won't tell you where the larva is. Ravel. What is the reason? We want to return with Issei-sama. Big Red. And why do you want to be near the larva? Asked the dragon seriously. To put it in danger. You're weak and will only cause problems. At that moment Rias knelt down and with determination in her voice asked the dragon to train them. This made the great dragon nervous. Rias. Red Sama, please train us, we want to be stronger. The others did the same action as their friend and harem sister because at that moment they all had the same thought. Protect their beloved. The dragon was nervous because he knew that when the chestnut found out that he practically made his partners kneel before him, he would have a bad time. Despite that, he decided to continue. Big Red. What's the reason why they want to be stronger? And that amount all responded. The one is Ono. We want to be stronger so we can protect Issei and not be a burden to him. Big Red. Well, we're off to a good start, but I warn you it won't be pretty. He said with a smile. This is how the training was about to begin. Big Red decided to do the training in the same crevasse because it is easier to modify the terrain and gravity. Before starting I will tell you that the training will be divided into 3 parts. In the first 4 years, your training will be physical and you will learn a martial art and mastery of some weapon. In the next 4 years your training will consist of increasing your power reserves as well as I will teach you several spells. In the other 4 years you will focus on mastering all your skills 100%. And the last 3 years you will read all kinds of books to increase your knowledge and in case you need it later. Said the dragon, to which they nodded. Change of scene. Unknown location. My lord, the immortal king has found out what you are up to. DCH that damn, whatever it is, we have to hurry everything up, tell my soldiers. As you wish. Leaving the place. I do say, I won't let you ruin my plans. A being with a thick voice spoke with hatred. Scene change. Dimensional rift. After starting the training, Great Red created a large forest with all kinds of creatures and gave them 3 rules. Number 1, they cannot use magic. Number 2, each one will go separately. Number 3, they will only leave the forest until all the monsters are dead. Upon entering the forest, the first to be attacked by a horned beast is Asian. The beast throws a punch in Asia's direction, but she dodges it in a jump and at that moment she thinks that she has never killed or even attacked, but her thoughts were interrupted by the beast who does not give up and continues attacking the blonde. Asia. I don't have any weapon and even if I did I don't know how to use it, I need to find a way to kill him. Looking around for something that could help her, noticing that with each blow she gave the dress broke the trees around her, deciding to use that to her advantage. Provoking the beast more who, out of anger, destroyed trees faster making it lose sight of the blonde. The beast was about to move from the place because the treetops were about to fall on it. What it didn't count on was that it was camouflaged among the falling branches. When it was close to the beast, the blonde grabbed it by a horn and due to the momentum she had, she ended up tearing it off and then sticking it in its neck, killing it. Asia. I don't know how to feel, it's the first time I kill, but getting off the beast's body. It doesn't matter as long as I can help Issei, I'll do whatever it takes. So they all advance killing all the beasts in the place. Time skip 5 years. After 3 years the girls had killed all the beasts as well as their physical abilities increased exponentially and in the following 2 years those who already had handling a weapon only learned a martial art and those who did not learned to handle a weapon as well as a martial art. Big Red. They finished faster than I thought, I must say I was more impressed with the nun. Asia. Huh? Me? Why? Big Red. I was watching you while you were in the forest and it was a surprise how you managed to kill that orc. But changing the subject, rest because tomorrow you will begin the next part of the training. They all just nodded and entered the mansion to take a bath and talk, still curious about why Big Red hasn't told them anything about Issei yet. Change of scene. The world or dimension is observed where everything is red in addition to being destroyed. In front of an amusement park in ruins, a 7-year-old boy with brown hair and honey-colored eyes is seen sitting while smiling among all that destruction. From one moment to the next, footsteps are heard approaching the infant. When the steps stop, a woman and a man observe and talk about how a child can laugh in a devastated place. What is a child doing in this place and even worse, why haven't the kegger killed him? A woman asked with intrigue. Who knows how he got here? But it's not normal for a child to smile in this place. What do we do, Sejin? The woman asked the man now known as Sejin. Sejin. What else can we do, we have to take him with us. Approaching the child who, upon noticing the presence of the 2 adults, ran towards Sejin to hug him. It seems that Sejin likes you, but what is your name, little one? The boy, upon hearing the woman's voice, jumped to hug her, falling between her chest and responded. Issei. My name is Issei. Sejin. Let's get out of Megano anyway. Taking out what appeared to be a talisman, he threw it into the air and it grew, entering what seemed to be a portal. Meanwhile in the dimensional rift. The girls are seen sitting in lotus position in the middle of a waterfall, trying to enter a trance of concentration and harmony with their body and environment. Why? Because Great Red told them that they could not increase their power reserves if they did not learn to control the one they already had, because if they did not, their bodies would explode, and to make it more difficult, he placed bracelets on their arms and feet that constantly give magical power, causing their reserves to slowly increase involuntarily. 3 years had passed, and it must be said that this time it was easier for them, but after a long time the bracelets began to break, the water flowed slower until all of their bracelets disintegrated, the water stopped. When they opened their eyes they felt like the water was close to them, but did not touch them. Suddenly they heard applause, which was from Great Red, who is in his human form. Big Red. Congratulations, I didn't think you'd make it. Sona. Why, the refusal. Big Red. Something I didn't tell you is that the bracelets I put on you constantly transferred power to your body, therefore your power reserves increased. In addition, the bracelets were designed so that when you mastered your power and the one that was transferred to you. Bakari. How could I not notice? Big Red. But, changing the subject, remember that I told you that I would teach you new spells. Well, he said while extending his hand and a large door. This is my personal library. Here there are all kinds of spells. Well, come in. As they approached the door it opened, and upon entering they were surprised because it is very large inside. Rossweisse. It's incredible how many books there are in this place. Big Red. Oh, before I forget, you only have 2 years to read everything you can, and don't worry, this place is special because you can learn the spell just by reading it. It should be noted that for the spell to work well, you have to read and memorize each part of it. Having said that, see you in 2 years. He said, leaving the room, closing the door. Elmenhold. Well, let's get to work. Raising her fist to what the others did the same as the vampire. Time skip 7 years. In the dimensional rift, Rias and company are seen in front of Big Red as he was warning them to prepare because something big was going to happen and they had to be prepared when leaving the rift. Big Red. Your progress is not bad, you are stronger now, but do not be confident in a fight. You should not let your guard down, and even more so if you want to protect the larva. Xenovia. Why is there always a refusal? But rest assured that we will protect Issei. Arena. Xenovia is right, we will protect Issei no matter what. Kaneko. It's our turn to protect Issei. Big Red. I hope so. Well, changing the subject now, your path will be full of problems. You will see beings you have never seen before, and unfortunately, the larva is related to those seers. I will not tell you more, because if I do, what I say in the end will not happen, so go away because I want to sleep. Ira, well, you heard it. Opening a crack that leads to the underworld with a smile that didn't indicate anything good, a smile that no one noticed except for Rias, who also smiled. Rias. Okay, let's go in. I can't wait. The others didn't notice anything strange because they attributed it to the fact that she wanted to see Issei. Rias. Well, Great Red, thank you very much for helping us. Well, bowing like the others, entering the portal and disappearing from the place. While a crack would appear next to the great dragon from which Office emerged. Office. Red, why did you train those two? Referring to Rias and Yura, even though you know what they're up to. Big Red. If it bothers you, just go and kill them. Now, please let me sleep. The underworld. A dimensional rift opened in the underworld in the middle of the forest from which the girls came out, but before leaving they noticed the presence of the leaders, something that angered them, of course, because they did not know or did not suspect their friends. When leaving the rift, the first to speak laughed. Rias. I want to know before I kill them what they are doing here and how they knew we would appear in this place. She asked with a voice that gave the leaders chills. Saji. That's very easy, but before answering, how did my beautiful girlfriend spend their time? He said with a sly smile as Serafal was about to attack the blonde, but stopped when she saw Yura and Rias approach Saji to hug and kiss him. Rias. That stupid dragon is crazy, I almost died. Yura. But it was worth it. Now we are stronger and we expect a reward for our efforts, Saji. Saji. Of course I'll give them to you. Momo. What do you think you're doing, damn it? She shouted furiously, about to attack, but was stopped by Rias. Rias. Momo, stop, there's no need to waste strength. Asia. But they deceived Issei. Rias. Yes, I know, but it's better if we go. I don't feel like fighting. It would be better to concentrate on finding Issei. But listen carefully, leaders, because I won't repeat it again. If any of you try to find Issei, I'll kill you. Said the red-haired girl with clear anger in her voice while releasing some of her horror. Bekeno. It's better to go. Opening a dimensional rift behind them. And if they are so stupid, it is clear that we do not care what happens with the factions, so they will not receive help from us. Entering all into the crack, leaving the leaders angry. Auden. How dare those brats. Searches. Auden, it would be better not to pay attention to them and better prepare for the meeting with the Onyaji. Michael. We'll take care of them later. Disappearing in a magic circle while the girls appeared in the Haidu mansion. Arena. Rias, do you think it was a good idea to say that this is alive? Rias. There's no point in hiding it, eventually those damn things would tell her. Akari. Well, it would be better to clean the whole house and then we will focus on finding Issei. Subakui. That won't be a problem since we're learning new spells. Elsewhere a brown-haired man standing under a tree felt the increase in power and it seemed familiar to him. Issei. I've felt that power before but it's different nah whatever. Leaning against the tree. A week later, an Issei is observed entering his classroom. Girl 1. Look, Issei has arrived. Girl. He's so handsome and so serious, I wonder what he's thinking. Issei thoughts. I want to touch some breasts and besides these classes are boring, I already know everything the teacher says. After a few minutes the teacher arrives and begins to give the classes and Issei begins to snore, which bothers the teacher a little because he doesn't let him give the classes. Teacher. Young Issei, if you find my class boring, you can leave. Issei. It will be a pleasure sensei. Taking his suitcase and heading to the door to then leave through it while murmurs were heard in the living room. I'm feeling restless for some reason, so I'd better distract myself. The brown-haired boy came out of his thoughts when he saw that the entrance was closed, giving a sigh and jumping out of the academy, starting to run at full speed towards a bridge that gave him tranquility. After a few minutes Issei was about to leave, but was surprised to see a beautiful girl fall from the sky, noticing that she was unconscious and would fall into the water. Jumping from the railing of the bridge, taking the girl before she fell. What he didn't count on was that he forgot that he didn't have wings and could N''T fly, both of them falling into the water, swimming towards the shore, and the one who came out first was the girl, because when she touched the water she had woken up while she drained the water from her clothes and took out a small map of this. Issei. Hey, are you okay? He asked, but she didn't answer, he just gave her the map. Do you want to go where it's marked? She just nodded. Well, anyway, I can take you there. Starting to walk while Issei tried to talk to the girl. I've never seen that uniform before, where do you come from? I don't answer again, I just look at him stoically. Hey, why aren't you talking? At least tell me your name. The bother to talk. After walking a few minutes the girl stopped and took Issei by the sleeve and he also stopped. Issei. What's up? He didn't answer, he just pointed at a candy store. Are you hungry? He just nodded. Why don't you buy a snack? I don't have any money. He said stoically. Issei. Just one thing, okay. He gave his wallet to the girl who took it and made a small bow and went to the candy store. When she left she had a plate full of ahagi. I said something. Because you spent all my money. She ignored the brown-haired girl while eating her ahagi with a happy expression. Don't stay eating with that happy expression. And why do you like ahagi so much? She ignored him again. Say something. At least let me try. She brought her hand closer to the plate but she hid her hand moving it away. What are you doing? She moved the plate away while growling. Don't growl at me. After the girl finished eating they continued walking through a park while two children passed by on bicycles. Child. Kahana, can you keep up with me? Girl. Wait, you're going too fast, Ani-chan. Issei. And why did you fall from the sky? At that moment a distorted laugh was heard and the children had disappeared. Wagano door open. Throwing a seal into the air which grew in size entering it. Issei. She's an Onyaji. Well he frowned and the door swallowed him, appearing in a destroyed place where everything was red. Inside the door the children were scared because a kegger was about to eat them, but a pair of swords stuck into the kegger's head and then the girl ran towards the kegger taking her sword and splitting its head. Due to this act more kegger came out of the ground. Ants on the threshold of enlightenment. This high speed ended up splitting them in half. Issei seeing that she had finished and would not have to interfere, decided to go down. Issei. That was amazing. What are you doing here? Issei. You brought me, I didn't want to go back to Megano. You know about Megano, so you. At that moment the ground began to shake from which a spider-shaped kegger emerged. Issei. That's it. That wasn't a kegger, but a swearing demon who had eaten a kegger. You take the children, I'll take care of them. Issei only took the children, letting the girl take care of them. She launched herself against the kegger, but it made her retreat with a blow. She launched herself again, landing a blow near the neck, and then took out two seals which stuck to her legs, increasing her speed, attacking the kegger, cutting off two of its 6 legs, and with a direct blow from the kegger, she crashed against the ground, being about to kill her. She received a blow from the brown-haired man that destroyed his head, killing him instantly. In one fell swoop. The girl was surprised because she had N''T seen anything like that while Issei landed on the ground holding his arm where a red and yellow glove with spikes can be seen, or that was at first glance, because what the girl didn't notice is that in reality that red color is blood. I've never seen such a power before, said the girl, truly surprised. Issei. Ha, this power is nothing more than a curse, but please open a door to the human world, I don't want to be a Megano anymore. Human door open. The same door that appeared before and everyone entered, noticing that it was already night. Issei. Thanks but I have to go. At that moment the brown-haired boy sees a red hair pass by. End of cap. Chapter 6 The Twin Stars. I've never seen such power. Issei. Haha, this power is nothing more than a curse, don't tell anyone. Okay? I don't want to be an onmyaji. Hearing those words annoyed the girl who frowned and stepped on the brown-haired boy's foot who complained. What do you think you're doing? I didn't ask for your help. Taking a seal, entering it, appearing near a river. That kegger wasn't that strong, I could have defeated him alone. Issei. Lie. You were almost dead. I wasn't almost dead. Issei. If you're so good, you can find the way on your own, right? Bye. Wait, I'm at Ashino. And you? Issei. Hi just Issei. She didn't answer him and just started walking leaving Issei behind. Whatever. The brown-haired boy didn't pay attention to it and started walking in the opposite direction to Binyo, but halfway there he realized that his backpack was in the river. Ah damn. Walking back to the river, when we arrived it was clear that what was inside was useless. And now what do I do with this shit? I better go, it's already late. The brown-haired boy watched as a red-haired man passed by the bridge, but when he looked again there was no one there, so he attributed it to the fact that he was tired. I feel like I'm hallucinating, I'd better go home and sleep. Seek a bedroom. The chestnut tree arrived home only to realize that Binyo was in the same place. Issei. I'm here, huh? What are you doing here? Binyo. I ask you the same thing. Binyo is a girl with waist-length black hair and green eyes. She is usually seen in her school uniform or exorcist gear. Binyo has a cold calm personality, doesn't like to talk, and gets irritated easily. However, when it comes to exorcism, she's very passionate and can be very talkative. Since she comes from an important family, honor and pride are both very important to her. She's also very competitive. Zenkichi. She will be staying at the Sika dormitory from today onwards, her name is Adashino Binyo. Zenkichi is a thin elderly man with waist-length hair often kept in a ponytail. He wears large circular glasses and has a long beard and mustache. He is also the one who took care of Issei after the Hinatsuki tragedy. I say. I know who it is. Ryogo. She's your age, so it seems you have a rival. Great, right. Ryogo is a tall young man with short, spiky, dark brown hair and a braid in front of his right ear. He used to have light-colored hair, but has since dyed it dark brown. Binyo just looked at Issei a little annoyed. Issei. What are you looking at? Suddenly what seemed to be a yokai jumped from Binyo to hit Issei in the nose. And who do you think you are, brat? Issei. Why do you have a rat? I'm not a rat. I'm Binyo-sama's loyal familiar, Kanako. Issei. Why Amike? Kanako. If you mess with Binyo-sama, you'll have to deal with me. Issei. I won't do anything. I don't even want to hear about her. I'm going to sleep. In another part of Tokyo. In a mansion. Rafia. It's late and Rias hasn't returned. Akeno. I've been doing this all week. At that moment the door will open and you will enter. Rias. I already told you not to worry, I'm going for a walk to distract myself, but do you have any news? Asia. About Issei, none, but Crom and the other evil dragons have informed me about the Kegger and that the leaders will have a meeting with the Onmyaji. Gabriel. And what are the Kegger? Asia. Kegger are impurities, fleeting thoughts or any act of evil, this has been accumulating and that is why they are now stronger, but in addition to that, renegade demons have been eating Keggers, and vice versa. Enemu? This can't be good. Big Red explained to us that he feeds and becomes stronger with dreams, but he also explained to us that Trihexa feeds and strengthens with all the impurities. Momo. If the impurities have been accumulating, that means Trihexa is dead. Seraphol. That can't be Trihexa. It's similar to Great Red. The two can't die while dreams or impurities exist in Trihexa's case. Kaneko. The only way we know for them to die is by eliminating all existing life, and even after eliminating it, someone would have to kill them. Isaka. In any case, who would be so strong to eliminate the existence of Trihexa? Bakari. That would be a problem, but changing the subject, Asia mentioned that the leaders will have a meeting with the Onmyaji. Asia. Yes, that's right. Bakari. So which of us will go to that meeting? Sekiryuutei. I know where you're going, Great Red told us that problems would come and that Issei is involved in those problems and in any case the Kegger are that problem Issei could be with the Onmyaji since they are in charge of exterminating them. Aisha. We must take advantage of this meeting to look for Issei. Ravel. I think Akari should be the one to go. Akari. Amy, because it's not that I don't want to, but. Menhold. If Issei is in that place, he doesn't know your appearance. Rossweisse. Besides, you know Issei better. If he's there, you'll be able to find him easily. Sona. If any of us go, I don't think we can hold back the urge to run after him, and we don't need the traitors to find out. Tsubaki. Besides, it's not just about going. If Issei is in that place, someone must take care of him in case the leaders try something. Akari. Okay, when is the meeting? Asia. Tomorrow, so for now that's all, go to sleep. Next day 5 AM. Sika bedroom. Inyo's room. She was awake because she had gotten up at 4 AM and could not go back to sleep because Issei's words were in her mind and she wondered why she did not want to be in Onmyaji, deciding to go to his room, leaving his room and starting to walk down the hall. When she reached Issei's room, she entered stealthily, observing that the brown-haired boy was asleep, choosing to cover his nose and mouth with adhesive tape, so he was running out of air, waking up abruptly. Issei. What's wrong? I almost drowned. The brown-haired boy was panting until he noticed Binyo standing next to his bed. What are you doing in my room? I ask, already calmed down. Binyo. Tap several times. Issei. Did you knock? It's barely 5 o'clock. What do you want? Binyo. Let's go to Megano now. Issei. To Megano? I ask with doubt because he would want to go at that time. Binyo. Your power yesterday was incredible. Issei. And what is that? He asked, a little uncomfortable because he didn't like to talk or use his power. Binyo. That's why you hurt my pride. Issei. Because. Issei asked because he didn't know at what moment he offended the girl, but at that moment Kanako appeared and started talking something that irritated Issei. Kanako. It doesn't matter why. It only matters that Binyo-sama wants to see who is the best on Yaoji. Issei. Of course not. Taking him by the head and throwing him into a corner, I don't want to go back to Megano. And you think someone would gladly accept just because you asked? Well, no. After hearing that, Binyo approached the brown-haired boy a little and with a grim face said to him. Binyo. It's a friendly duel. Issei. Your face and your words don't match. Suddenly outside the rooms, Ryogo's voice is heard, informing about a kegger. Ryogo. Get up. A kegger appeared. At that moment the door to Issei's room opened and Binyo came out. Issei. I'll take this opportunity to make it clear, I fought that kegger, but it was a coincidence and I got carried away. I hate Onmyaji, if you understand, leave me alone. Closing the door, leaving an upset Binyo and a surprised Ryogo. Ryogo. Issei fought. Binyo. Is there a kegger? Ryogo. Yeah. Binyo. Let me go with you. Ryogo said nothing more and just started the truck to go to the place. When they arrived they opened a door on Megano, and when they entered they found a giant kegger in the shape of a frog. The first to attack the kegger was Binyo, and when he noticed the presence of the girl he used his tongue to attack, an attack which the girl dodged, starting to use her talismans. Exorcist enchanted charm helps them fight impurities. Exorcists use different charms that vary in effect, which helps them in combat. Uwanfu, an enchantment that amplifies the user's strength. Hangufu, a charm that gives the user a very tough defense. Ida Tenfu, an enchantment that enhances the user's speed. Sidu Dakufu, a charm that gives the user better kinetic vision of enemy attacks. Enchanted gear. By using a combination of enchantments, one can greatly increase one's speed, power, and defense. Binyo is capable of using 6 amulets at once, a feat that speaks volumes to her genius. These amulets place a burden on the user. Hidden Shinkyaku divine speed or enchanted gear that is located in her legs. It gives her speed that aids her. She overwhelms her enemy with speed attacks. Shigen Shishi Power Talisman, his enchanted gear that is located in his arms. This enhances his strength for combat. Aihugara Adamantine Armor, his enchanted gear that sits around his body. Enhances his defense for combat. Raisai Senkin Vivian of Calamity, his enchanted gear, which is in his fox-like mask, gives him enhanced kinetic vision in combat. Binyo. Onmyaji charms. Throwing several talismans into the air which she crossed, her karmic suit appearing along with her swords. Binyo jumped at the kegger's head, cutting out one of its eyes, at the same time as it tried to grab the girl with its hands, but in a quick movement, she cut them off and then jumped off its head, while dodging the attacks it threw at her with its tongue. Binyo thoughts. Yesterday's kegger was stronger. She got angry when she remembered what Issei said to her, and in a quick movement she cut off the kegger's tongue and then split it in half. Once outside of Megano, they are in the truck heading to the dormitory while they talk. Ryogo. Binyo-san, tell me, it's really fraught, I heard it in the hallway. Binyo. Yes, and it is very strong. Ryogo. Maybe you can make him return to his former self. Fuzaki. Issei. Strong. He always runs away when it comes to fighting the kegger. Fuzaki's hair is somewhat long and straight, covering his eyes. It's a grayish-violet color. He wears a long-sleeved red and white striped shirt with a blue denim vest. His pants are beige, as are his shoes. Atsushi. Besides what he's supposed to do in the dorms, he never trains, and the old man always spoils him. Ryogo. 5 years ago before he came to the dorms, he was an amazing onmyaji that everyone respected. Atsushi. Issei, really? Fuzaki. 5 years ago. So I would have been 12. Atsushi. And how did it end up like this? Ryogo. Issei survived the Hinatsuki tragedy. It is worth noting that this surprised the three because they all knew about that day, but they did not know that Issei was the one who had survived. Binyo. Have you been living in the Sika dorm since then? Ryogo. No, we didn't grow up there. I moved there 6 years ago and Issei 5 years ago. I don't know the details, but something very tragic happened when I saw him again in the dormitory. He had stopped being an onmyaji. Fuzaki. We didn't know that, or we didn't know that Issei was the one who got out of there alive. Ryogo. But I think he's more loyal to himself when he fights to protect someone. Binyo. Why? Ryogo. I know how amazing he was. He always said he wanted to be the strongest onmyaji to protect everyone and that he would get rid of all the evil Kegger. This brought back memories for Binyo, as she also swore that she would get rid of all the Kegger. Scene change, Tokyo. Haidu Mansion. Note this is another mansion that is in Tokyo, but the girls decided to put the surname Haidu. The girls are seen having breakfast because Akari would have to go to the meeting and the others will continue searching. Xenovia. It tastes delicious, but I want to eat the food Issei prepares again. She said with heaviness. Momo Akari. Don't complain, at least you tried it. Rias. What will we do? Asia. What do we do with what exactly? Rias. What will we do when we find Issei, or rather how will he or we react? The Keno. It's true, we only thought about looking for him, but we didn't think about how he would react. Sona. They worry too much. Tsubakui. No matter how Issei reacts, we will still be with him, that was the reason why we became stronger. Arena. Rias, you should calm down. You're the one who worries the most. Kaneko. We know the goal you want to reach, but don't worry, Issei will be happy to see us and we will be happy to see him. Enemu. Okay, calm down Rias, you have nothing to worry about. Getting up from the chair, walking towards Rias and hugging her from behind. Nothing that happened is your fault, so don't torture yourself anymore and think about everything we'll do with Issei. The Keno. 17 years without Issei-kun, I won't let him leave the room fufufu. Rossweisse. Talking about the topic, you have to prepare more, Akari, you have to go to the meeting. Akari. I just hope Issei is there, I want him to mark me as his. Momographia. I say the same. Sika bedroom. We see an Issei walking down the hallway heading to the bathroom. Issei. Damn, it reminded me of all that nonsense, I'll wash my face and. Opening the sliding door only to find a Binyo who was drying herself after taking a bath. Binyo was surprised and Issei quickly closed the door. Ryogo. Issei. What are you doing? Didn't you see the notice on the door? He said excitedly. Issei. What warning? He said, also excited because Issei did not notice the warning. At that moment, the door was cut into pieces by Binyo, who began to chase the brown-haired boy with his sword. Ryogo. Run. Issei. Lower your sword. Lower your sword. Binyo, destroyer, Hexwill aggressor, come immediately. Issei. Who are you calling a Hexwill aggressor? The brunette was about to go out into the street, but while looking at Binyo, he crashed into a guy who was only wearing underwear. It is not correct to run barefoot on the street. Issei. And this guy in his underwear. Is he a pervert? Kinu. Idiot. Don't you know who that man is? Kinu Furusato is Binyo Adashino's grandmother and the one who took care of her all these years after. Zinkichi. He is the leader of all the onmyaji Arima Tsuchimikado-sama. Arima is a tall young man with red glasses and long white hair that ends in blue, along with yellow eyes. He is mostly seen smiling. Arima. Well, let's go in. I have news to share. Issei. He won't be crazy. Everyone got ready to enter, and after sitting in the living room Arima proceeded to speak. Arima. In any case, you two are the reason I'm here. Kinu. So, Binyo-Sama's change of orders was. Arima. Exactly, Zinkichi-kun is gathering the onmyaji leaders from all over the country in the Hall of Five Mirrors. I have a big surprise for everyone. He gave a smile that Issei didn't like. Change of scene. Temple of Prayers. Issei. Isn't this the neighborhood temple? Atsushi. Dude, it's definitely here. Zinkichi said nothing and just walked until he was behind the temple. Fuzaki. Where are you going? We're already behind you. Zinkichi. How scandalous. moving one of the wooden pillars that supports the temple, causing a door to open on the ground. Atsushi. What is this? Zenkichi. Come on, come on. Starting to go down the stairs, when he finished going down, Issei felt several presences that were not pleasant and another that seemed familiar. They noticed that the room is very large and that on the floor there is a pentagon with an element in each corner. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water, as well as that it is also full of people and that most of them are old. Ryogo. Where do all these people come from? Old Man 1. Binyo-sama, how long since I saw you? Old Man 2. I'm glad you're okay. Old Man 3. She has grown a lot and is much more beautiful. Atsushi. The leaders keep flattering her. Fuzaki. It is important and we are unnecessary. Issei thoughts. You're only 17, damn old men, wait because I'm worried. At that moment the noise of the play sensed because Harem made an appearance. Arima. Sorry for the delay. I am the Onyaji chief Arima Tsuchimikado. Thank you for meeting here. I called you for two reasons. The first is to give you great and excellent news, yes. I recently received a great and fantastic sign. The sign makes me believe that the long, very long battle between the Onyaji and the Kegger is finally going to end. I learned that the son of the stars, the Maiko, will soon arrive. Isn't that exciting? It must be said that until that moment everyone was surprised and the faction leaders were intrigued. Issei. Maiko. Arima. The chosen one spoken of since ancient times. With power greater than that of the great Onyaji Abe no Same-sama, who will wipe out the terrible Kegger and bring Nagano to its end. The Maiko himself. Old Man 10. So, does anyone possess a power worthy of the name? Arima just smiled. Old Man 20. Who could it be? Arima. Adachi no Binyo-kun, can you come forward? All the old men praised the girl. Old Man 6. The leader of the famous Adachi no clan of Kyoto. Old Man 9. It makes sense that it's her. Binyo began to walk forward, arriving at Arima's side. Arima. Still popular with the old farts. Did being so spoiled help you overcome your trauma? And the other one, Issei. Issei-kun steps forward. Binyo opened her eyes in surprise as well as the leaders and Akari, since she had the same name. Issei. Because I. Ryogo. I don't know, but you better go. Issei started walking forward while the old men wondered who he was. Old Man 4. Who? Old Man 7. Another kid. Arima. I'll introduce you. Both are 17 years old and their potential as Onyaji surpasses that of any other, the best in eastern Japan Issei and the best in the west, Adachi no Binyo. The old men started to mutter things about not knowing Issei. Issei. Hey, stop making things up. Arima. I'm not making anything up. Okay, let's get on with the main event. You two are going to show us your skills. Fight with all your might like you want to kill each other. Issei. Don't buck with me. I'm not interested and I don't have to be. Arima. We're talking about the future of the world. No, about a historic event that will determine the future of life. Nothing you say can change that. Besides, she's more than ready. Binyo tried to pierce Issei with her sword, but he rolled down dodging the attack. Issei. I said I don't want to know anything about Onyaji. Binyo. I want to beat you. Trying to cut the chestnut's neck then the stomach following with the legs, the rain of attacks continued, but Issei dodges them all. Binyo. Use your glove. Slashing at his chest, cutting his shirt. Issei. I don't want to. Receiving a kick in the head from Binyo, throwing him to the ground. Binyo. Won't you take it seriously? Old Man 8. There is no comparison. Old Man 11. Is the boy really the strongest in the east? Arima. Binyo-kun, push it harder. Issei started to get angry. An Onyaji who doesn't fight is useless, the weak are destined to die. Like your old friends, Issei died because they were weak. Issei was reaching his limit. It's that simple. Besides, their deaths were useless. It only shows how useless they were. Issei remembered his friends and how since he recovered his memories of what happened with the factions at age 8, he trained them and protected each other. Ryogo. How can you say that? Arima. Trash who couldn't achieve anything as Onyaji would only have grown to remain trash. Overflowed. Issei took a step and disappeared from everyone's sight, appearing behind Arima, whom he hit hard on the back and slammed against a wall. Surprising everyone with his speed and because he had a glove on his arm, the brown-haired man attacked the man again only to be intercepted by Binyo. Binyo. Onyaji charms. Appearing in front of Is, he tried to decapitate her, but she saw it coming and stepped back, causing the attack to hit the ground. Issei. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you too. He said with a dead voice that gave everyone chills. Binyo. Immolation of ashes. wrapping their swords in fire, jumping against Issei, launching a thrust with their swords, but Issei only made a face of disgust and gave a punch that extinguished the flames and crashed the girl with one of the pillars that support the place, falling to the ground on her knees. Issei walked back towards Arima but stopped when he heard Binyo speak. Binyo. I will beat you. To be the best on Yaoji. Issei. Stop. I don't want to hear it. Binyo. Why? Isn't that what you wanted? To be the best on Yaoji. Issei. Shut up. He shouted, stomping hard and lifting several pieces of debris from the ground, which remained in the air and were then engulfed in fire, shooting towards Binyo, who could only block the attacks while retreating due to their force. While the girl defended the attacks, memories came to her mind. I remember. You can see a girl of no more than 10 years old crying in front of 2 coffins because on top of them there was a photo of who seemed to be her parents. Binyo. Father-mother. At that moment Binyo comes out of his mind because Issei jumps to hit him, but Issei is surprised because Binyo increases his hitting power. Binyo. Ai. Don't underestimate me, damn it. He shouted with a distorted voice while a large amount of power came out of his body, increasing his speed even more. Appearing next to Issei and with a kick she crashed him into the ceiling, and while he was falling with another kick, she slammed him against the ground, but still not content with it she began to run from one side to the other, while giving cuts all over the brunette's body. This already tired he threw a blow to the ground, causing him to get up preventing Binyo from being able to run, leaving the girl with no other option but to jump and try to hit from above. What she did not count on is that this was part of Issei's plan, and being about to clash their weapons they disappear courtesy of Arima who had already gotten up. Arima. Enough. Snapping his fingers, he caused Binyo and Issei's weapons to disappear, causing the girl to fall, sitting on Issei. Binyo. My spells disappeared. Getting off the chestnut's body, Arima then approached the two. Harem. Splendid. What a great fight. While Issei gets up from the ground, Arima bows to Issei. I apologize, Issei-kun, in order to see your true power, I had to insult your friends even though I didn't mean to. Excuse me. Issei. Don't excuse me, your friend, for the blow I gave you. Arima. It's wise to admit one's mistakes. Well, did everyone see their abilities? There never was another pair more worthy of being the twin stars. When the flames of the dark star begin to cover everything, the twin stars will shine in the darkest sky. When the stars unite, the threat will disappear. Do you understand? Binyo. The twin stars, I've heard that name but I don't know what it means. Arima. The Maiko will destroy Megano and save all life in this world. That Maiko is a descendant of the twin stars. That is, twin stars is the title given to the Onyaoji whose union creates the Maiko. The strongest spouses who give birth to the best Onyaoji. That is, they will get married and have a baby. It's decided. Congratulations. Issei, ai. It must be said that with the exception of the leaders, everyone was surprised, as was one Akari who was jealous, but she got over her jealousy when she paid attention to what the traders were saying. Azazel. Searches Michael who thinks he has the same appearance but. Searches. Something is missing. Michael. Wait, he always called the useless a heroic soul, but at least we can use him too. Akari. They are so stupid that they realize that he is the real Issei, but they are right that his heroic soul disappeared. She said in a whisper. Binyo Issei. Of course not, I wouldn't marry him or her. They both said, but their words fell on deaf ears. Arima. Well, now let's move on to the second piece of news. As I told you, trouble is coming, so I decided to form an alliance. But before I tell you who the alliance is with, let me tell you that besides humans and Kegger, there are other races. Demons, angels, fallen angels, gods of all mythologies, vampires, and dragons. Old man 9. If that's true, that means they're here. Arima. That's right, so I present to you Searches Lucifer, current ruler of the underworld, Michael, current ruler of heaven, Azazel, former ruler of the fallen angels. It should be said that the alliance is already established, but I decided to use this day so that our new allies could see the strength of the Onyaoji. And by the way, you are forbidden from saying anything about the existence of the supernatural to anyone who is not an Onyaoji. With that said, you may leave. After half an hour all the old men had left, leaving only Issei and company, while Harem spoke with the leaders. Azazel. Then it is confirmed, we will let you know when the day will be for us all to meet, and that day there will also be a show, so I hope the twin stars will be present. Searches. Well, I hope our alliance strengthens us to cope with what is coming. Michael. Well, see you, at the meeting we'll also share information. Disappearing in a magic circle. Arima. I hope this lightens things up. Issei. I wouldn't recommend you trust them. Arima. Don't worry, if you're worried about this weekend, we can talk. Issei. Sounds good to me. Binyo. Because it seems like you already knew them. Arima. okay issei, please clean up this mess. Ryogo. I will help issei. Arima. No, we'll go to the dorms to talk about some things, well issei see you. Going up the stairs leaving the living room. Issei. Anyway, we have to clean up. At that moment Akari, who had been behind a curtain the whole time, spoke but with a man's voice that she used to do. Greg. Let me help you with that, buddy. Snapping his fingers, putting everything back in its place. Issei. It's always a pleasure to see you. He said without turning to see. End of cap. Chapter 7 The Deal. After the demonstration of power by Issei and Binyo, the old Onmyaji withdrew, leaving the leaders who spoke with Arima. Azazel, then it is confirmed, we will let you know when the day will be for us all to meet, and that day there will also be a show, so I hope the twin stars will be present. Searches, well, I hope our alliance strengthens us to cope with what is coming. Michael, well, see you, at the meeting we will also share information. Disappearing in a magic circle. Arima, I hope this lightens things up. Issei, I wouldn't recommend you trust them. Arima, don't worry, if you're worried about this weekend we can talk. Issei, it seems fine to me. Binyo, because it seems like you already knew them. Arima, okay issei, please clean up this mess. Ryogo, yo Ader issei. Arima, no, we'll go to the dorms to talk about some things, well issei see you. Going up the stairs leaving the living room. Issei, anyway, we have to clean up. At that moment Akari, who had been behind a curtain the whole time, spoke but with a man's voice that she used to do. Greg, let me help you with that, buddy. Snapping his fingers, putting everything back in its place. Issei, I already said that presence was familiar to me. He said without turning to look. Greg. I don't know if I should be jealous that you have another glove on your arm. Issei. Wait, jealous? He asked doubtfully as he turned around seeing a beautiful girl with pink hair and green eyes. Akari. Your face didn't change, Issei. The brown-haired man was in many ways but above all confused, he wouldn't deny that the girl in front of him is really beautiful, but who was she? Issei. And you're the carrier of Dreg. Akari. Oh let me introduce myself, my name is Akari, but you know me as Dreg the Red Emperor. She said with a smile. The chestnut tree is processing what it just heard. Issei. This cute girl is my battle friend. He said but didn't realize he said it out loud, making the pink-haired girl blush. Akari. Issei are you okay? I asked because Issei wasn't moving. Issei. I must say that I didn't expect this, but I don't dislike it hahaha. He said with a smile that made Akari blush. Akari. I thought you were going to yell at me for not telling you sooner. Issei. No, but I want to know two things. Akari. Yes, tell me what you want to know. Issei. Why did you always spend your time sleeping? Akari. Well, at first we had nothing to talk about. Issei. Okay, second question, you watched me when I bathed. Akari. Anyway, don't ask me why I'm out of the Boster gear. Issei. I'll change the subject. He thought. The only way for you to be outside is with the help of Great Red, and if Great Red helped you, that means that the others are fine as well as you. Akari. If you're right, we're all fine. Issei. Well, I was glad to meet who was hiding behind the name Dreg, but I have to go. Starting to walk towards the exit. Oh, and thanks for the help. Akari. Wait Issei, we have to go with the others. Issei. I'm sorry but I can't. Akari. Hey, why? Issei. We're talking about Great Red, he probably trained them, and your presence alone confirms it. Akari. It's true that we are stronger, but we didn't come back stronger to protect you this time, come with me we will go with the others, and we will talk about this. Issei wanted to say yes, go with them, but even though it sounds stupid, he didn't want them to protect him, he didn't want them to get hurt, he didn't want to feel useless again. Issei. I'm going. Akari. Hey, really then? Issei. I'll go but it will be on Saturday, I have several things to think about and don't worry, I think I already know where they live. Akari said nothing more and disappeared in a magic circle, the brown-haired boy also retired to his home, and on the way he thought about what he should do. Issei. I can't go back to them no matter how many times I reincarnate my destiny will always be full of problems, I can't let them protect me and fix my problems, what should I do last time I couldn't protect them if it weren't for Great Red they would surely be dead, I don't even remember what happened after Shiva managed to hit me. Being so deep in his thoughts he didn't realize he had reached the dorms, Issei went directly to the living room where the others were talking. Arima. Good to see you back Issei-kun, could you help me explain about the factions? Issei just sighed and agreed. Issei. Okay, first I'll tell you about the factions, of these there are many Greek gods, Norse gods, vampires, etc., but of all these the main ones are the angels, demons, and fallen angels. Atsushi. Issei, sorry to interrupt you, but what are the fallen angels? In any case, I would only believe in angels and demons and the existence of gods, you already expected. Issei. So that they know who the fallen angels are, they first have to know what angels are. Angels are the creation of the biblical God, of these I believe many, but that was the problem when there were too many. Some angels began to have thoughts not allowed in heaven. It was at that moment in which 4 archangels rebelled against God, thus giving birth to the faction of demons. The angels who sinned were Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub and Asmodeus. Along with these, more angels also sinned and decided to follow Lucifer. Hinako. They ask you about fallen angels, not demons. Such an interruption clearly annoyed Issei, who was about to extradite the little fox. Issei. No interrumpas Rada. Hinako. Who are you calling a rat, brat? Issei. Continuing with the demons. These, being no longer able to enter heaven, decided to create their own faction, being the leaders of this Lucifer, Leviathan, Asmodeus and Beelzebub. These, along with the others who followed them, created the underworld, being formed by 72 demonic pillars, which each are demons with different types of abilities. Over time, more angels fell. Because of this, the underworld gained more power. This worried God, so he decided to change that, but he could not make the angels stop falling, so the angels that fell were no longer shared in demons. Now they only lost the white color in their wings, and the color in their attacks changed from white to a darker shade. In this way the fallen angels were born. Note. This seems like racism, anyway let's move on. Atsushi. Gee, incredible. Then that was like a punishment from his father. The interruptions were bothering Issei. It was already very late and tomorrow he would have important things to do. Issei. Stop interrupting, there's still more to tell. Ryogo. Sorry, can you continue? Issei. Thank you, continuing where I left off, the first to fall was an archangel named Azazel. Hinako. Azazel wasn't that the one Arima-sama introduced us to? Issei. Please do not interrupt. Arima. Don't interrupt, if you have any questions you can ask them when I finish explaining. Issei. As he said, the first fallen angel was Azazel. He fell in love with his sister Gabriel and, just like with the demons, more angels fell and became fallen angels. From one moment to the next, the 3 biblical factions were made. Because of this, a war between these 3 factions began. In the course of this war, God and the 4 demon kings died when sealing Trihexa, the dragon god of the apocalypse, the dragons, the most powerful race. The explanation continued. Issei told them about the sacred gear and Longinus. In addition to the abilities of each one, he also explained to them about the war that took place when Trihexa was freed by Rizavum, this of course omitting that he fought in that war. Issei. Do you have any questions? Binyo. And how do you know about all this? At that moment Arima and Issei noticed a mistake when it was the brown-haired boy who told all that. Issei just sighed and said. Issei. I'm sorry, I can't tell you that yet. I'm going back to my room. The brown-haired boy got up from his seat and left through the sliding door. Scene change. Haidu Mansion. In the mansion a magic circle appeared from which Akari came out. Upon exiting, she was received by the others. Akari. Yes, fine. Asia. Welcome Akari, how did it go? Akari. We need to talk, what about the others? Asia. They are in the living room. Akari. Okay, let's go. Once everyone was gathered in the room, there was no shortage of questions. Rafia. It took you a long time, everything's fine. Akari. Everything is fine, thank you. Sekiryuutei. How did it go, Akari? Akari. I found Issei. Hearing such words the spirits rose through the air and a question came out, where is this? So does Akari. Where is Issei? Akari. Calm down before continuing, I have to tell you several things. We are all happy, but calm down, I will tell you everything that happened at the meeting. They just sighed and sat down. Aisha. You're right, sorry. Akari. Well, first, Sekiryuutei, you were right, Issei is part of the Onmyoji, but because I could see Issei hates the Onmyoji. Akari continued telling everything that happened, how Arima insulted Issei's deceased friends, causing him to get angry, how he fought against a girl named Binyo, and how Arima basically compromised Issei and the meeting that would take place in the factions. Hineko. So Issei had a bad time. Irina. But Akari, why didn't you bring it? Akari. I tried but he refused, he didn't want to tell me why, he only told me he would come on Saturday. Rossweisse. How do you think he reacts when he sees us and we see him? At that moment Koragg appears out of nowhere. Koragg. If you take my opinion, I think you won't like it. Such words bothered women a little. Momo. You say Issei won't be pleased to see us. Sona. Come on, tell us why. Koragg. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that he doesn't like it, but he doesn't have the courage to do it. Koragg wasn't using his words well, and he noticed. Tsubaki. You say that Issei doesn't have the courage because he wouldn't have it. Koragg. Calm down, I mean that after not being able to save them, I don't feel worthy of doing it, and you know why. There was silence for a few seconds until Rias spoke. Rias. Because for a dragon the most important thing is its partners and offspring. Ravel. That's not true, if it weren't for Issei, we'd surely be with that stupid Naruto right now. Crom. He died before getting them to safety. If the big red one hadn't arrived, you would be dead. That's eating away at his conscience. The Keno. But it's still not his fault. Xenovia. He continued fighting against Shiva even though he was dying because of Samuel's blood. Crom. They still don't understand that for a dragon, even hurting their partners is a sin. Even if our partner tells us that they're okay, we know that happened because they were weak. Hiroka. Get straight to the point. Crom. Now he knows that you separately are stronger than even Shiva. Gabriel. And with that, we only became stronger to protect him. Crom. That's the problem, he won't like it if you protect him, he won't like it if you get hurt because of him. Enemu? Then you just have to ask Big Red to train him so you can fight by his side. Crom. He is aware that no matter how many times he reincarnates his life will be full of problems. Tell me what will happen if when you protect him one of you dies. No, better yet, what do you think will happen to him? How do you think he will react? Seraphol. That won't happen, we will be with him, we will die with him. Crom. How are you so sure that none of you will die? He loves you and you are the most important thing to him, but tell me what you think the Bakemono will be like if one of you dies. Isaka. What do you want to achieve with this? Crom. I just want to confirm that you are willing to pay the price, not the wrong question. What would you rather save? All life on this planet or Issei? If you ask him, he'd probably send the world to hell. At that moment they all looked up and looked directly at the evil dragon. All. The only thing we can lose is Issei, and if we have to choose the world can go to hell. Crom. Hahaha, good answer, by the way, probably one or two girls are interested in him. The dragon said as he left the room. Rias. Crom is right, Issei told us that the only reason he fought was for us. The Keno. Now it's our turn to help him just like he helped us. Raphia. Well, we have to lift our spirits, we also have to go to sleep, we have to welcome Issei with all our spirits, in addition to. Bakari. Not letting him out of the room for a week or more. Related to his lip. So they all got ready to sleep, which they couldn't do very well, because just thinking that they would soon be with their beloved made them happy. Next day 7 AM. Sika bedroom. Issei is heading to the dining room after taking a shower. When he opens the sliding door, he meets Binyo, who is collecting the dishes after having breakfast. Issei was about to leave when he is intercepted by his friends. Atsushi. Ah, it's the couple of the future. Kuzaki. Woo woo. Atsushi. They already do their homework together, huh? Issei. Leave that Atsushi, I'm not going to marry her. Atsushi. Come on, don't be embarrassed, having a child is part of your job with your bad luck with women, it suits you perfectly. Kuzaki. They could stay in the same room. They both said with a smile only to be silenced by Binyo who looked annoyed. Binyo. Can you stop that? I didn't become an onyaji to play house. And the idea of taking someone who isn't interested in being an onyaji as a husband is the most shameful thing. Binyo was clear in her words and then left the dining room annoyed. Atsushi. Whoa, how scary. Kuzaki. I see, they might be more compatible than I thought. Issei. Huh. Now you too. Kuzaki, if you fight as an onyaji and become important, Binyo-chan might reconsider. Atsushi. Yeah. What you did yesterday with your arm was incredible. Why were you hiding a weapon like that? It's just like Ryogo said. You really are impressive. You have to help with the exorcism today, okay? Please. Issei was about to answer, but Ryogo appears in the dining room. Ryogo. Atsushi, Kuzaki, are you ready? Kuzaki. Oh no. Atsushi. Ryogo, Levimosa Issei. Ryogo. Binyo will go to Narukami High School starting today, if he needs help, give him a hand, Issei, we're leaving. Ryogo and the others left leaving Issei who would prepare breakfast and then go to high school. Change of scene. The girl is seen who was preparing to go to high school. Well done. The girl took her backpack and then left the room while on the desk a photo of her and Issei together was shown. Hours later. Narukami High School. At high school Is and the other students were waiting for the teacher to give the classes. Who after a few minutes arrives in the classroom introducing a new classmate. Professor. Well, I will introduce you to your new partner, Adashino Binyo-san, who comes from Kyoto. Binyo bowed. And all the students were delighted to see such a beautiful girl. Boy 1. Yes. Boy 2. A pretty girl in our class. Girl 1. She's very pretty. Issei's thoughts. Impossible with so many groups in our year and it ends in mine, I'm sure Arima will fix this. Teacher. Okay Adashino, why don't you sit in the back next to Mayara? Binyo. Good. Teacher. Mayara is the class representative. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Binyo walked until she reached Atomi, who is the girl who has a photo with Issei. Scene change. Sakura Amusement Park. Ryogo and the others are seen entering a Megano gate. Upon entering Megano, the place was full of kegger. Ryogo. Purifying leaf talisman, taking out a talisman like the others. They launched themselves against a kegger, piercing them and splitting them in half, but the more they killed, the more appeared. Atsushi. Ryogo, is it just me or there's been more kegger lately? Ryogo. Yes, and they are stronger than before. Decapitating a kegger and splitting another. Fuzaki. We have to perform many exorcisms and we are outnumbered. Atsushi. Let's call Binyo and have him bring Issei. Ryogo. They have to focus on the academy, next one's coming. Returning to the academy. Issei was entering the classroom after physics classes in which Binyo stood out a lot. Upon entering, he noticed that Atomi was at the door looking for someone. Issei. Pass something, Mayara. Mayara, I was going to have lunch with Adashino-san, but I can't find her. But Binyo, she is on the terrace of the academy while eating some ahagi. Hinako. Ah. One after another. They kept approaching Binyo-sama. That's why I hate the rude people from the east. Binyo. Do you feel any kegger? While putting the chopsticks in a small box. Hinako, of the moment. Ah. Nuo. Binyo. Where? Hinako. At the amusement park. Returning with Ryogo and the others, they are exhausted because the kegger kept coming out, and to make matters worse, a giant keggers appeared. Fuzaki, it's huge. Atsushi. Yes, and Sirio. Fuzaki. Maybe we should contact Grandpa. Atsushi. Yes, it would be perfect if Issei came. Ryogo. No, we'll do it alone. While they continued fighting at the academy, Binyo was about to leave. Mara, huh? Are you leaving so early? I asked Binyo, who is putting away his things. Binyo. It's an emergency, explain it to sensei. Mara, but that's not enough too. Binyo. Invent something. Thanks. Mara, can I leave it with you? I asked nervously. It seemed like you were thinking of an excuse. She said even more nervously. But that wouldn't be good either. Binyo. I'm sorry. Please. Leaving the room, followed by Issei. Issei. Oya. Binyo. A very strong kegger appeared. I think Ryogo and the others are already facing it. I'm going to go. Binyo left while Issei returned to the room with a face of anguish because he had many things to think about and it was frustrating for him. Issei thoughts. What should I do? The brown-haired boy mentally wondered while Mayara watched him and remembered the look of frustration on his face after Issei lost his friends. Back to the fight. The giant kegger was winning overwhelmingly and more kegger appearing only made things worse. Ryogo. This is bad. Atsushi and Kuzaki almost ran out of power. His thoughts were interrupted by Binyo, who had arrived. Binyo. Please leave. Ryogo. Binyo-san, what are you doing here? Binyo. Yo exorcism of the kegger. While the fight resumed in high school, Issei was seen walking towards the exit but was intercepted by Atomi. Issei. Que pasa? Mayara, that's what I'm asking you. You've been sighing all the time, it's very strange. Supervisor, melancholic. Mayara is a girl with short light blonde hair that reaches just above her shoulders and fades into green. She has blue eyes and a more developed body type than other girls her age. She usually wears her school uniform. Issei. I don't understand what you're talking about. The girl took Issei by the sleeve of his jacket and started pulling him. Mayara, vamos Issei. Issei. Huh? Where? Mayara, to a place that will cheer you up. She said with a beautiful smile that made the brown-haired boy blush a little. After walking for a while, Issei and Mayara arrive at the Sakura amusement park. Issei. Unpark the diversions. Mayara. Yes, it doesn't bring back memories. Issei. Yes, I haven't been to one for years. Mayara. Do you remember? Issei. Of what? Mayara. The last time we came you were afraid to go on the roller coaster. She said mockingly. Issei. That was before, now I wouldn't have any problems. Mayara. I'm not sure. Issei. I'll show you. Taking the girl by the hand. Let's go, Mayara. Mayara. Yes, let's go. She said with great happiness and a blush. The two of them rode several rides. The roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, the bumper cars, and several other rides. The last ride Mayara rode was the carousel. Mayara. Hello, Issei. She said from a horse to Issei, who was drinking a soft drink, although his gaze was lost in Mayara's breasts which bowed slightly. While in Megano. Binyo was in front of the great kegger with his Onyaji enchantment and his swords. Fuzaki. There are many enchantments, every time I see her she is more impressive. Atsushi. He has great control over his power, how can he handle so many? Even Ryogo can only handle 2. Ryogo? Yes, it's more than a normal person could handle, and he's only 17 years old. Hinako falls on Ryogo's shoulder and starts praising Binyo. Hinako? Do you understand now, pawns? That's why she's Kyoto's prodigy. That's Binyo-sama's power. You should feel honored to fight by her side. Hinako stopped talking because Binyo started to fight. Binyo. Dance on the threshold of enlightenment. Binyo disappeared at high speed from the place, leaving a crater, and then at a greater speed, began to cut the kegger everywhere, cutting its arms, feet, eyes, but it regenerates. The kegger threw a blow at Binyo, which is dodged while it cut his hand. The girl landed on the ground, and from it came a kegger with the intention of attacking her, but was destroyed by Ryogo. Ryogo. We won't take care of these, you take care of the giant. More kegger appearing everywhere. Binyo. Good. Returning to Issei and Mayara, they were eating ice cream while watching 2 children encourage each other to get on the roller coaster. Issei. Thanks Mayara, but we should go. The brown-haired boy got up from his seat with the intention of leaving, but he stops when he feels the ground start to shake and the roller coaster where the children from before are starts to fall. Issei, seeing this, starts to run and jumps to grab the children who were about to fall. Once on the ground, Issei realized that a portal to Megano had been forced to cause the tremor. While in Megano, the giant kegger began to move from one side to the other and with a blow to the air, which was the cause of the portal opening. Seeing this, Binyo set out to exercise the kegger and at great speed, positioned himself several meters above the kegger. Binyo. Moonset reflex cut. The girl attacked the kegger and took advantage of the height with her sword and began to split the kegger in half. When she finished, a star appeared over the kegger's body and then exploded. Atsushi. That was amazing. Binyo. Thanks, but we have to go back. Opening a door, leaving Megano. Meanwhile with Issei and Mayara, these 2 walk on the bridge while talking. Mayara. I was trying to cheer you up, but we ended up having problems. Issei. Mayara, thanks for today. He commented as he stopped and leaned on the railing. You invited me today because you were worried. Mayara. Yes, I've known you for a long time so I know, but I also know that you haven't told me everything about yourself and that what worries you is about the Onmyaji, but there is something else. Issei. Oh well, a lot of things have happened lately, I can't organize my thoughts, I don't even know what I'm doing, but thanks to you I feel better. Mayara. I'm glad I was able to help him. Thought the girl. Issei. It will get dark soon, I will drop you off at your house. Mayara. It won't be necessary, but thanks Issei. Kissing the brown-haired man near the lips, which surprised a brown-haired man, but not even Issei himself knows if it was due to inertia, but at that moment Issei took Mayara by the waist and delicately kissed her on the lips, a kiss that Mayara reciprocated clumsily because it was her first kiss. After a few seconds they separated due to lack of oxygen, leaving a thin thread of saliva between their lips. Issei. Your lips are very soft. Mayara. That was my first kiss and although I liked it and feel love for you, we still can't be together. Issei. Que puro porque. Mayara. Issei, you still hide many things and even though I want to be your girlfriend, I will wait until if one day you want to tell me more than what you show, I will listen with pleasure and we can be together. Issei. I'm sorry I can't tell you everything now. Mayara. Don't rush, I'll wait for you, see you. Starting to walk, but she turned back and without warning, this time it was her who kissed the brunette on the lips. Issei. And that was because it was. Mayara. To remember you better, take care Issei. While saying goodbye and Issei stayed on the bridge because he had things to do. Issei. I hope to be able to tell you soon, Mayara, but now it's time for me to visit an enemy, maybe it will be of some use to me. Walking towards a forest, once in the middle of it, he began to concentrate his little magical power in a magic circle. After a few seconds, the circle was ready. Issei entered it, appearing in front of 2 dogs with 3 heads each. The dogs, upon seeing the brown-haired man, were about to attack him, but stopped when they smelled the smell coming from Issei. Issei. How have my friends been? Approaching the deer while they leaned forward so Issei could pet them. I'm glad to see you too, but could you do me a favor and let me? I have to talk to the Skeleton King. The Cerveros just stood aside as Issei entered Hades. Issei. Bender soon to play with you. Issei started to run avoiding being seen by some Reaper of Hades because he knows that he is no match even for the weakest. After running for an hour Issei arrives at Hades's castle. Upon entering he goes directly to the room where Hades's throne is. Before entering he notices that there is no one there so he decides to wait and after half an hour, Hader makes an appearance but without noticing the presence of the brown-haired boy. Hades. Those idiots only ruin my plans, I must find a way to take over the factions, but how? Issei who was still on the throne heard this, smiled and decided to speak. Issei. You seem frustrated Hades dono. he said arrogantly, and Hades noticed the presence of the brown-haired boy and was on guard. Hades. How did you get here and who are you? Issei. Who I am is not interesting. What is truly interesting is what I was saying a moment ago, and I want to help you with that. Hades. Answer, who are you and how do you think you can help me? Issei. I'm offended that you don't remember me, after all you were the damn bastard who experimented with my parents' souls. He said with an empty voice. At that moment Hades noticed it because it wasn't very difficult to recognize it, it's identical, but something is missing, heroic soul. Hades. So it's you Sekiryuutei, I didn't recognize you, but you think it's a good idea to come here, I can kill you. Issei. You can, but I know you won't do it because you're interested in my help, right? Hades. I just want to rule over the factions, but how do you think you can help me if you have no power? Issei. If you're right, I don't have one, but at the same time I do. He replied with a smile. Hades. Explain yourself. Issei. I can ask Great Red and Office to create a new body for me, and with that the power that Leicester had before will return, and the factions will be yours. I'm not interested in what happens to them, I just need your help, and then I'll help you. Hades. Assuming the big red one accepts that he makes me trust you to help me. Issei. Dragons always deliver. Hades. Well, I accept that you need. Issei. Great. Getting up from the throne. What I need are 1,000 souls, and among those souls of mine I need the souls of the ancient Mahu, can you? Hades. It's easy, but what do you need them for? Issei. You know what alchemy is, well I will create a sword with those souls. Hades. Okay, let's go for the souls. After an hour the sword was ready, and the reason why it is ready in such a short time is because Hades used the power of Cronus to speed up the process. Issei. She's beautiful, don't you think? Hades. Yes, but what name will you give it? Issei. Demon Sword, or Sword of 1,000 Demonic Pieces. Hades. Good name, but remember the consciousness of the ancient Mahu may awaken soon. Issei. Don't worry about that, I have everything under control. Now you could use a magic circle and I spent all my power to get here. Hades. Okay. Forming a magic circle under the chestnut tree. But remember brat, you must fulfill your part of the deal. Issei. The devil always keeps his deals. Disappearing in the magic circle, appearing in the forest. Issei. I'd better put it away and go to the dorms. It's too late. Starting to walk towards the dorms, upon arriving he meets Binyo and company who were also arriving. Atsushi. Oh. Issei. Binyo Pelio incredible. Kuzaki. He used many techniques perfectly, it was impressive. Hinako. Finally you understand, it would be better if I called her Binyo-sama from now on. Binyo. Are you dirty? Did something happen? I asked because I noticed that the brown-haired boy's clothes were stained. Issei. Nothing happened, what about you? How did it go? After the question, Binyo raised 2 fingers in a sign of love and peace. Binyo. Piece of cake. Issei. Yes, of course, but don't talk about food, it made me hungry. Scene change, unknown location. Ariam is seen smoking with 2 other people. Arima. Ben, the 2 stars in the night sky. Honorable 12-star guardians. Surely you've heard about the being who will finish Megano. That the stars that will give birth to him have finally appeared. At that moment one of the 12 guardians stands up. I understand about the famous girl from the Adashino clan, but I've never heard anything about the boy, he could surely be one of the twin stars. Arima. That's what the oracle told me, and that boy can easily kill you, Ikaruga Shimon-kun. Ikaruga Shimon has spiky fuchsia hair and blue eyes. He wears a scruffy maroon scarf, a black t-shirt with a white circle crossed out, beige fishing pants, and combat boots. He always wears headphones. He can sometimes be seen dressed in his Onyaji uniform on some serious missions. Ikaruga. Lo dies in serio issei un sobreviviente de la tragedia de Hinatsuki. Fin de cap. Chapter 8 Reunion. Sika dorms 10:30 p.m. In the backyard of the dorms, Binyo is sitting next to a small lake while thinking. Binyo. Nai-sama, many things have happened that I didn't expect, I've had some problems. But as I promised, I will be the best Onyaji. Binyo's thoughts were interrupted by Ryogo who, seeing the sliding door open, went to see who it was and found Binyo there. Ryogo. Are you still awake? Binyo. I was just thinking a little but I was leaving. Ryogo. Can I talk to you for a second? He said sitting down. Before I told you that you could make Issei be like before, right? Right now he says he doesn't want to be an Onyaji, but I want Issei to walk that path again. Of course I don't want him to suffer again, but instead of running away, I want him to accept what happened and move on. Binyo. You care about him a lot. Ryogo. Well, neither of us have any relatives. Besides, Onyaji are more like family than teams, so to me, Issei is my brother. The conversation didn't last long, but they didn't notice that Issei was behind a wall and heard everything, but he didn't say anything and went to his room. Already in the morning Issei, Binyo, Ryogo, Atsushi and Kuzaki were in the dining room. Ryogo. Well, let's review today's program, Grandpa left early for some Kuzaki business. Atsushi and I will take a report to AM, the neighboring city, and perform an exorcism. Since it's Saturday, do you want to join us, Issei? Issei. No, I have things to do. Ryogo. And you, Binyo? Binyo. I'll stay to maintain my swords. Issei. Well, I'm leaving, see you. Issei left the dining room heading to take a bath. Ryogo. Well, let's go now. Once in the car Ryogo thought about what Issei would do. Ryogo. I understand, Issei. You're carrying an incredibly heavy burden. After half an hour Ryogo and the others arrived at the Onyaji Association. Upon entering a boy the same age as Ryogo wearing an apron greeted them. Welcome. Ryogo. It's good to see you again, Fushihara. Making a small bow. These are the exorcism reports from the Sika dormitory in our jurisdiction. Handing him a book which is very large, the well-known How Fushihara took the book in his hands. Fushihara. The twin stars are in the Sika dorms, aren't they? I'm jealous. They can perform exorcisms with Onyaji like that. Ryogo. No, even though they are the twin stars, we try to keep them from participating as much as possible while they are at school. Also, I don't think it's right to depend on them for everything. We have to do what we can on our own. Fushihara. I guess you're right. Ryogo. Well, see you, we have things to do. While they were heading to the exorcism site, Issei was on his way to the girl's mansion. Issei. I wonder what they are doing, how I will react when I see them again, I still don't know, and that keeps me restless. The brown-haired boy's thoughts stopped because he had already reached the place where just by approaching a great imposing aura was felt. Issei. His presence is impressive, but here we go. The honey-eyed boy knocked on the door and it was opened by a blue-haired boy. You arrived earlier than expected. Issei in his thoughts the boy in front of him was familiar until he remembered the little Asian familiar. Issei. You had a big change Rasei. And indeed, who Issei has in front of him is Asia's family, who, due to the increase in power of the same, also became stronger, now being able to take human form. Rasei. Anyway, they are waiting for you in the living room, follow me. Issei Sigio Rasei Astala Asala. Rasei. Remember this, if you make them cry I'll kill you. He said as he walked away. Issei didn't answer and opened the door, and as he approached the girls and the brunette saw each other, Issei was about to speak, but was interrupted when he stepped back dodging a blow to the face from Crom. The girls seeing that stood up abruptly ready to kill the evil dragon, but stopped when they heard Issei speak. Issei. You are very aggressive, I can know why you hit him. The brown-haired boy stared at Crom, while with his thumb, he removed the blood that fell from his cheek due to the friction of the blow. Crom. I can't let my guard down when I see that monster again. Issei. You still remember that, well it was his fault for not leaving, but you don't have to worry, even if I wanted to kill you I can't, after all I'm very weak, so you can leave Ai-Daka, Apophis, Grenell, Yamada, Noarachi, Layden. This surprised the evil dragons because they did not expect the chestnut to discover them. Layden. You say you're weak, but you were almost aware of our presence. Issei. Of course you are my prey hahaha. Hearing this alarmed the dragons who got into a fighting stance. Damn it Noarachi. And they say that evil dragons are those who kill for fun, and where do you come in? Issei. It's just a joke, don't worry, but I didn't come to talk to you. Issei began to approach the girls, but backed off again as Fenrir stood in front of him in an attack position. Lefei. Fenrir, what are you doing? Calm down. Don't attack him. Despite the mage's attempt, Fenrir didn't listen and prepared to attack, but Issei approached him and extended his hand. At that moment, Fenrir opened his mouth and bit the brown-haired man's hand. This alarmed the women, but they noticed that Issei showed no signs of pain. After 5 seconds, Fenrir let go of the brown-haired man's hand, who got up from the ground while blood dripped from his hands, showing that Fenrir's fangs had pierced his hand. Then the wolf left the room. Brendel. Surely you are human? Asked the dragon. Issei. Yes, why the question? Apophis. Your blood evaporated. Issei. That's not my fault, besides, you haven't noticed that it's very hot here. The heat came from the girls who are nervous because they haven't spoken to Issei and are unconsciously releasing a little of their power. Ai-Daka. Why did you let him bite you? Issei. It's more like a promise that they won't do anything bad. Crom. Anyway, we'll have more later, we're leaving. The evil dragons left the room and closed the door leaving Issei and the girls alone. For 5 seconds nobody said anything because they are very nervous, and Issei too. The brown-haired boy is the first to speak because he can no longer hold back the urge to not throw himself at them and hug them. Issei. Why are you so nervous? Issei asked with his usual smile. Girls? Huh? Issei. The truth is that I was expecting a kiss or at least a hug. He said still with his smile. At that moment the girls rushed to hug Issei while crying. Girls. Issei. They shouted happily. We miss you so much, darling. Issei. I miss them too. While hugging them as best he can. They were like that for 5 minutes and then one by one they separated from the brown-haired boy with small tears still falling. Issei. Please don't cry, you look more beautiful when you smile with that smile that I love. Said the brown-haired boy with great love while he dried each of their tears. Lefei. But we are so happy to be together again. Sona. Yes, we also have many things to talk about. Issei. We have all day to talk, although I have nothing interesting to say. Akeno. If it's about you, anything is important. The black-haired girl approached the brown-haired boy and hugged him. Issei. That makes me happy but. Issei smiled and disappeared from Akeno's arms, surprised at the same time. Akeno. Hey, where did he go? At that moment a small moan is heard from Asia. Asia. Kaya. The others turned to see the blonde, noticing that the cause of the moan was Issei, as he was touching Asia's legs, then he went up to her butt, then to her breasts, which grew quite a bit, and finally he kissed her on the lips. Asia. I'm glad to be the first to be the one after we meet again, but we have to wait until nightfall. Issei didn't answer her and disappeared this time appearing behind Ilmenhold whom he also touched her legs, back, breasts, and finally kissed her on the lips. Ilmenhold. Come here. Trying to catch him but he disappeared and reappeared behind Kaneko, but this quickly reacted and caught. Kaneko. You're still a pervert, Issei. Issei. Of course that's not going to change. He said with a perverted smile as he felt the Nekomata's breasts. Kaneko. That makes me very happy. The white-haired girl kissed the brown-haired boy on the lips, a kiss that lasted several seconds until she ran out of breath. Hiroka. Es mi vez de besar Issei naya. Hiroka approached Issei with the intention of putting him between her breasts, but before she could take him Issei was pulled by Rias who didn't let him speak and planted a kiss on him that with the seconds went up in level until they ran out of oxygen. Rias. I missed you so much Ice, besides having your third kiss isn't so bad. Issei was pulled by Akeno who also kissed him with passion and love. Akeno. I can't wait Issei, I have to go to the room fufufu. She said with a lustful smile. The chestnut was attracted this time by Kuroka. Kuroka. I won't be left behind. Kissing the brown-haired boy. Issei was pulled by all the others who also kissed him, the last to kiss him were Grafia, Laisha, Sekiryuutei and Akari. Sekiryuutei. Issei, I know we're nothing yet, but that's why we want to start our relationship with you. Akari. Even though I hid from you that I was a woman, I also want to be your partner. Grafia. Just like me, that day hearing you tell me that I'm yours made me happy. Laisha. Hey, Issei, are you listening? The girls realized that Issei was not listening because he was unconscious. Serafal. Wow, it seems that Issei fell unconscious after being left breathless from so many kisses. She said with a mischievous smile. Gabriel. You have nothing to worry about, Issei surely loves us all. Enemu. For now we have to let him sleep, we don't know what he's been doing. The girls decided to lay the brown-haired boy on the couch while Yusaka would use her lap as a pillow. After 30 minutes Issei wakes up. Issei. Ah how well I slept, also your legs are very soft my beautiful kitsune. Such words blushed and made Yusaka happy. Yusaka. I'm glad you like them because they're just yours. Akeno. Our Issei wants to pamper us, we can go to the room and make up for lost time. Issei smiled and was about to answer, but the door was opened by Crom. Crom. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we can't wait a month to talk. Issei, who still had his head in Yusaka's lap, mentally wondered what she meant by a month. Issei. You are very annoying, but say you want to know. Apophis. We want to know what you are doing. Issei. What are you doing with what exactly? He asked getting up from the chair. Layden. What do you think about factions, Onyaji, and the coming war? Brendel. You will fight. Issei. First of all, why are you worried about the war? Oh, don't tell me that. Crom. Yes, and what if it is like that? Issei. No, nothing, but the answer is obvious, right? I don't care what happens to the factions, the Onyaji, and the world in general. I don't plan on fighting. Ha, and I thought you would say that if you fought, you really changed. Issei. I didn't change, I just don't want to fight, but if you give me a single reason to fight, I will. Crom. Aren't you supposed to be with the Onyaji and be one of the twin stars? Issei. Just because I'm with the Onmyaji doesn't mean I'll fight for them, and besides, Binyo has no intention of following Arima's orders, just like me, so for my best. Nobody said anything so Issei kept talking. Issei. But unfortunately, even if I don't want to fight, at some point I will have to do it. At that moment Issei was hugged from behind by Akari. Akari. If you don't want to fight for us, it's better. Aisha. So we can spend more time together. Issei. I'm glad you want to be with me, I'll do my best to be your ideal partner. Prom. Yes, don't get distracted, next question. Issei. How are you, ask. Imata no Arachi. What is Megano? Issei. Megano is like the version of the earth where all the impurities accumulate. Sekiryuutei. So Megano exists since the planet was created. Issei. That's it my dear C-chan. The girl blushed at the suffix. Megano has existed since the planet was created, but the impurities began when humans and other supernatural beings arrived on the planet. Raphia. But during the war against Rizavam, some Kegger were never observed or warned about. Issei. As you know, Trihexa feeds and strengthens itself through impurities, and because of this, the Kegger did not become stronger. Apophis. But that doesn't explain why Keggers didn't appear before. Issei. That is because of a seal that was placed by Abe no Same, the strongest Onmyaji that has ever existed, thanks to that seal that prevented the Kegger from passing to the world of Trihexa, who absorbed most of the impurities. A long time passed in which the Kegger could not pass to this world, but now the Kegger have strengthened and the seal has weakened, so it is only a matter of time before that seal is broken. Xenovia. What do you think will happen when the seal is broken? Issei. I don't know that because it would be the first time it happens. As more questions were thrown at the brown-haired man and he responded to what he knew. Ryogo Itsushi and Kuzaki arrived at the place of the exorcism, which is an abandoned house in apparent deterioration. Ryogo. We arrived, it's the house they asked us to exorcise. Itsushi. He really seems to need it. Kuzaki. The client is the owner, his parents lived here, but when they died, the owner inherited it and started renting it out. A couple of newlyweds, 5 college students who lived together, a couple with 2 children, 11 people in total, all of whom disappeared within a month of moving in. Ryogo. A house where people disappear first, we'll split up and check each room, don't let your guard down. Entering the house. Upon entering, each one went in different directions, but all 3 noticed that the inside of the house was even worse. Ryogo. May the heretical impurities of this space that spread their evil be purified, restoring balance and disparity. Placing a seal on the floor, noting that there is no Kegger in the room. Itsushi. Ryogo, I didn't feel anything in the kitchen, but I purified it just in case. Itsushi. The back room is also clean. Ryogo. There were no problems here either, only the main room remains. When they opened the door they noticed that the inside of the room was worse than the whole house, and the only thing inside was a mirror in perfect condition. Itsushi. What unpleasant energy. Kuzaki, it must be here. At that moment the mirror breaks in half and an overwhelming pressure is felt in the room. Ryogo. What's this feeling? The air just got heavier. Itsushi. It's not that it's the 4th, it's like they're watching us. Ryogo. Open the door to Megano. Throwing a seal into the air which grew rapidly and they entered. Upon entering they were greeted by a giant 2-headed Kegger who knocked Itsushi and Kuzaki out of Megano with one blow. While with Issei, they now talk about the meeting the leaders will have with the Onmyaji. Rias. No as to that meeting. The question caught the attention of others. Issei. Haha, although I would like to say no, I most likely will have to go. Sona. And what is the reason why you are forced to go? Issei. As you know, beautiful, I am one of the twin stars. Because of this, Arima wants to form an alliance with the factions because it is assumed that the twin stars will give birth to the Maiko, who will put an end to Megano. Bravo. That means you agreed to have a child with someone else. Issei. Calm down, also if I want to have a child I want you to be his mother haha. This made the girls blush and happy. Xenovia. Of course we'll have your children. Akeno. I can't wait for the process Yufufu. Hiroka. Nina Issei ni acquires acer on trio. Isaka. I'll do it with the first one. Serafal. No Issei why yo. Serafal was interrupted by the sound of a phone which is Issei's, to which he answered. Issei. Hello Kuzaki, what's up? Kuzaki. Issei, this is bad. He said agitated. Issei. What happened, talking fast? He asked worriedly. Itsushi. I don't understand, we just entered Megano and the Kegger were there waiting for us. Issei. Donde está Ryogo? Itsushi. We entered Megano to look for him but. Kuzaki. There are so many Kegger, we couldn't do anything. The others present heard the entire conversation because their senses are better. Issei. I'll go right away, girls, sorry, I have to go, I'll be back tonight. He started running to the exit. Arena. Issei, wait, we'll go with you. Issei didn't listen and ran out of the house, and on the way there was a door to Megano. Issei. Door to Megano open. Issei without the need for a talisman opened a door to Megano and entered. While with Ryogo, he is fleeing from the kegger through the city of Megano because he no longer had talismans and was very wounded from the fight against the normal kegger. Ryogo while running entered an alley to hide from the kegger. Once the kegger passed, Ryogo leaned against the wall. Ryogo. I don't have any talismans to open a door, I can't escape from Megano, and in this state I wonder what Issei would say if he saw me. Ryogo relaxed so much that he didn't realize that the kegger found him, but it was too late to react. The kegger threw him against the roof of a house. Ryogo tried to escape, but his leg was pierced by a piece of iron, so he could N''T move. The kegger took advantage of this, and with a blow crashed him against another house. Ryogo was lifted again and thrown against the roof. Noticing that the other kegger were nearby. Ryogo. Now the little ones are coming for me. The kegger is getting closer and closer to the. Ryogo. Curse. Taking his sword and pointing it at the kegger. At least I'll hit him. But due to the loss of blood and strength, the enchantment on his sword vanished. The kegger is already in front of him and took him by the foot. Ryogo. That's true, I wouldn't want you to see me so pathetic. With his little strength he stuck the handle of his sword into the kegger's eye. This annoyed the kegger who was about to eat him, and one of its heads was destroyed. Issei. Ryogo. Shouted the brown-haired boy, hitting the kegger in the face, destroying one of his heads at the same time that he dragged him several meters. Ryogo. Thanks Issei, I'm fine now. Issei. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Ryogo. Don't you remember? If I lost to a kegger, I would have to be your servant. Issei. You still remember that? Ryogo. Watch out behind you. The kegger jumped on top of Issei, but with a blow from his glove, he completely destroyed him. Issei. I'm going to release stress with you damn deformed ones. Said the brown-haired man coldly while looking at a large number of kegger. Issei was about to launch himself, but most of the kegger were cut in half at great speed by Binyo. Ryogo. Binyo, how did you know I was here? Binyo. That doesn't matter now, they're coming. Heading into a fighting stance as the giant kegger approaches as more keggers appear. The first to attack was Issei, who at great speed hits the kegger, which are destroyed by the force of the blow. Issei. Binyo, please take care of the little ones, I'll take care of the big one. Binyo didn't respond and began to slice the kegger, splitting them, decapitating them and piercing them with ease, since they are very weak in his opinion. This looked at this with a smile and then made a powerful jump towards the kegger, which threw a punch at the brown-haired man, a punch that he dodged and then connected a direct blow to the kegger's head, killing him instantly. Ryogo. You're very strong Issei, but technically I didn't lose, so I'm not your servant yet. Issei. Not yet, but soon you will be. Upon leaving Megano, Issei and Ryogo were greeted by Atsushi and Kuzaki, who quickly took Ryogo to the concert to take him to heal his wounds. Atsushi. Issei-oya Issei no viance. Issei. Go ahead, I'll wait for Binyo. Kuzaki. See you soon. Starting to drive away quickly. Issei just smiled and sat at the entrance of the house, waiting for the girl to come out, who after 10 minutes came out. Issei. It took you a long time, what were you doing? Binyo. Purified the house and the others. Issei. They went to the hospital. Binyo. Why didn't you go with them? Issei. Well, I just appreciate your help. Binyo. I didn't do anything to be thankful for. He responded with an almost imperceptible blush. Issei. You're actually a good person. Binyo. And you usually seem useless. Issei. Hey, why are you looking for a fight now? Binyo. But when you fight you are impressive. Issei. Coming from you, I appreciate the compliment. Well, what I'm left with is because I want to ask you something. Binyo. Go ahead, ask. Issei. Do you want to learn how to exercise keggers, open doors to Megano, and more without the need for a talisman? Binyo. What's that for? Issei. It's better if I show you. Getting up from the ground. Door to Megano, open. And again without the need for a talisman, Issei opened the door. Issei. This is what I mean, you want to learn. Seeing this excited the girls who accepted it. Binyo. Yes, please teach me. Issei. Well, we have to go to Megano. Once in Megano Binyo, he followed Issei to a lake which is in perfect condition, except the water is red. Binyo. Let's do it here. Issei. As you know, Onyaji talismans are activated by your internal energy, so first I will teach you how to absorb the impure energy of Megano and then purify it once it enters your body. Binyo. But what does that have to do with fighting without using talismans? Issei. Your body has reached the limit of energy it can store, so to not exhaust you and make it easier for you when fighting, we will increase your body's limit. Binyo. It's okay that I have to do it. Issei. Sit in the lotus position on the rock in the middle of the lake. Binyo jumped and landed cleanly on the rock and then took the lotus position. Issei. Close your eyes, breathe deeply and relax your whole body well, visualize blue threads running through the inside and outside of your body, now stop the movement of those threads. Issei observed in amazement, the girl is truly a prodigy because Binyo emanates a large amount of bluish aura that contrasted against the impure red energy of Megano. Issei. Excellent, now expand your visualization to your surroundings. Binyo's energy extends further to the edge of the lake. Issei. Now let your threads tangle with the impure threads of Megano and draw them towards you. Issei was surprised because reality seemed to distort around Binyo due to the speed with which she absorbs Megano's energy. Binyo was observing energy for an hour until her body could not take it anymore and she fell unconscious, but before she fell into the lake, Issei appeared and carried her like a princess. Issei. You did amazing, you really are a prodigy, but I've spent a lot of time with you and it's time for you to get back to them. After 20 minutes Issei arrived at Sika's dormitory, upon entering he went directly to Binyo's room and laid her down on her bed, when he came out he met Ryogo. Ryogo. Issei, why are you leaving Binyo's room? I asked after a week. Issei. I laid her down on her bed because she fainted after training, well see you. Walking towards the exit. Ryogo. Wait, where are you going? Issei. I'll stay at my partner's house, see you tomorrow. Scene change. Haidu Mansion. The chestnut arrived at the mission and knocked on the door which was opened by Asia. Asia. Issei, welcome, you're just in time, let's eat. Issei. I'm back. Issei approaches the blonde and kisses her on the lips. Chapter 9 Memories of Pleasure, 18. Haidu Mansion. The chestnut arrived at the mission and knocked on the door which was opened by Asia. Asia. Issei, welcome, you're just in time, let's eat. Issei. I'm back. Issei approaches the blonde and kisses her on the lips. Asia. Come on, dinner is ready. The couple headed to the dining room where the others were waiting for the chestnut tree. Lefei. Issei, how nice to see you. Dinner is ready. Issei. It smells delicious, I'm dying to try your food again. The curry, its taste is better than its smell. Said the pink-haired girl who appeared behind the brown-haired boy and hugged him. There is no need to wait any longer or it will get cold. The curry took Issei to the table where the others were waiting for Issei. Kuroka. Issei nai, you are very bad, you left without first giving us a kiss haha. He said with a mischievous smile. Hineko. Ni-sama, don't bother Issei. You know he's like that when someone is in danger. Kuroka. I know, I just want you to give me a very pleasant compensation. Hineko. You're right, but she said as she approached the brown-haired boy and moved her nose a little. Gabriel. Kaneko pasa algo con Issei. Hineko just looked at Issei with a stoic face and asked. Hineko. Issei, why do you smell like another woman? The question made the brown-haired man nervous, who nervously answered. Issei. Wait, it's not what you think, I just helped a friend train. Hineko smiled and kissed Issei and then sat down in her place. Rafia. Enough talking, we have to eat or we'll get cold. Issei sat in the only free chair which was in front of the others. Issei. Ooh, oh, it looks delicious. The chestnut was delighted with what was in front of him because everything looked delicious. The dinner consisted of tempura shrimp, a touch of soy sauce, miso soup, and more. Rias. Before we start, let's toast to having Issei back with us. Issei. For being together again. Everyone stood up and toasted before starting to eat. Issei was the first to take the first bite and when he took it, he couldn't contain his desire to cry because it was so delicious. Issei. This is really delicious, it brings back many memories. Asia. We're glad you like it. Enemu. We work hard to make sure you like it. Issei. Your food has always been delicious. The minutes passed and everyone finished eating. Xenovia. That was delicious, although it's almost time to sleep. Momo. But first we have to take a bath. Ilmenhold approached Issei and took him by the arm. Ilmenhold. Come on Issei, join us. The other arm was taken by Lefei. Lefei. There's no time to waste, let's go. Issei was taken to the bathroom by all the girls, the shower lasted an hour, where the kisses and caresses were not lacking, increasing the desire of the girls and the brown-haired boy to be one again. After the bath they went, or rather the girls took him to a room that they themselves created where the atmosphere and the room in general is perfect because it is neither too cold nor too hot and the floor is like a mattress. Upon entering the door was closed and hey there the girls did not wait any longer and began to kiss the brown-haired boy. Lemon skipped. Chapter 10 Memories of Pleasure, 18 and 2 halves. Lemon skipped. But the night is not over yet because with a scream, the others who were asleep woke up and approached the tired brown-haired boy. Rias. The night is not over yet my issei, we must continue until dawn. Issei sighed and replied. Issei. Well after all I can't disappoint my partners. The girl smiled and pounced on the brunette to continue for the rest of the night with their acts of love after not kissing each other for 17 years. End of chapter. Chapter 11 The Meeting. Haidu Mansion 9 a.m. In the largest room in the mansion you see a brown-haired boy waking up while he realizes that he is being surrounded by his partners who are asleep, deciding to get up without waking them up, then went to the bathroom to shower. After 20 minutes the brown-haired boy went down to the kitchen already changed into a red shirt and black shorts heading to the fridge and took the ingredients he would use. Once with the ingredients ready issei put on an apron and immediately began to cook after 10 minutes in the room where the girls are they woke up when they did not feel issei nearby. Rias. Millimeters, ice, where is it? Ravel. Maybe he's taking a shower, let's go with him Kai. Was the scream that Ravel let out when he fell while trying to walk. Asia. Are you okay? Trying to help Ravel, but he also fell to the ground. Ravel. Wow, it seems that issei left me immobile hehe. He said with a smile. The Keno. Ara issei-kun is still very good fufufu. Rafia. Oh, let's take a bath and go with issei. Said and done the women went to the bathroom but not before using a spell to be able to move properly. After 20 minutes the girls went down to the dining room where issei was finishing serving breakfast. When they arrived the delicious aroma of the food reached them. Momo. Ah, it smells so good. Rafia. Yes it also looks very good. Hiroka. I can't wait to try issei's food again Naya. She said moving her tails from one side to the other which hypnotized the brown-haired boy. Bakari. Lucky. Irina. Why do you say that? Bakari. You have already tried it, I could only see it. Kaneko. It's her fault for not leaving earlier. Issei. Yeah calm down if you don't hurry it will get cold. Xenovia. Ah, yes, sorry. The girls without saying anything else sat down and began to eat breakfast, consisted of white rice, miso soup, grilled fish, tamagoyaki, fried egg in a rectangle, and green tea. The girls ate with a face of happiness and satisfaction, which made the brown-haired boy happy, which without noticing smiled. This was noticed by the others, to whom it seemed nice, because it was a long time in which they did not see that smile. After a while they finished eating and issei washed everything dirty the girls tried to stop him, but they could not. The brown-haired boy after finishing went to change his clothes. Issei. Girls, before I go today is the meeting between the factions and Onmyaji, so I think I'll come back later. Isaka. Don't worry, we'll see everything that happens. Issei. Huh. And how will they do it? Enemu. Well, we learned a lot of spells when we entered Big Red's library. Issei. Oh. Well wait Great Red has a library. Gabriel. If that's true, you didn't know. Issei. That damn lizard, haha, well see you. The brown-haired boy approached them and kissed them one by one, then left and started running at high speed. Bakari. We'll go to the meeting, right? Tsubaki. We will, but we will only enter in case something bad happens. Sona, but while we wait we have to train. She said stretching. Serafal. Yeah, we have to do it today. I'm very tired and I can barely move well. Rossweisse, well, you're right about that. Omenhold. Look at it as a difficulty as well it won't be the last time we won't be able to walk properly. She said with a smile. Bakeno. Ara I can't wait to do it again Yufufufu. Rias. It was only one night and left us in this state that makes me want him more but we also have to help issei with training. The girls without further words went to begin their daily training. Kyoto. Room of the two guardians. Arima is in front of two people who are sitting around a round table. Arima. Onmyaji from various jurisdictions wipe out Kegger from all over Japan and the number of those that appear is usually consistent. But the exception is Narukami where there is a high rate of appearance where Kegger are usually more powerful, so I want you to check that out. Shimon, an investigation. Arima. There are many Onmyaji, but I think you are the best for this. No, I would say that you are the only one who can do it. Shimon. Understood, leave it to me. Arima. Oh and another thing, in Narukami there is more than just Kegger, the twin stars come there, they are called. Shimon. I know. Arima. Ah, well, have a good trip. The red-haired man simply left while Arima watched him leave with a smile. Hospital. We see issei in Ryogo's room, for whom he bought some fruits and drinks when he was heading to the hospital, since Ryogo was taken to the hospital due to serious injuries. Ryogo. Hey, what are you doing here, issei? Issei. Well, I came to see you. He said, observing that Ryogo has part of his head bandaged and his left arm and right leg in a cast. Ryogo. You don't have to do it, Binyo's talisman helped me recover faster, plus the old man told me to rest, that's the only reason I'm here, calm down. Issei. I still had to do it, here I brought you some things. Showing him the bag of drinks and fruits. Ryogo. I see, I appreciate it, and don't rush with the exorcisms. Even if you don't fight, relax and stay in the bedroom. After all, we are family, aren't we? Taking an apple and biting it. Issei. Yes, well see you. The brown-haired boy left the room and left the hospital thoughtfully. Issei. What nonsense to fight again after so much. Issei continued walking, but he felt someone watching him, but he couldn't locate him, because of this he quickened his pace. Seek bedrooms. Upon arriving at the dorms, Issei heard a noise in the living room and, upon peeking in, he saw Atsushi and Kuzaki looking surprised at how Binyo created talismans. Atsushi. Ooh, amazing. Kuzaki. Typical of you, Binyo-san, you channel enchantment very efficiently. Atsushi. She really looks like a prodigy. Kinu. Hey, don't get so close. Hinako. Binyo-sama, are you okay with this ink? He said standing on his two legs while melting more ink. Binyo. Yes, thanks Kanako. Hinako. It's nothing. Issei kept watching this until Binyo noticed his presence, at the same time the others saw it too. Binyo. Do you also want to make a talisman? He said tilting his head a little, which Issei found cute but he didn't show it. Issei. Hey, I don't think it's a good idea. He said nervously. Binyo. It doesn't matter. He said taking him by the hand and pulling him, so Issei ended up sitting next to him. Issei took a paper and a brush and began to draw words on the paper, surprising the others because it is very good. When he finished writing, the paper shone blue, indicating that the talisman has quite a lot of power. Atsushi. Ooh, Issei, you are very good. Kuzaki. You're just as good as Binyo-san. Hinako. Still you're not at Binyo-sama's level. Nuo. Altered scream at the same time that Zenkichi appears. Zenkichi. There's Kegger. To the southeast. There are more than two. He said, upset. Atsushi. More than a dose. Kuzako. And Ryogo isn't here. Binyo. Let's go right away, will you go? Looking at Issei. Issei. Whatever. Atsushi, okay, let's go. The four quickly got into the truck and set off at full speed, while on the way Binyo finally sees Issei. Issei. What's up, I only came because you asked. Binyo. I didn't force you, so if you wanted to join us. Issei. If I don't go, you'll come back in pieces. Binyo. How annoying. Atsushi. The romantic comedy of the couple is still going well. He said mockingly. Binyo. Issei. We are not a couple. Atsushi. They are well synchronized. Hinako. It's here. Issei. That is, a primary. The van stopped in front of an elementary school, where a very worried teacher was looking for his students who had disappeared. Kuzaki, what happened sir? Teacher. The children disappeared, they suddenly vanished. Atsushi. How many are left? Teacher. The whole class. Binyo heard this and quickly opened a door to Megano. Binyo. Megano door, open. Throwing a talisman into the air. The door appeared and they entered. Upon entering, Issei noticed two things. A person was watching them and the children were being chased by Kegger. At one point, the children were cornered and before they could eat them, Binyo, at great speed, killed the Kegger that were surrounding the children. Issei. Atsushi, Kuzaki, get them out of Megano. Kuzaki. Oh okay. The blue-haired man was about to open a door, but before he could do so several Kegger emerged from the ground and more began to surround them. Issei. Binyo, we'll help until Kuzaki opens the door. Binyo. Dance on the threshold of enlightenment. The girl attacked, wrapped in a blue aura, destroying the Kegger that emerged from the ground, giving Kuzaki the opportunity to open the door. On Issei's side, he watches as the Kegger approach him head-on. Issei extended his arm to the side, making his sword appear. Then, slowly and smoothly, he made a horizontal cut in the air at high speed, a purple slash split all the Kegger in half. He then made a gesture with his hands, making the sword disappear. Kuzaki. Now. Reality set open. The boy threw the talisman and the door quickly opened and the children rushed in and Issei breathed a sigh of relief. Issei thoughts. Well the kids are already out but there's a Kegger below where I am and I wonder what the person who keeps watching will do, let's check. The brown-haired boy hit the ground and quickly from it emerged a larger than usual Kegger which took the brown-haired boy in his hands, but he did not resist. Binyo seeing the brown-haired boy trapped her nerves arrived, but before she could do anything the Kegger received a kick to the head crashing against the primary, releasing Issei and raising a cloud of dust. From the impact of the cloud of dust, emerged a boy with fuchsia-colored hair with spikes and blue eyes. He wears a disheveled maroon scarf, a black t-shirt with a white circle crossed out, beige fishing pants and combat boots with his hands in the pockets. He always wears headphones. The boy, when he saw Issei, half closed his eyes, but before he could do anything else, Kegger appeared, from the primary, from the ground, and the legger that was crashed rose surrounding the boy who just arrived, but without wasting time he took a seal with two of his fingers. Shimon. Master Guardian Talisman. Throwing the talisman into the air. Vermilion feather, come immediately. The talisman disappeared and in its place a large sword with a white handle, a reddish center and a yellow edge appeared, which he quickly nailed into the ground. The Kegger, sensing the red-haired man's power, launched themselves at him with the intention of eating him to become stronger, but Shimon, without moving from his place with his sword stuck in, released a large amount of flames which swept away all the remaining Kegger, leaving a large crater around it. Atsushi. It's amazing. Shimon jumped up to where the others were, and Issei quickly asked him who he was. Issei. Who are you? He said calmly. Shimon. The correct thing is that you say your name before asking for the others. I do not say my name to someone without manners. He said, looking badly at Issei, to which he was about to answer, but they were interrupted by Binyo, who apparently already knows the deed. Binyo. What are you doing here? I Karuga Shimon. Shimon. The Adashino girl. He answered, turning to look at her. Issei. Do you know each other? Binyo. I've only seen him at Onyaji meetings. He's one of the 12 guardians. Fuzaki. It's a real one. Atsushi. Dudos, what? Hinako. Don't you know? He shouted indignantly. They are the people named as the relatives of Abe no Same-sama, the Onyaji with the highest level in martial arts, sorcery, wisdom and combat experience. Those are the 2 guardians. Binyo. I Karuga Shimon, with the title of Suzaku, the Vermilion Bird. Fuzaki. Thanks for saving us from the mess. Shimon. I was just doing my duty, you don't need to thank me, but you are Issei. Fuzaki. No, not me. Shimon. So you? Atsushi. No. The red-haired man, upon hearing the refusal of the other 2, turned to see Issei, making a face of disgust, and without saying anything else, stood in front of Issei and hit him in the face, which Issei did not dodge, consequently he fell to the ground. Shimon. Why did you come to Megano? You were fighting Kegger, but you got distracted. Giving the Kegger a chance is a fatal mistake for an Onyaji. Are you taking this seriously? He said with anger and disgust in his voice. Issei, who was still lying on the ground, didn't respond and just closed his eyes. Shimon. Adashino must be hard to have as a partner, twin star. Binyo. Yes, he's a loser, a pervert, his face is unpleasant, and he lacks character. He's a useless companion. Hearing this, Issei jumped up at the same time that a giant gorilla-shaped Kegger came out of the ground with 2 other smaller Kegger in its hands, which it quickly devoured, increasing its power. Atsushi. Are you serious? Fuzaki. This looks bad. The Kegger, without wasting time, put his hand into the ground and raised a large rock which he threw towards Issei and the others, but they dodged it. Shimon. Narukami City. The number and power of the Kegger is out of the ordinary. He said, beginning to draw his sword, but before drawing it, Issei passed by him, heading to the Kegger. Hei trying to follow Issei, but was stopped by Binyo, who grabbed him by the shoulder. Binyo. It's true, Issei has his problems, but he's not weak. Issei gets closer to the Kegger while his glove appears in his arm. The Kegger, upon seeing the glove, stepped back in fear, but quickly threw a punch towards Issei. Issei leaned a little and collided his fist against the Kegger, which due to Issei's strength, its body began to crack. Issei. I'm tired of fighting. He shouted angrily, increasing the force of his blow, to which the Kegger could not stand it anymore and exploded. All this is seen by a hooded boy who just laughed quietly. This alerted Issei and Shimon, who noticed his presence. The tension was released when Shimon's phone began to ring. Shimon. What if I say? He replied monotonously. Arima. Hello, Shimon-kun. I'm Arima. That was Issei-kun, wasn't it? You've already met. Good. He said happily. Shimon. Do you need anything? Arima. Excuse me, can you go back to Kyoto? Shimon. I haven't finished my research on Narukami, and I just felt a strange presence that was going to follow. Arima. These are urgent orders from your Onyaji boss. He interrupted seriously, to which the boy just closed his eyes and accepted. Shimon. Understood. Door of reality, open. He threw a talisman into the air, the door appeared, and he entered it, followed by the others. When the Redeed left, he walked calmly. Issei wanted to follow him, but the children they saved made a small bow thanking them. Children. Thank you for saving us. They all said in unison, bowing their heads. Issei. I'm glad you're okay. He said with a smile. Binyo observed this and smiled happily while looking at the brown-haired boy. On the other hand, we see Shimon, who is arriving with Arima. Shimon. I'm here now. Arima. Shimon-kun, take a look at this. He said, approaching a magazine that seems to be of an idol in a swimsuit. The innocent idol Sayaka-chan finally took out a book of photos in a bikini. He said with a smile. Shimon. Don't tell me that this was your urgent orders. Arima. Of course. It's incredible, isn't it? He said enthusiastically, raising his hands. I thought it was important for you to see it as soon as possible, come on. Let's see them together. Shimon. No. He said seriously. Arima. Really? He asked discouraged. Well, how was issei? Shimon. I'm not interested in the twin stars. Turning around and starting to walk. Arima. Where are you going? Shimon. Back to Narukami, too many kegger appear in addition to the presence I felt I must know what's happening. Arima. No need, knowing you, you'll take care of all the kegger, right? That's enough for now. Shimon. But sir. Arima. Good job. He said without giving it importance. Shimon. You lied to me, he said seriously. Arima. About what exactly? Shimon. Issei is not stronger than me. Arima. Hahaha, if you're right, he's still not stronger than you or any of the other two guardians. Shimon. Still. Arima. Yes, even though it may not seem like it, he is someone exceptional, but also someone who should not be angered. Shimon. From what I could see, he is just a pervert who, despite being weak, cares about others before himself. Arima. And that's what makes him dangerous. He said with a smile. Shimon. Excuse me. Leaving the place. Arima. We have to keep the twin stars motivated. He thought while smiling and rubbing his chin. Secret bedrooms. Issei and the others are arriving at the dorms when they hear voices in the dining room, and when they head there they find Ryogo, who is helping the old people prepare the table for lunch. Issei. Ryogo, what are you doing here? Ryogo. Well, the doctors discharged me today. Zenkichi. It's good that you came back. Atsushi Kuzaki. It's very good. Ryogo. Is N''T this weird? I just got out of the hospital. Kuzaki. Now the best of the secret dormitory are here. Atsushi. Yes, things weren't good without you, Ryogo. Ryogo. Sorry for worrying you. Binyo. It's okay, I'm glad you're better. Issei. I wasn't that worried. He said sitting down like Binyo. Thinking about having you bothering me made things worse. Zenkichi. Hey, how do you say that? Ryogo. That's it, now that I hear you grumbling I feel right at home. Issei. What do you mean? Atsushi. But what will we do with the next exorcism? Kuzaki. Maybe it's not good to return to work so soon. Ryogo. What do you say? I can't let them take care of it without me. Besides, the kegger are getting stronger. It's not bad to have all the strength possible. Ryogo said while Issei gave a small sigh seeing this guy's bandaged arm. Ryogo. And we can't let Binyo-san save us all the time. Hinako. That's right, that's without Binyo-sama's help, who knows how they would have managed. Atsushi Kuzaki. Good point. Binyo. Not just me. Issei. I should help. He said in the air, surprising the others. Ol Binyo iya. Issei. Well, Ryogo might have problems as soon as he returns. I thought you needed help. Ryogo. Issei really? He asked incredulously. Issei. I'm just saying it in case it's necessary. At that moment Ryogo approached Issei and hugged him by the neck. Ryogo. Of course. If it were necessary, huh? He said mockingly. Issei. Hey, let me go. Kuzaki. In that case, really. Atsushi. The best of the secret dormitory will be together. They said happily, throwing themselves at Issei. Issei. Hey, I don't like being hugged. Kinu. The Brad is finally serious millimeters, is something wrong Binyo-sama? He said while Binyo looks at Issei. Binyo. It's okay. Looking away. Lunch continued normally, and after half an hour everyone was in the living room when the sliding door was opened. Arima. Hello, Issei-kun, Binyo-kun. How have you been? He said happily. It's me, Tsuchimikado Arima, your very own Cupid. Cupid Arima was completely ignored because Issei and Binyo didn't care. What's up, tired of a long day? Issei. What do you want, pervert in underwear? Zenkichi. Hey. Arima. Hahaha, same as always, huh? I heard, you're back working as an onmyaji, right? Issei. And that. He said indifferently. Arima. Let's get to the point, I want you to get ready to leave. Issei. Where to? Arima. To a wonderful place. He said adjusting his glasses. Issei. Really? Arima. The place where their evolution as twin stars will be put to the test, the stage of the destiny they cannot avoid. Issei and Binyo looked at each other in disbelief, and without any other option, they got into the car together with Arila, who got in front of the wheel and began to drive at high speed. After several minutes Arima announced that they were about to arrive. Issei. It doesn't look like we're going to a test. He said, to which Binyo just nodded. Arima. We'll be there in a few minutes. Binyo. But we're still in the city. Arima. We're here. Stopping in front of a very luxurious house, but Issei and Binyo didn't give it any importance. Arima. What do you think? Incredible, right? I asked, starting to walk, followed by Binyo and Issei. Originally, I used it on vacation, but now what do you think? After several renovations, it's a dream house. It has 10,000 square meters, including a magnificent pool in the garden, air conditioning in every room, and heated floors, with excellent exterior insulation for your comfort all year round. The elegant, almost open-air bathroom has a continuous flow of water to cleanse the exhaustion from exorcisms, and the icing on the cake, the thing they put the most effort into during the renovations. Quickly opening the door in the middle of the house, revealing a room with only a clam-shaped bed and lanterns in the corners and a window on each side. Arima. The ultimate love nest for couples with a double bed. A battlefield for searching for each other with love and passion. Issei. Don't bother me, you pervert in your underwear. You're just showing off your house. What does this have to do with training? Arima. I'm sorry, but this place is no longer mine. Raising two fingers in a sign of love and peace. Binyo Issei. Huh? They both said confused. Arima. From now on it belongs to you too. He said enthusiastically. So the bed is yours, you're going to live here just the two of you so the Maiko can be born as soon as possible, that's your test. In fact, your destiny. Arima couldn't finish speaking when he was silenced by a knee to the face from Issei who slammed him against the wall. Issei. How about you fall asleep forever? Arima. How immature. Standing up and shaking the dirt off his clothes. Why are you bothered? Issei. For everything, in the first place, don't even accept the twin stars thing. Binyo. It's impossible. Arima. The movers have arrived very late with their things. Issei. Binyo. What did you say? Quickly going down to the entrance where the boxes with his things are indeed there. Arima. I understand your objections, but I have a duty to ensure that the prophecy is fulfilled. Issei. Don't bother Arima, hey Kanako, say something. He said while getting a little closer to Binyo, to which Kanako appeared. Kanako. Do you think I will, brainless? As long as Binyo-sama takes orders from Arima-sama, I can't object. Issei. Seriously? Arima. Can I take Kanako for a moment? Then I'll give him back. Binyo, can I say a word when Arima took Kanako and took him away? See you. Issei. Damn, that guy really is that no matter what, it will be better to sort these things out. Binyo and Issei didn't say any more words and started to move all their things, of course each one to a different room because they wouldn't sleep together. After a while, each one's boxes were already in their rooms. Issei. How did this happen? He said, punching the air. On the other hand, we see that Arima is observing everything from cameras that are in everyone's rooms. Arima. He does resist, well, what about Binyo-chan? Kanako. What a disgusting pastime, you'll pay if you see something you shouldn't. He said, sitting on the shoulder of the bicolor. Arima. Nothing happens, don't worry. He said while changing the camera to Binyo's. While she stands there doing nothing while she mentally arranges her room, once she has made up her mind she is ready to move the bed, but no matter how hard she tries it won't move. Arima. I'm sorry but that won't move, you'll have to do this. Touching a button caused Binyo and Issei's rooms to automatically lock and the handle to disappear, while the wall dividing Issei and Binyo's rooms began to descend at the same time as the ceiling opened and the rooms began to slide to one side, causing Binyo and Issei to slide down to the bottom of the rooms, but curiously the beds and a small table did not move from their place. Issei. Damn, what is this? At that moment a screen appears above the rooms through which it is arranged. Arima. Hello, things have taken a strange turn, huh? Issei. It's your fault. What the hell is this? Arima. It's your first test, you see the window in the roof, right? Issei and Binyo turn to look up, noticing a screwdriver hanging from a rope and behind it there is a small window. Arima. If you go in there, at the end of the duct you will see a button that will restore the rooms, you must work together to press it, and since I put a barrier that blocks spiritual power, you cannot use enchantments, do your best. The screen disappeared. Issei. Damn, he won't stop his stupid tricks. Binyo. It doesn't matter, we have to get out of here, first the bed, then the table, and finally the other bed, the last step is to use the screwdriver to open the window and get in. Issei. We'll have to work together, okay here I go. The brunette jumped trying to hold on to the bed, but slipped and fell headfirst against the wall. Binyo. I'll go. The girl jumped and landed cleanly, but because of the jump her skirt lifted up and Issei could see her white panties, but he didn't say anything and got back up. "Binyo. Come on, get in," he said, extending his hand. The brunette jumped and took Binyo's hand who pulled him up so Issei fell on top of her, but when he fell on the mattress their lips began to come closer, but before joining Issei stabilized Arima, who is still in the car looks at everything with enthusiasm. Arima. How good to press her against the wall for the first time. Hinako. It's not a wall, it's a bed. Returning to the couple. Issei. Only one can go up to the table. Binyo. Go first and then join your hands and help me jump onto the other bed. Issei jumped onto the table and placed his hands in position, but Binyo stopped before jumping. Binyo. Don't look, okay? Close your eyes. Issei. Okay. The brown-haired boy closed his eyes and Binyo jumped, but since Issei wasn't looking and Binyo's inclination caused her knee to hit Issei's face, both of them falling at the beginning. Binyo. You weren't looking. Issei. What do you want me to do? Arima saw this and sighed. Arima. Go on and start again. On the other hand, we see Mayara who arrived at the Sika dorms in search of Issei, only to receive the news that he is no longer in the dorms. Mayara. What? Issei and Adashino-san live together? I ask a little upset while small tears threatened to come out of her eyes. The two of them alone. Zinkichi. They have a very elegant bed, he said calmly while eating a cookie. Mayara. Grandpa. Why didn't you stop them? Shaking him from side to side. Returning to the couple, Issei and Binyo had already tried to reach 10 kisses, but as they did not synchronize well, they could not reach it like that, spending 30 minutes reaching 6 at night. Issei. Well, this time we will do it. Binyo. Okay, here I go. The girl jumped and reached the hands of the one who pushed her up. She was pretty smooth so Binyo reached the last bed. Issei also jumped but couldn't reach it. He was about to fall and Binyo took him by the hand and pulled him up. Issei. Just the window. Binyo. I can't reach it and it will be very difficult to use it with one hand. Lifting us on shoulders. They said to Anizono blushing a little. Issei. If you don't mind. Binyo. I don't think it's a problem. She said a little shyly. Issei. Well, get on my back. He said, crouching down. Binyo did as requested and put her legs around Issei's neck. Issei. Waits. He said to which Binyo squeezed him with his thighs but he didn't stay behind and with his hands he affirmed Binyo's grip. Binyo. I reached for it. Taking the screwdriver and starting to remove the screws from the window. Arima's smile grew as he watched the two's actions. Arima. It's good to be young, but it's almost time for the meeting. He said seriously. Continuing with the couple, Binyo has already finished removing the window. Issei. If we make it, now climb on my shoulders and then on my head to enter. Binyo. That's too much. Issei. Don't worry, you want to get out of this, right? I'll come after you. Binyo. Then thank you. She said somewhat blushing. Binyo leaned on Issei to get in and behind her Issei jumped in, both of them starting to crawl until they reached the button, although Issei, who is behind Binyo, has a good view of the girl's butt. Finally, they reach the button and when they press it, everything returns to normal and they fall to the ground from the duct at the same time that Arima enters. Arima. Congratulations on passing the test, now take a bath because we'll have to go to the meeting. Issei. Someone else is going. I asked. Arima. Just Shimon-kun, you and me. Issei. Fine, but where will the meeting be? Arima. It will be at Kuo Academy. Issei. I expected it. Time skip 7 p.m, scene change. Kuo Academy. In the academy you can see the leaders who are impatiently waiting for the leader of the Onmyaji. Bali. Hey Azazel, it's 7 o'clock at night and they haven't arrived yet. Azazel. I don't understand why you're in such a hurry for them to arrive. Auden. They won't be long in coming. Bali. I'm only interested in knowing how strong he is. Saji. You mean the guy who has the same name as the useless one? Yeah. Because you are interested, he is not a problem for you. She said kissing the blonde. At that moment their talk was interrupted because the door was opened by Arima and behind him were Binyo, Shimon and lastly Issei who entered with a serious face, but when he saw all the leaders a smile appeared on his face. Arima. Sorry for the delay, but several things came up. Surziches. No problem, well now that we're all gathered let's start the meeting. Zeus. First, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Zeus. I am the leader of Greek mythology. Auden. I am Auden and the leader of Norse mythology. Saji. My name is Saji Genshiru and I am the bearer of the Dragon King Vitra. He said haughtily. Vali. My name is Vali Lucifer. I am the son of the original Lucifer and bearer of the white Celestia dragon. He said with a smile that at first glance did not bode well. Issei noticed that Volley was staring at him, but he did not look away. Arima. A pleasure, my name is Arima Tsuchimikado, I am the leader of the Onyaji, and they are my companions. He is Ikaruga Shimon, he is one of the two guardians. Shimon. A pleasure. Binyo. A pleasure, my name is Adashino Binyo. The girl introduced herself formally, but upon seeing her, Saji approached her with all intention, but before he could touch her or even say anything, Issei stood in the middle, standing in front of Saji, who was annoyed by the action, but Issei did N''T take it seriously. Issei. My name is Issei. The brown-haired boy didn't say anything else, but Ria and Yura, upon seeing him, noticed that he really is Issei, but before they could say anything, Issei looked at them indifferently, so they didn't say anything. Once everyone was seated, they began to talk and share information, so Arima gave them information about the Kegger and Megano, showing the leaders information about the factions, as well as that the Kegger devour renegade demons, and vice versa. An hour passed where everything went smoothly until. Michael. I'm glad to know the situation with the Kegger isn't too bad for now. Arima. Me too, so without anything else to say, all that remains is to form the alliance. Surziches. Of course, no problem. The redeed was interrupted by Volley. Volley. Before signing the alliance I want to have a fight just to make sure they are not weak. Saji. I agree with Volley, even if they don't win there's no problem, it's just to know how strong Arima-sama-sama's three companions are. He said with an arrogant smile. At that moment the door is opened through which Sekiryuutei enters along with his pawn Regulus. Sekiryuutei. Excuse the interruption, but I also want to fight, besides Arima-sama's companions are three, so there won't be any problems, right? Shimon. If you want to fight for my sake. Binyo. It's the same for me. Saji heard this and smiled because he thought he could touch the girl, but his smile disappeared when Issei spoke with a grim smile. Issei. No, it is not necessary for those two to fight, it will be you three against me. Saji. You're stupid, you can't handle any of them, and you want to fight all three of them. Issei. If you are afraid, just say so. Ready, hook set, just need to get a bite. Saji. Who do you think you are? We agree to fight, but don't cry when I'm asking you. Once the fight was confirmed, the arena did not take long to be created. The leaders from the school watched with intrigue as the houses would develop. Ria. This fight is useless, it's impossible for him to win, my Saji will beat him very easily. Hearing this for some reason bothered Binyo a little. Binyo. He won't lose, but don't just watch. Meanwhile on the battlefield Issei looks with simplicity at the trio that is a few meters in front of him. Issei places his hands in his pockets and does nothing else. Saji. You're not going to say anything. Issei didn't answer him. I am fed up. Shouted the blonde launching himself furiously against Issei quickly reaching him. The blonde throws a left punch that Issei dodges moving aside to quickly hit the jaw, followed by an ascending blow to the chin, ending with a kick to the 100, causing the blonde to be thrown crashing into several trees. This happened in just 2 seconds astonishing the leaders, but Sekiryuutei wasted no time and appeared in front of Issei, trying to connect a blow to the face. Issei leaned a little forward dodging the blow, and once in that position, he gave a strong blow to the black-haired man's face, which was thrown with great force. 2 out of 3. Said Volley appearing in front of Issei giving a blow to the chest that Issei could only block with his arm, but when he did it, he felt how his arm broke, and by the force of the blow, Issei was thrown at great speed being stopped by Sekiryuutei, who while still in the air, Issei grabbed him by the leg, and with great force, slammed him against the ground. Issei felt like the bones in his chest and abdomen cracked, but Sekiryuutei still not satisfied, lifted him up again, and this time slammed him on his back against the ground, causing the brown-haired man to spit blood. Issei's girls who were present the whole time got worried and were about to go in to help the brown-haired boy, but he looked in their direction. Issei could N''T see them, but he knew they were there. This made the girls stop and trust Issei. On the part of Binyo and Shimon, they asked to enter, which Surziches accepted because he knows that if Issei dies, it will be a bad start for the alliance, but they were stopped by Arima. Arima. I know what you think Searches, but don't worry, Issei hasn't fought at his full power yet. This intrigued the leaders who continued to fight. Issei didn't have time to think when Sekiryuutei let go of his leg and roughly grabbed his broken arm and began to put pressure on it. Issei began to feel pain, but didn't show it. From one moment to the next Saji came out of the trees in his balance break, who shot towards Issei who was in front of Sekiryuutei. Issei thought quickly and barely jumped, while Sekiryuutei still held his arm. Issei was already in the air and began to spin on himself, causing Sekiryuutei's arm to begin to twist, and then the brown-haired man fell behind the black-haired man, causing Sekiryuutei's arm to break and dislocate backwards, while Saji couldn't stop because of his speed, and ended up hitting Sekiryuutei in the chest who spat out blood, released Is and crashed into several trees. Before Issei could move, a huge beam of golden light coming from Sekiryuutei shot into the sky and then killed Sekiryuutei with his armor and his arm in perfect condition. Issei thoughts. I used his balance break to heal his arm. The brown-haired boy placed himself in a fighting stance, which Vali observed carefully and thought he saw the Sekiryuutei's armor on Issei. This caused the albino to smile in a macabre way. Vali. Ha 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 ha, it can't be, you're really impressive Issei, you've survived a lot of Haidu. Issei. What do you mean, Vali? Vali. Ha 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 ha, I mean no matter what happens to you, destiny is on your side. Issei. Get straight to the point, Lucifer. This caused the albino to laugh even harder. Vali. Don't try to deny it, tell me, do you remember your brothers when you lived with the Haidu, that is, before reincarnating? Issei. I had brothers. He said seriously. Vali. Oh, but you had it alone, even your parents couldn't accept what happened. Issei. Vali. Well, I'll be direct. You Haidu Issei killed your brothers. End of cap. Chapter 12 The Truth of Hinatsuki. Continuing the previous part. The brown-haired boy placed himself in a fighting stance, something that Vali observed carefully, and he was pleased to see the Sekiryuutei's armor on Issei. This caused the albino to smile in a macabre way. Vali, ha 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 ha, it can't be, you're really impressive Issei, you've survived a lot of Haidu. Issei, what do you mean, Vali? Vali, ha 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 ha, I mean no matter what happens to you, destiny is on your side. Issei, get straight to the point, Lucifer. This caused the albino to laugh even harder. Vali, don't try to deny it, tell me, do you remember your brothers when you lived with the Haidu, that is, before reincarnating? Issei, I had brothers. He said seriously. Vali, oh, but you had it alone, even your parents couldn't accept what happened. Issei. Vali, well, I'll be direct. You Haidu Issei killed your brothers. At that moment an unusual laugh resounded throughout the arena. Issei. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. But you're such an idiot, where do you get that I had brothers? I'm an only child unlike you, because your mother did have more children, right? He said with a big mocking smile. The leaders heard this and their faces changed. Hearing that Issei Haidu is still alive bothered them, something that Arima noticed and took advantage of. Harem. Because those faces seemed to have already known him. They said nothing and continued watching the confrontation. Saji. Hey Vali, stop your nonsense and let's finish this. Placing himself in a fighting stance while Valio's whips extended from his armor. Sekiryuutei. I think the same. Vali. Shut up, you bastard, how dare you. I'll kill you, balance break. Shouted the albino very annoyed attacking the brown-haired boy. The albino attacked Issei and connected a blow to his face, to which the brunette was thrown with great force towards a mountain, but before he crashed into it, Saji appeared behind him and with a kick to the back, sent Issei to the sky, where Sekiryuutei put his two hands together and connected a blow to his head that embedded him in the ground. Not content with it, the black-haired man went down at great speed, with his leg extended to finally slam his foot against the brunette's abdomen, which spat out a large amount of blood, debris flew out, and a cloud of dust rose. The leaders thought that Issei was dead, but that thought went to the trash when they saw a red glove with yellow shining through the dust and grabbed Sekiryuutei's face. This surprised the aforementioned, who took the glove and tried to get away, but it was in vain because the grip was very firm. Issei. That was a good hit, it's my turn. He said with a big smile while his entire head is covered in blood. Issei's glove began to glow a red color with more intensity, and then a powerful beam of energy was launched directly at the black-haired man's face, which was dragged across the arena, raising a lot of debris until it stopped. Issei didn't stop and turned to see Saji and Vali with a smile that gave them all chills. Issei staggered as he turned around, coming face to face with Vali and Saji. Vali. No matter how much you train, you will no longer be able to match us in power. Saji. I always envied you, you're always surrounded by beautiful girls, even Sona noticed you, that irritates me. Both began to increase their power, while Saji was surrounded by a black aura and Vali by a white one. Vali launched himself first and threw a punch at Issei's face, while Saji appeared behind the brunette and also threw a punch, but Issei quickly ducked, causing Vali and Saji to hit each other and were thrown in different directions. Issei. No, the fight is against me, hahaha. Issei's laughter was interrupted by Sekiryuutei, who appeared behind him and connected a punch to the chestnut's head, slamming him into the ground, creating a crater. The blow was so strong that Issei fell unconscious. Issei subconscious. We see Issei in a completely white place similar to the place where the old Dragakari carriers were, the only difference is that in the place there is nothing but pure white. Issei. I was careless, but I don't seem to mind dying. The brown-haired man said this calmly when he heard a voice behind him. Ah, but this is very interesting, don't you believe it? Said the voice of a woman, to which Issei turned around looking at four people. Issei. Who are you? You brought us here, you should know that. Said this time the voice of a man. Issei. But I've never seen them before. He said confused. You don't know us, but we took the liberty of looking into your memories. Said another man's voice. And we want to ask for your forgiveness on behalf of the demons. The voice of a third man. Issei. By the demons. That means. Lucifer. Yes, we are the first demons. Issei. Ah, I see you are here for the sword, right? Lucifer. That's right, but let us introduce ourselves. I am Lucifer, the first demon. Beelzebub. I am the demon king Beelzebub. Asmodeus. Nice to meet you, I am the demon king Asmodeus. Levia, a pleasure. I am the demon queen Leviathan, but you can call me Levia. Each one introduced themselves, but Issei was more interested in Levia because she is very beautiful. Issei. MN. Clearing his throat. It's a pleasure to meet you, especially such a beautiful lady. But who is that standing several meters behind you? The demons were not surprised, only a shadow could be seen staring at Issei. Lucifer. I would like to answer your questions, but it will be at another time. Asmodeus. Now finish that fight and don't lose. Issei began to wake up, but before doing so he could see how that shadow was staring at him. Issei woke up and jumped back up, noticing that Vali, Saji, and Sekiryuutei declared themselves winners. Issei thoughts. It's clear that these guys haven't used their full power yet, but that doesn't mean they can't knock them out. Issei started clapping as he walks calmly. Issei. Congratulations, but what are you celebrating? Saji. You're still conscious. Issei. If any problem, or also envy my monstrous resistance. Saji. Who the hell would envy something from you? He said annoyed. Issei. You apparently don't remember that you tried to take my princess out of the water, but you stupidly failed. Saji. Damn, who the buck do you think you are? Issei thoughts. Go ahead, bite the tallow. Issei. Someone far superior to you and above all, I was able to obtain Sona's love hahaha. This enraged Saji who put his armor back on and attacked the brown-haired boy who with a smile, dodged all the attacks the blonde threw at him. Issei. And so you wanted to be my water princess's partner, how pathetic. The provocations had an effect because the blonde couldn't take it anymore and rose into the air. Saji. Sekiryuutei, Vali, step aside, I'm going to destroy him along with all the sand. The two mentioned only rose into the air, while the blonde began to gather power in a large sphere, which after a few seconds he launched in the direction of Issei. The sphere of power made contact with the arena, a great explosion that destroyed a large part of the entire arena, was not long in coming. After the explosion the three went down to the largest part that remained of the arena. The leaders thought that now they had killed him, thoughts that went to the trash when they heard Issei's voice. Issei, that was dangerous. Everyone looked in disbelief at Issei standing on a piece of sand. Vali, Sekiryuutei and Saji could N''T believe that Issei was still alive after that, but due to their distraction, they didn't notice that all the floating debris began to engulf themselves in white fire until it was too late. Issei, Rixei gun, Luvia de Estrellas. All the debris, engulfed in white fire, flew at high speed, several meters above the three aforementioned, and then began to fall on them with great force and speed, so much so that they were slammed into the ground. The rain continued unabated, and even with time, the speed and force increased. Blood began to flow from the three as their armor was shattered. As the three are slaughtered, the leaders watch this in disbelief, until Hades decides to speak. Hades. Harem, tell me when that boy showed up. Pointing at Shimon. He said he's one of the two guardians, so I guess those two guardians are the strongest on Myaoji, right? Harem. That's right, because the question. Hades. Tell me, that boy pointing this time at Issei is also one of the two guardians. Harem. No, he is not one of the two guardians. Azazel. What is the reason? I asked with some concern for the answer. Harem. Because he is still very weak. Michael. That means Shimon-kun is stronger than Issei. Harem. That's right, Issei-kun still has a long way to go to become one of the two guardians. This worried the leaders because if it is true that Shimon is stronger than Issei, it means that the other guardians are more powerful, and seeing the power that Issei has demonstrated, but their concern diminishes a little when they remember that Saji, Vali and Sekiryuutei have not yet used their full power. Everyone's attention returned to what remains of the arena as they saw how the white fire changed to a dark one, and the brown-haired boy's eyes changed to red and his pupils to a fire orange with black. Balo, Saji and Sekiryuutei, who are still under Issei's attack, began to scream as the attacks were more painful. Issei watched as his glove began to change color, which made him react by stopping his attack. Issei. What was that? Jadinate thought. The adrenaline left Issei's body so he began to feel pain, but he didn't show it. Issei. I'm done. He shouted so the leaders could hear, but the only one who reacted was Hades, who snapped his fingers, and in a few seconds the brown-haired boy appeared in front of them. Arima. Well, I think with this fight everything is clear, so we leave. The leaders didn't say anything, so Arima, Binyo, Shimon, and Issei began to leave. Along the way, Issei began talking to the girls through a small magic circle. Sekiryuutei. Issei, will you come back quickly, I asked. Lefei. So we can assist you. Beige Ravel. We need to make sure you're not seriously hurt. Issei. Girls, thanks for worrying, but I don't think I can make it today, Arima wants to talk to me. He said in his thoughts, but the girls heard. Serafal. But you're hurt and we have to heal you. Issei. Don't worry, I'll arrive tomorrow afternoon, okay? The girls reluctantly agreed and cut off communication. Binyo. How serious are your injuries? He said looking at Issei, who is covered in blood. Issei. Don't worry, with a bath I'll be fine. He said looking at Binyo, feeling that she is missing something. Besides, this way I won't have to do exorcisms. Shimon. It would have been better if you had let us fight. Issei. Just because you're stronger than me doesn't mean I'll let you solve my problems, and you'll only be stronger than me for a while. They got into the car and headed to the house Issei and Binyo now share, leaving Shimon behind on the way. After several minutes, they arrived at the mansion. Binyo entered first, while Issei and Arima stayed in the car. Issei. Arima, did you see what I did a few moments ago? Seriously, Shimon is stronger than me. Arima. That's right, he's stronger than you, but I don't think it's by much because now you have several reasons to fight. Issei. Mention one. Arima. Binyo-chan, do you really think I didn't see how you took her away from that boy, Saji? Issei. I just didn't want him to get close to me. Arima. Issei, I'm not going to force you to tell me who you are or what you've been through, but if you want, I'll listen. Issei. Maybe I'll tell you, but first there's someone I have to tell. Arima. I'll be waiting. After a few seconds, Arima left and Issei went to take a bath. After 20 minutes, Issei left his room already changed. He went down to the main room where he watched as Binyo looked for something, a little upset. Issei. Binyo, what are you looking for? He asked him. Binyo. My hair clip. Issei. Ooh oh, so that was it, no wonder you looked a little different. Binyo. What do you mean? Issei. Oh, I know, follow me. He said taking her hand and leading her to the vent from which they came out, and after a while he entered, and after a few seconds Issei came down with a hair clip and gave it to the girl, who thanked him and quickly entered her room, closing the door and then leaning on it and wondering. Binyo. He looks at me so much to realize it. He said in a low voice. I'm skip next day 11 a.m. We see Issei and Binyo, who are sitting in the main room next to each other, while Mayur questions. I'm a little upset since not long ago she had arrived upon learning that Binyo and Issei are engaged. Mayur. Get married and have a child. She said, upset and blushing. You disagreed with this? Issei. Of course not with her. Binyo. It's ridiculous. Mayur. So why do you live together? Issei. I told you they forced us. Binyo. Fu LG Fanyaji, Tsuchimikado Arima-sama. Issei. Yes, the pervert in underwear decided it. At that moment Mayur takes Issei by the arms. Mayur. Issei, don't tell me, are you planning on becoming an Onmyaji again? He said with his voice about to break. Are you going to fight the Kegger again? Issei. About that. Mayur. Wait, you've already been fighting. Issei. Mayur. Why? After everything you went through you said you didn't want to fight again. I don't want to see you like that again. Binyo. I can say something. He said standing up. It is true that he has his doubts about being an Onmyaji, but his actions saved lives that would have been lost without him. But only when he is serious. He is worthy of praise for ignoring what happened to him and getting back up. Mayur. But what does it matter if he dies? Binyo. He was never forced into battle. It's something where he's truly needed. Mayur. I say Issei doesn't have to do something so dangerous. Binyo. I recognize and respect his strength, but looking at it another way, if he is not an Onmyaji, he has nothing more. Mayur. Issei, what do you think? What do you really want? Binyo. Let's get that straight now, do you want to fight as an Onmyaji or not? Issei. Fighting doesn't please me, and although there are more people who can fight, there are also problems that are stuck to me. He said staring at Mayur. Mayur. Issei, well, do what you want. She said with small tears in her eyes and then ran out of the mansion. Issei sits on the couch with heaviness because he didn't like making Mayur cry. Hinako. Binyo-sama, it's time for your Hagi lunch. She said entering through the sliding door. Millimeters and this. She said raising what appeared to be a concealment amulet. Issei. It's the amulet of Mayur. Binyo. Is it an amulet? Issei. Yes, he's been wearing it since we were kids. Binyo. I should give it to you as soon as possible. Giving the amulet to Issei. It's to prevent the Kegger from sensing a great power. If they hide it with a Mayara amulet, it must have great power. Issei didn't need more and ran at high speed towards Mayara, which arrived at a train station. Mayara. That idiot doesn't even know what I feel. Mayara continued walking calmly until through a glass window at the station, Mayara is stopped by a Kegger in the shape of a child. Mayara looked at the glass and noticed how the Kegger smiled grimly, unable to react when the Kegger pulled her towards it, so Mayara was taken to Megano. Mayara. This place is, she said, seeing that it is in the same train station, but it is totally destroyed. Mayara turned around, noticing that the same Kegger began to grow in size, taking its true form, which is a human form with octopus tentacles instead of legs. The Kegger with its tentacles entangled Mistura's arms and legs, beginning to squeeze her neck. The Kegger brought the girl closer to its mouth while she remembers that she promised this to be her partner. Mayara. Help, she said with tears coming out of her eyes. The Kegger smiled and opened his mouth ready to eat the girl. But at that moment, despite having most of his bones broken, Issei appeared and with an angry face, hit him in the face with his glove. Issei. What the hell are you doing to Mayara? He shouted angrily. Kegger stepped back, releasing Mayara. Before she fell to the ground, Issei caught her in the air. Mayara. Issei, you came for me. Issei. Yes, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Mayara fell unconscious from the recent asphyxiation, so Issei dragged her away from the Kegger. Issei. Wretch. He said, looking sideways at the Kegger, who laughs mockingly. Issei got into a fighting stance, but before he could launch himself, Binyo appeared at his side with his enchantments on. Binyo. Move aside, I'll take care of it. Issei. No, I'll tear it to pieces. They both took a fighting stance while the Kegger laughed even louder. All of this was seen by the same headed figure who watched them the time they helped the elementary school children. Scene change, Sika bedrooms. Kinu. Whether they are twin stars or not, let her live alone under the same star with a boy. Arima-sama is rushing things too much. Zenkichi. Don't worry, even though Issei is very direct, he won't do anything bad. The conversation between the two was interrupted when they saw Atsushi roll out of the living room, so they quickly headed to the living room. Zenkichi. Tsushi. What happened? Approaching the boy but quickly noticed the presence of someone else. And you, Seijin. He said, looking at a man who is sitting on the couch. Seijin Amawaka is one of the 12 guardians, with the title of White Tiger, by Akko. He is the father of Mayara Atomi and the husband of Yukari Atomi, Mayara Atomi's mother. He was the mentor of Shimonai Karuga. In addition to being his trainer, Seijin, along with his wife, were the ones who found Issei in Megano. He's always seen wearing a suit. He has long, black hair with yellow bangs and lifeless black eyes with bags underneath. Seijin looks younger than his age, which is why many Onyaji are surprised that he's Mayara's father. Seijin. Hello, old man, you look good, I'm glad to see you haven't kicked the bucket yet. He said in a monotonous and bored voice. Kinu. What is someone like you doing here? Seijin. The old woman from Kyoto. How long ago? As for why they sent me here, the old man must have guessed, right? I heard that a certain dwarf was using his power non-stop, so part of it was to teach him a lesson, and the other thing, it happened again, right? Someone was corrupted by Kegger. Ryogo. Corrupted by Kegger. Kuzaki. What is that? Zenkichi. Did the Onyaji Union also notice it? Seijin. Of course. Not at the door. Zenkichi. Seigan, Baze. Seijin. Yes. I'll fix my idiot student's mess. Entering Megano. Meanwhile, with Issei and Binyo, they began to fight against the Kegger while Kanako takes care of Mayara. Issei. This is bad, the Kegger are getting stronger and stronger. Seijin. Why are you staying in the clouds? He said as Issei stopped moving. Well, the Kegger was broken into pieces and then exploded. Seijin observed Mayara on the ground and headed towards her, then turned her around and looked at Issei. Seijin. Hello, we meet again, dwarf. Hey kid, you have something to tell me, right? Approaching the brown-haired boy. Issei. I have nothing to tell you. Seijin. If you keep playing dumb, I'll give you a good beating. Arima told me. You've been testing the power of this arm, huh? He said, taking Issei's glove. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you're not saying you want to be an Onyaji again, are you? Issei. I just want to save others and not have them go through what I did. Seijin heard this and hit Issei in the face, knocking him to the ground. Seijin. You think power is such a noble thing? You'd better forget that idealistic rubbish. Issei. Idealistic trash, my idealistic trash burned to ashes 5 years ago. Seijin. Then why don't you show me what you can achieve with that arm and how committed you are? He said, taking a stone in his hands. Fight against my dwarf, if you defeat me, you will prove that you have what it takes, right? Then you can do whatever you want. crushing the stone in his hands. But no interfering. Attack me as if you wanted to kill me. This is seen by Kanako and Binyo, who are surprised. Kanako. I don't care what happens to the brat, but that seems bad for him, doesn't it? Binyo. 5 years ago. On the other hand, in the Sika dorms, Ryogo and the others ask about what Seijin said. Ryogo. Well, Jisama, what is that corruption by Kegger that I mentioned? Zenkichi. Suppose I should tell you, when people hate each other, they accumulate impurities in body and soul. And in the same way, the bodies of those with great powers sometimes become Kegger. That phenomenon is corruption by Kegger. Ryogo. It can't be true, can people become Kegger? Zenkichi. The first case was confirmed 5 years ago. Ryogo. Perhaps, he said, surprised. Zenkichi. Yes, the tragedy of Hinatsuki. Ryogo. So, that time issei. Kinu. What are you talking about? What happened to the boy? I asked, trembling slightly. Zenkichi. Didn't you know? Issei survived the Hinatsuki tragedy. Kinu. How terrible. Ryogo. What's going on? Binyo-san has some connection to the Hinatsuki dormitory. Kinu. Binyo-sama's family was murdered by the Kegger. They were a family of 4. Father, mother, and a twin brother. After the death of their parents, Binyo-sama remained in the Adashino family as the successor, and her brother, Yudo-sama, was adopted by his father's family, the Ijika. Binyo-sama's brother was in the Hinatsuki dorms. Meanwhile in Magano, Issei and Seijin prepared to fight. Seijin. Let's go. May those who stray from the blessings receive the blow of the divided arrow. Throwing a talisman into the air and then touching it with a fist that still has the stones. Air fissure bullets come immediately. He opened his hand and the stones that are in these were wrapped in blue fire and began to shoot them one by one at great pressure. Issei began to dodge the bullets. Kanako. That's the same attack the brat uses. Binyo. But the amount of power is incomparable. Seijin. It's over. He said monotonously while a stone floats over his hand. Issei. Air fissure bullet. Said Issei from the cloud of dust while a large rock wrapped in white fire was thrown toward Seijin, but he did not flinch. Seijin. Size isn't everything. He said, firing his last bullet, destroying Issei's. Issei used the rock as a distraction and jumped against Seijin and threw a punch, but Seijin stopped it with his hand and Issei noticed that his glove disappeared. Seijin. I didn't tell you to be serious. An idiot like you talking about being an onmyaji. He said, kicking the brown-haired boy in the stomach who fell to his knees. Your arm doesn't save people. Putting his foot on Issei's back. It's to reject the hands of people who need help. You haven't forgotten what you did in Hinatsuki, have you? Binyo. Hinatsuki, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Seijin. I see husband and wife can't have secrets, right? Issei. Seijin. Seijin. I'll tell you how his right arm became stained with blood. Issei. Stop. Don't do it. He said, getting up, but Issei ignored him. Seijin. I don't know why the hell Arima didn't tell him before, but he definitely deserves to know. 5 years ago, the Hinatsuki dormitory, home to several onmyaji apprentices, was attacked by a group of Kegger from Magano, and almost all of them died. It's what people know as the Hinatsuki tragedy. He said, passing by Binyo. But it's not what really happened that day 5 years ago, the night of the tragedy. No Kegger appeared from Magano. And why did the apprentices die? It's very simple, the only survivor. Issei killed all the apprentices. Binyo. Is what he said true? Issei didn't respond. Don't stay there. Say something, please. Say something. The same thing again. Answer, Issei. He said, shouting. Seijin. Pay attention, dwarf. This girl had a brother. When her parents died, one of her relatives adopted him and he started using another surname. She is the sister of Ijika Yudo. Issei. Lahamana to Yudo. Binyo. Tell me the truth, Issei. Issei. It's true, it was me. I killed everyone in Hinatsuki with my own hands. Binyo. You killed my brother, face me, Issei. He shouted, drawing his sword. Seijin. Lower the Adashino girl's sword. Binyo. Yo. Seijin. I'm not trying to cover for my idiot student, but that's not the whole story. How fun, do you mind if I join you? Said the hooded man who was watching them. Hello, Issei, how long? Seijin. Hello, idiot student number 2. Your appearance saves me trouble. Long time no see, Seijin-san. What's one of the 2 guardians doing here? Seijin. You should know. I came to clean up my idiot student's mess. Raising a talisman with claw-shaped symbols. Always so kind, Seijin-san. But do you think you should fight me now? What if the idiot student number 2 hurts Mayuri-chan by mistake? Seijin lowered his talisman. Besides, I only came to talk to Issei. Binyo. Nai-sama. She said incredulously. Issei, why are you so quiet? Say something, come on, Issei. Issei. Why? Why are you still alive, Yudo? He shouted angrily. Udo Ijika is the twin brother of Binyo Adashino. He was an old friend and current enemy of Issei and the person behind the Hinatsuki tragedy. He has blue hair, one yellow eye with an eye patch, and has been seen wearing a white uniform. Udo. I'm not sure how to respond to that. The wound from 5 years ago healed just fine. Besides, shouldn't I be saying something like, I'm glad you're alive, Udo? Issei. Stop joking. Issei ran against Udo, but he raised 2 fingers and from the ground chains appeared which tangled Issei. Sejin thoughts. I don't use a talisman. Udo. Don't make that face, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, let's talk calmly. We're friends, right? He said mockingly. Issei. Friends. Don't buck with me. What do you think you did to the others at the Hinatsuki dorm 5 years ago? Udo. What did I do? I was just trying to give them more power. Plus, you did it to them, ha 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 ha. A lot happened that night. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Issei? Flashback in the Hinatsuki dormitories. 9:30 p.m. Child. How much longer are we going to wait? Girl. Is N''T it ready yet? Udo. No, sorry. Child 2. And that's ready. Udo. Okay, thanks. Kid 3. Great. Now we can be as strong as Issei and Udo. Udo. Of course, you'll see. He said, walking towards a table where he has several paper dolls and under each doll, there is a photo of all the children who live in Hinatsuki. Then he began to recite a chant. Sekiryuutei so adahakimiku onasarahit namasu asahoriki ahaya asabasatomasenu asakirani. Pegra no ohakami aremaseshimus. Meanwhile in the dining room is Issei along with one of his companions. Issei. Where are the others? Hikari, they went to Udo's room. Issei. There is nothing good to eat here, I should go to the store. The brown-haired boy headed to the door with the intention of leaving, being followed by his companions. Hikari. We can't go out at night. Issei. It's okay, Sejin and the old man said they would be late. Heading to the door trying to open it, but despite the fact that it is not locked, it does not open. Hikari. If they find out, they'll hold us responsible. Issei. The door won't open. Hikari. It doesn't open, that's ridiculous. They tried to open the door, but suddenly they heard screams coming from Udo's room. They ran to that room, and upon entering they found all their companions who were on the floor. Yuna. Issei, help me, Issei, please, I don't want to be a kegger. She said through tears. At that moment everyone else turned to Issei saying that they didn't want to be a kegger, while Udo continues with his experiments. Issei. Hikari, get out of here and don't come back, the dining room window is open, go out through there. Hikari. But. Issei. Now. The girl left and Issei closed the door. Yuna. Issei, help me, I'm scared. The girl's body began to change color as a sign that she was becoming a kegger, but before that happens, Issei apologizes for later. Issei. Forgive me. At that moment the brown-haired man pierced the girl's chest, taking out her heart and falling to the ground. Issei approached the others and one by one, while his friend saw him with tears he killed them in the least painful way before they became kegger. Issei went towards Udo, but before he got there he fell to the ground, in the middle of all the blood. Issei noticed how a white glove appeared on his right arm, but that white did not remain for long, because the glove began to absorb the blood. Issei got up and launched himself at Udo, who with his glove, connected a punch in the abdomen, and he was thrown out of the dorms. Then flashback. Binyo. What are you talking about? Sejin. Listen carefully, Adashino girl, what you heard is the truth about the Hinatsuki tragedy. Binyo. But I don't understand what happened to the apprentices. Sejin. Of course you don't know anything about corruption because of kegger. Binyo. Corruption by kegger. Sejin. It's when a living human becomes kegger, when that happens you can only save them by ending their lives. Binyo. I've never heard of that. Sejin. Well, of course, the corruption by kegger was discovered by the Onmyaji, who became kegger to gain power. And 5 years ago on the night of the Hinatsuki tragedy, there were cases of corruption by kegger. He played with the worst of the dark arts, using the Hinatsuki apprentices as test subjects. He ruined the dwarf's life. That's your brother Adashino no Ijika Udo. Binyo. My brother caused the tragedy of Hinatsuki. It can't be, my brother was someone kind and honest. He was someone I admired. Udo. Shut up, Binyo, stop that nonsense now. You're pathetic. Do you think I'm kind and honest? Then it means you don't understand anything about me. Binyo. Nai-sama. Sejin. Accept reality. Adashino Binyo, that's Ijika Udo's true nature. He's always deceiving everyone around him. Udo. It's a good opportunity to make it clear. Binyo, I never respected you as an Onmyaji. I just told you what I feel, if you understand, disappear from my sight. Issei-Yudo. No matter what happens next. Breaking the chain on his right leg. If you apologize. If you regret it. Breaking the chain on his left arm. If you regret it even if you die. Breaking the chain on his left leg. I will never forgive you. Breaking the chain on his right arm. Yudo. And what's the point of your forgiveness? Tell me, Issei. He said mockingly, making Issei even angrier. Issei-Yudo. Breaking the chain that binds his chest. This time, I will kill you myself. Launching himself against Yudo, his glove appearing to appear with the difference that in this one a mouth appeared that began to laugh. Yudo. Issei, too. Issei jumped and tried to hit Yudo, but he jumped dodging the blow. Yudo. Wow, what a surprise. He said falling on his feet into a container, noticing that Issei has red eyes. The chestnut tree propelled itself forward, giving a blow that he easily stopped with a finger. You don't know, no Issei. You haven't mastered your power one bit. Sending him crashing into several containers, destroying them completely. Issei, in his fit of rage, didn't stop, attacking the blue-haired man again, being hit by a shock wave, crashing him again. Issei came out from between the containers still in his fit of rage. He launched himself again, but this time he appeared behind Yudo and tried to hit him in the back, but he dodged the blow by jumping behind Issei and grabbed him by the leg, then he propelled himself upwards and then fell and slammed the brown-haired boy hard against the ground. Issei broke free from his grip and threw a kick at Yudo's face, to which he ducked and punched Issei's abdomen which crashed against a container. Binyo watched as Issei was massacred in a few movements. Issei launched himself from the containers towards Yudo, who prepared to pierce Issei's chest with his glove. Binyo noticed this and appeared in front of Issei and blocked the punch with her swords, but due to the force of the blow, she crashed into a wagon. Issei, upon realizing what he did, came to his senses and quickly approached the girl. Issei. Binyo, why did you do that? He said approaching while his glove disappears. Binyo. I didn't want you to die. Getting up from the ground. Yudo. Eso es todo, Issei. Issei. Yudo. Yudo. I hate you, but I admit you have potential as an onmyaji. That's why I came to talk. It wouldn't hurt to have a henchman for my goal. If you leave those absurd ideas and see things my way, I could secure you a place with me. He said, extending his hand. Issei. Don't be an idiot, do you think I'll accept? Yudo. You're the idiot. You haven't changed at all in these 5 years. Every time you're close to achieving great power, you reject it. Your crime wasn't killing Hinatsuki's children or failing to stop me. Your crime is your lack of commitment to truly obtaining power. I'm getting bored of talking, so I'm leaving. Remember, my proposal will stand no matter how hard you try. He started jumping from one side to the other. Seijin. Playtime is over. Opening a door. I'm not going to leave Mayor on the floor all day. Entering through the door. Binyo and Issei also entered, appearing in the prayer temple which is in front of a forest, while Seijin left without saying anything with Mayor in his arms. Binyo. Issei. He said, lowering his head to the ground. What happened today, along with the Hinatsuki tragedy, was my brother's fault. I'm sorry for everything my family caused you. Issei. Hey, raise your head, none of this is your fault. Crouching down next to the girl. Binyo. But I can't ignore it as if it had nothing to do with me. What my brother did to you goes beyond words, as anger and regret can explain, it's something I already know. She said through tears. Issei. Raise your head, if you put it like that I'm not so different, since the tragedy of Hinatsuki I was running away from the battle. It hurt me not to have been able to save them, I didn't have the determination to strengthen myself, because that made me realize that everyone close to me will always be in danger. But. Standing up. But everyone close to us will be in danger, we just have to become the strongest, so that nothing bad happens. Binyo. I also want to be strong, so we have to be the strongest together, Issei. Issei. I accept this offer, although it seems like a confession. Binyo. What? Don't get me wrong, the only way I'll fall in love with you will be when the world is in chaos. Issei. Hahaha, calm down, it was just a joke. Binyo. I'll let it go this time well, I'm leaving. Issei. Have a good one. Binyo. You're not coming. Issei. Don't worry about me, I have things to do. He said with a smile. Binyo. Well, we don't see. The girl withdrew and Issei waited a few minutes, noticing that the girl was no longer in sight. At that moment his face changed to one of pain, then he spat out a large amount of blood because the fight against Saji, Vali and Sekiryuutei left him with most of his bones fragile, and the fight against Yudo ended up breaking them, in addition to one of his bones pierced one of his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe. The amount of blood he has lost is already enough for a normal human to die. Issei. It seems that the regeneration ability you created is not strong enough to heal me. Entering the forest while spitting more blood, his legs tremble from the effort of still standing and the loss of blood. Essay. I have to create a magic circle to go with the girls, although they will most likely scold me for not accepting that they healed me, hahaha. The chestnut tree began to grow a magic circle, but before finishing it, it spat out a lot of blood, its body couldn't hold on any longer, and it fell unconscious in the middle of the forest. Scene change. Unknown location. My lord, the plan to implant memories in the white dragon did not go as expected. Hey, didn't you say that would weaken that brat? Said a more imposing voice. Remember that I only saved you because you would be useful to me. Don't worry, I want my revenge too, that only removes unknowns. End of cap. Chapter 13 Strong Ties and an Enemy. Essay, I have to create a magic circle to go with the girls, although they will most likely scold me for not accepting that they healed me, hahaha. The chestnut tree began to create a magic circle, but before finishing it he spat out a lot of blood, his body couldn't take it anymore, and he fell unconscious in the middle of the forest. Seconds after falling unconscious, a purple magic circle appeared below Issei, and a voice was heard. Livia. Ah, this boy is really stubborn, but he's still cute. The brown-haired man was swallowed by the magic circle, while the same magic circle appeared in the main room of the mansion, where the girls await Issei. While they waited, Courage told them that the overconfidence they had in Issei would one day take its toll on them or him. The magic circle appeared from which Issei came out unconscious with blood all over his body. The girls, without wasting time, took him to his room where Asia and Ravel began to heal his wounds. The others went down at the request of the two blondes. When they went down, they noticed that Crom had already left, and only Ravel was there, who cleans the blood that Issei left when he appeared. Brasse. It seems that he fought with someone very strong, or so it seems, but most likely he was very weak. Brasse noticed how the girls showed a serious expression. Brasse. Why, you show that expression? I only told the truth. You want to protect him, which is not wrong, but you must not exaggerate. If you only focus on protecting him, your relationship will stop being loving and will become an obligation. Instead of protecting him, protect each other. The blue-haired man left the room, leaving them thinking about what had been mentioned. After an hour, he raveled and held on with apparent tiredness. Gabriel. What happened? Why are you so tired? Are you okay? Asia. We're fine, don't worry. Irina. And darling, how are you? Ravel. He's not in danger, but it was difficult to heal his wounds. Asia. A strange energy covered her wounds, and it was difficult to remove it, but now she just has to sleep. Meanwhile with Issei, he woke up in his subconscious, noticing that the kings are in front of him, but this time they are sitting around a circular table. Lucifer. You're late. Issei. Late to what exactly, and what happened to me? Beelzebub, you fainted from the great loss of blood. Asmodeus, you seem to forget you're human, right? Beelzebub. Anyway, there are several things we want to tell you. Issei. And what are you waiting for? Go ahead. Lucifer. Well, you created a Longinus. Issei. What? He said, confused. Like you think a Longinus? Beelzebub. Think about it, we are souls with power, it's similar to the two celestial dragons. Issei. Well, you're right, but that means I'll be able to use his powers. Livia. Exactly, but of course not everything will be that easy. Issei. What would be the problem? Lucifer. It is clear that even though you are a human, you are a monster in resistance, so you will have to control our abilities. Beelzebub. Aside from that, remember that we are inside the sword, but if for some reason the sword escapes from your hands, you can continue using our powers. Issei. And when do we start training? I ask excitedly. Livia. When you solve problems with your partners. Issei. Problems? I ask, pretending not to know. Asmodeus. About not wanting to be protected, if you keep acting like a child they'll get hurt in more ways than one. Lucifer. They can't focus only on protecting you, and you can't focus on protecting them. Issei. Why not? I just have to protect them like before. Asmodeus. Do you know how stupid that sounded, protect them like before? He said with a raised eyebrow. The last time you did it they almost died. Livia. Issei, before you protected them, and things didn't go very well, now you can protect each other, and things will change. Asmodeus. If things don't change, your feelings will tear you apart, and what you feel will no longer be love. Issei. You're right, I guess that's the best way to do things. Livia. I'm glad you understand. Lucifer, we hope to see the results so we can start training. Issei. I appreciate the help and sorry for the inconvenience. He said, noticing how his body fades away. Asmodeus. You're welcome, kid, but before you wake up, be careful how you release your emotions. The black-haired man spoke seriously while Issei was astonished to see how that dark shadow was in front of him and with his hand touching his face, but the brown-haired man could not say or do anything because he woke up agitatedly. That shadow made him uncomfortable, but at the same time it was very familiar. Issei. What the heck is that thing? He thought, touching his face with his hand. Issei came out of his thoughts when he noticed that they were alone in the big bed, so he decided to travel, and when he did he met Rasei and Crom, who quickly noticed him. Crom. I thought it would take you longer to wake up since they left you exhausted. Issei. Laugh if you want, but more importantly, where the girls are, I need to talk to them. Rasei. They left an hour ago, exactly at 10 a.m. Issei. You know where? Rasei. They said they would talk to the Onmyaji chief. Issei. With Arima and know where they are. Rasei. Yes, I know, but I'm forbidden to tell you. Issei. Ah, okay, with all this that you guys are doing here. Crom. We were ordered not to let you out. Issei. Okay, I'll go take a bath. The brown-haired boy went up the stairs again towards the bathroom. After 30 minutes he went down again already changed and headed to the entrance, and ignoring the dragons who were watching him he left calmly. Issei began to walk calmly towards the mansion that Arima gave to him and Binyo. After half an hour on foot he arrived at the mansion, and upon entering he went directly to the living room. Upon entering he met a beautiful woman whom he had never seen before. Good morning. Issei. Gee, good morning. What a simple room, right? Couldn't they have paid more attention to the decor? Issei. Oh, sorry, wait a minute, who are you? Said Issei surprised, and at that moment he appeared from the kitchen. Binyo. Be more respectful to Subaru-sama. Subaru Midajima is one of the 12 guardians. She is known as Tenko, goddess. Subaru appears to be a beautiful young woman with long blonde hair with pink highlights at the ends, styled in ringlets. Her eyes are blue, though they are closed most of the time. She wears a white dress with ruffles and pink details, black gloves, and a giant sun hat with a huge pink bow, giving her the image of a refined, upper-class woman. Subaru. Calm down, Binyo, don't worry. Binyo. She is Midajima Subaru-sama, she used to be my teacher. Issei. Your teacher, really? He asked, to which Binyo just nodded. Subaru. What memories, I think we trained in Kyoto when Binyo was about 5 or 6 years old, how you've grown. Issei. So is it an Onmyaji? Binyo. Of course. My teacher is one of the 2 guardians with the title of Tenko, the goddess. Subaru. And that one over there is Tartar. Issei. Hey, who where? Issei turned his head to one side, noticing that what appears to be a yokai is sitting next to him. The Tara appears to be wearing a male priest's uniform. He has a paper mask covering his face. Tara's humor is reflected in the little faces on the paper covering his face. He always carries a bag of toast, which he is seen constantly eating. His royal face features cracks under his eyes, resembling snake scales, perhaps due to his snake-related powers. He is considered the most chaotic of the 12 guardians, but is generally calm and friendly, as long as he doesn't break the rules. Issei. And where did you come from? The white-haired man didn't answer them and took a piece of bread and ate it with a face of. Issei. Stop eating bread crust so happily. What expression is that? Subaru. Tara always makes it clear what she feels, practical, right? Issei. More or less. Subaru. They tell me they are the twin stars. How is the hunter's life going? I ask with a smile. Issei. That's something that Arima decided, we didn't say anything about getting married. Binyo. Marriage would be impossible. It won't happen, not even to save the earth. Faced with the 2 Subrus's refusals, he just laughed softly mockingly. Issei. What are you laughing at? Subaru. It's that both of them are very funny, but what I came for was to get them into it. Does that seem okay to you? Issei. Binyo. Of course, thank you very much. Subaru. Very well, how about we start? He said, to which Tara handed them a note. Issei. And this? Binyo. It's the training menu, right? Subaru. Come on, let's go. Issei and Binyo did not say any more words and quickly left the place. Once in the streets they continued reading the note. Issei. Go here. Are we supposed to go in there? Binyo. Let me see. Taking the note. I won't save time. After several minutes they arrived at a very luxurious clothing store. Upon entering they were greeted by an employee named Lisa. Lisa. Welcome. Issei and Adashino. Binyo-san, right? She asked with a smile. Midajima-sama said they would come, we have what you asked for ready, this way please. 2 more employees appeared and each led Issei and Binyo to their respective backstage areas. After 5 minutes Issei came out of the locker room showing that he is wearing a long-sleeved black jacket whose sleeves are rolled up to the elbows, a long-necked white shirt which is tucked in, wine red pants and a pair of white shoes. Issei. What training will we do with this? He asked himself. Kanako. That's Binyo-sama. No matter what she wears, she looks fantastic. Believe Okanako a Binyo who came out of the dressing room wearing a dark blue knee-length dress with white edges. Issei. He looks very different from normal. He thought to himself and then screamed in fright as Tatara appeared next to him and handed him another note. Issei took it and together with Binyo they left the store. Issei. Let's see, say what you thought when you saw Binyo. Why? Binyo. All my teacher's instructions have a reason. Issei. Yes, but I don't know what I should. Issei looked at Binyo who had a nice smile, and when she realized that Issei was looking at her she looked away. At that moment a very luxurious car, driven by Subaru, stopped in front of the couple. Subaru? What a beauty, huh? It's my favorite car. Issei. That was dangerous. Subaru? You're just a kid, aren't you? If you can't compliment a lady after she's gotten ready, you're a kid. Issei. Of course I can do it. Binyo, you look very beautiful. Said Issei staring at her and blushed a little. Subaru? Okay, let's continue. She gave Binyo a note with the address and then drove off at high speed. Binyo and Issei watched the car quickly drive away, so they started walking, following the direction on the note. After several minutes, they arrived at a cafe. Issei. We're here. We're not going to train here, are we? What do you want us to do? After the question, Tatara appeared from some bushes and handed them a note. Issei. You're having a bad time too, aren't you? Tatara didn't answer him and only offered him bread. Issei. No, I don't want bread. He said and took the note. Let's see, you must hold hands. Why? Crumpling the note. Binyo. All my teacher's instructions have a reason, or so I think. Extending his hand towards Issei. Issei. Well, shaking hands isn't that big a deal. Issei took Binyo's hand, both of them blushing profusely. Behind them, Subaru stopped, still in his car. Subaru. See, it wasn't that difficult. Binyo. What kind of training is this, teacher? Subaru. What do you think? Binyo. I don't understand this. Subaru. You've always been like this, you spend your time training in combat and spells, but nothing more, that's why you don't grow, but it doesn't matter, you can give up if you want to. Binyo. I will do it. Subaru. Well, you can. Issei and Binyo entered the cafeteria where a waitress guided them to a table on which there was a note, so they sat down. Waitress. I'll bring you your order in a moment. Issei and Binyo were surprised because they didn't order anything, but they still didn't say anything. After more waiting, Binyo and Issei couldn't help but hear the cloying words that other couples were saying to each other, so they both read the note which said, "Feed him." After reading the note, the waitress approached them with a plate on which there were a couple of heart-shaped pancakes, jam in the middle, and 2 strawberries. Waitress. Sorry for the wait, she said, placing the plate on the table. Enjoy it. Binyo, willing to follow her teacher's orders, took a piece of dessert with a fork and brought it to the brown-haired boy's mouth. Binyo. Say ah. He said, bringing the fork to Issei's mouth, and he was about to eat it and got up from the table. Issei. I can't. Issei left the cafeteria and headed to Subaru's car, being followed by Binyo. Issei. What do you want us to do? Subaru. What I wrote in the note, let's continue. He said, to which Tatara handed them another note which said, Besance. Binyo blushed heavily while Issei tore the note into several pieces. Subaru. Don't be like that, Harem-sama will pay the bill, I know everything you spend, have fun. Issei. I'm leaving. Issei began to walk calmly, followed by Binyo. I knew this was strange, he didn't even think about training us at any time. Binyo and Issei walked for a while until they reached a candy store where Binyo stopped and Issei entered the store. Issei. Excuse me, can you give us a mahagi? Binyo observed this with doubt, something that Issei noticed and told him. Issei. The pervert in his underwear will pay, right? Eat all you want. Let's leave him bankrupt. He said with a smile, to which Binyo smiled back. After a few minutes, Issei and Binyo continued on their way while eating the ahagi. On the way, the two stopped abruptly, feeling like a gap in the Megano had opened. Issei. A Megano gap. Hinako. It can't be, I didn't feel anything. Binyo. Never mind, Megano door open. The girl threw the talisman into the air, the door appeared, and they quickly entered only to realize that a large amount of small kegger were trying to enter the physical world. They prepared to attack, but before doing so several octopus tentacles came out of the ground, which tried to pierce the couple, to which they quickly jumped, dodging the thrust, only to see how an octopus-shaped kegger emerged from the ground. Binyo. I'll take care of the giant, you keep the little ones from entering the physical world. Issei. Okay. The chestnut tree ran at high speed towards the group of kegger, which increasingly widened the gap. The octopus noticed that Issei was heading towards Kegger's group, so he began to attack him with his tentacles, while Issei dodged them with relative ease. Issei. Airfisher bullet. he said as he jumped into the air and a large amount of stones wrapped in white fire were fired towards the kegger bulk. Not content with it, he took out his sword and falling from the air, he nailed it into the ground, creating an energy clash ending with the kegger bulk. Consequently, the fissure was sawed. Meanwhile, Binyo noticed that the attacks to the kegger's body were not very effective, deciding to cut its tentacles. Binyo. Dance on the threshold of enlightenment. The girl at high speed sliced the octopus tentacles into several pieces. This didn't help much as the kegger regenerated them at great speed. The kegger growled sharply and wished its tentacles released a dark fog which prevented Issei and Binyo from seeing the kegger and themselves. Despite the dense and dark fog, the kegger could see them clearly, so it attacked them from their blind spots. Thanks to the reflexes of both, they managed to dodge the attacks. The kegger continued attacking, quickly landing several blows to Binyo and Issei alike. Without being able to see anything and without being able to attack because they couldn't see anything, they could hit the other. Binyo. I shouldn't anticipate what the kegger will do. Issei. That's it, I don't have to pay attention to the kegger. Binyo. Issei. I have to anticipate what Issei Binyo will do. With clear ideas, both covered themselves with their energy, allowing the other to see it. Issei took his sword and at high speed launched himself at the kegger, cutting its tentacles into several pieces. Binyo took advantage of the fact that the kegger could N''T attack her and plummeted from the sky. With her sword, she pierced the kegger through its eye. The kegger exploded, making the fog disappear. Issei. Good timing. Binyo. I say the same about you. Subaru. You can do it if you try. Said the woman applauding from a not-so-tall building. Although I didn't expect it to turn out so well. Issei. This was part of your plan. Subaru. Trying to take something you don't see is useless, feelings are like the power of spells, you just have to feel it. Issei understood what she meant by that, so he smiled, a smile that was returned by Binyo. Subaru. Wow, a couple of compliments and they get like that, they still have a long way to go. He said as he opened his fan and disappeared into cherry petals. After half an hour, Issei and Binyo arrived at their mansion where Subaru was waiting for them. Subaru. They took a long time, they made me wait too long. She said sitting in her car. Issei. What did you expect if we returned on foot? He said with a stoic face while the blonde just laughed quietly. Subaru. You were great hosts, I'm sorry for bothering the newlyweds so much. Issei. You've eat poor favor. Binyo. Hey. Said Binyo giving Issei an elbow. Thank you, teacher. Bowing. Subaru. You don't have to thank me until you get what you want, right? He said with a wink, to which Binyo nodded. Well, see you. Closing the car door as Totaro began to drive. Issei. In the end, we just train. Binyo. But I think I learned a lot. Issei. You're right, well I'm hungry, are you ready for something to eat? Binyo. Wait, it's my turn to cook. Issei. Very well, it will be the first time I try your food, since you will make it I will go practice a little. Both entered the mansion taking different paths. Binyo went to the kitchen, while Issei went down some stairs that lead to an underground training room. Upon entering, he found a very large and reinforced room, but apparently without any tools to train. Issei observed the room and then approached a monitor which is in a high part of the room. The brown-haired turned on the monitor and quickly typed a few things on it. At the same time that in the lower part of the room, several obstacles appeared which are formed by a copper ring with flames around the ring, and in the center of the ring, a steel plate which is perfectly placed in the middle of the ring. What he had to do was relatively easy, to break the steel plate without extinguishing the flames. Issei jumped from above and fell cleanly in the middle of all the targets. Immediately his glove appeared and at great speed he disappeared from his place and reappeared in front of the first ring, which he hit with the center plate, and a chain reaction was formed. First the steel plate broke, then the flames went out, the copper ring was destroyed, and finally a crater was formed in the wall in front of the direction the fist points. Issei. The power of my arm grew again, that makes it difficult to control. Thought the brown-haired boy as he watched the crater in the wall disappear. Issei closed his eyes for a few seconds and then at high speed appeared in front of each ring and broke the center plate without extinguishing the flames or destroying the ring. Issei. But I can still do it. He said, seeing how all the rings still keep their flames lit. The brunette, noticing that the objectives were destroyed, jumped towards the monitor and began typing on it again. Being about to finish the configuration, he felt a strange smell coming from the kitchen, so he decided to go. Upon arriving, he noticed how a large amount of smoke came out of the kitchen where Binyo was, which is cooking. If I could call him that then. Issei. What are you doing? He asked, seeing the bowl of soup. Which is a very strange purple color. Binyo. Dinner. He said calmly. Issei. Como que la cena? Binyo. Vegetables, dried sardines, and I also prepare a special herbal drink. Issei. That doesn't sound like food. He said, getting closer, and saw that up close it's even worse. Hey, what kind of dinner did you have as a child? Binyo. We ate a hagi and curry. Issei. What kind of dinner is that? Binyo didn't answer him. Binyo. It's ready. He said enthusiastically, showing a glass with a purple liquid which is smoking a lot. Issei. Are you going to drink that? He asked somewhat nervously, to which Binyo showed him another glass with the same liquid and gave it to him. Well, I appreciate the intention, but now the brown-haired man couldn't finish his sentence when he saw how Binyo gulped down the drink. In one gulp. He said incredulously. Well, here we go. The brown-haired man took a sip and instantly fell to the ground. Binyo. How are you? Issei. It's bitter, spicy and sweet, but it all comes at the same time, and it's horrible. He said with a pale face. Binyo. It's a sophisticated flavor. She said, somewhat annoyed. Issei. Don't make excuses. No, I can't. I can't live with you, you don't even know how to cook. Binyo. How rude. She said, somewhat irritated. As if you knew how to cook. Crossing her arms. Issei. Of course I can, I'll make dinner this time, you'll see, I'll leave you impressed. Binyo. Impressed. She didn't say anything else and headed to the kitchen door. Issei. Hey, where are you going? Binyo. Running. Issei. Today too. Binyo. It will whet my appetite, maybe your food will be a bit good. The girl didn't say anything else and went out for a run just as she said. While Issei was thinking about what he would eat until the words that Binyo told him not long ago came to his mind. Issei. Well, curry and a hagi will be dinner. He said, smiling, and looked for the ingredients he would need for both the curry with rice and the hagi. Issei first said about cooking the curry, which he needs. Water, white rice, meat, onions, carrots, mushrooms, salt to taste, sunflower oil, black pepper, chicken broth. Descendant began to cook masterfully. First, he cut the meat into cubes or squares, seasoned it with salt and pepper, then began to brown it in a pot with sunflower oil. He prepared the white rice in a pot while preparing the rest of the curry ingredients. Then, he began to cut the onion and carrot into small pieces and sauté them in the same sunflower oil, stirring for about 8 or 10 minutes over medium heat. He added the mushrooms and stirred them over medium heat. He placed the browned meat in the pot, added the water, and stirred to combine everything well. He left the heat on medium to low, allowing everything to cook well. Meanwhile, with Binyo, the girl runs calmly while watching families pass by her and memories come to mind. I remember. Mugano. Onyaji 1. K Grand. Onyaji 2, we won't be able to defeat him. That was what two Onyaji said, who watched in astonishment as a giant kegger approached them, but their concern disappeared when they saw a man and a woman fall in front of them. Saki equals Binyo's mother. He's dangerous, show up. Let's defeat him before the supermarket sale ends. Hyoga, what do you want for dinner? Hyoga equals Binyo's father. Ahagi. Was what he answered to his wife. Saki. I thought you would say that. Placing on her face a mask similar to the one Binyo uses. Well, today we will eat curry. Hyoga. I don't like spicy food, Saki. He said while putting on a mask. The pair got into attack stance, the kegger roared and threw a punch towards them, which jumped several meters above the kegger. Saki Hyoga. Ensemble on the threshold of enlightenment. They said at the same time, and at high speed, they began to mutilate the kegger, which could do nothing but disappear. Seeing how two Onyaji finished off so quickly with a powerful kegger impressed the other Onyaji who were watching the fight, and especially a little girl with purple hair who looks at her parents with admiration. Binyo. Father. Mother. He said happily from a safe place. Saki. Goodness. Did you see how great your mother was? Binyo. Yes. Father, mother, you're both great. Saki. Come on, tell him something. She said to her husband. Binyo. Father. Mother. I want to believe soon. I'll work hard to help you. Distortion. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. Said a distorted voice which brought Binyo out of her memories. The girl just gritted her teeth and kept running. Returning to Issei, he had finished cooking curry and a hagi. Issei. Okay, it's ready, I just need to wait for Binyo to come back. Now that I think about it, it's taking a while, he said looking at the clock on the wall. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Issei decided to go out and look for Binyo, so he started serving the curry with rice in a bento which Binyo would give him. Once done, he left the mansion in search of the girl, who kept running while Kanako tried to convince her to come back. Kanako. Binyo-sama, shouldn't we be going back now? It's getting dark, and the goblin said he'd make dinner. Binyo didn't answer. Well, I doubt he could make anything decent. Wait a minute. No. There's a kegger. And a pretty big one at that. He said, flustered. Binyo. Where is it? I asked. Kanako. It's near the bridge, what do you want to do, Binyo-sama? Binyo. Obviously, purify yourself, open the door. Binyo entered Megano, and just as Kanako said, near the bridge, there is a kegger that has two kegger heads for hands. Binyo. Onyaji charms. The girl took her sword and quickly jumped towards the kegger, and when she was close to attacking him, he exploded without warning. Binyo was surprised, so he stepped back and landed on the ground. Yuri in the way. That's what the one who destroyed the kegger said, and then fell in front of Binyo. Hey, are you an Onyaji? You are, right. I have a question, answer. Do you know where the twin stars are? If you don't know, then I'll kill you now. If you know and don't tell me, I'll kill you too. I don't mind letting you go if you answer. Yes. You have the privilege to choose. I'll give you 10 seconds to choose. Binyo heard this and remembered how a kegger asked him the same question. 10. 9. 8. Binyo. He said while memories come to his mind. Memory? Well. Which one? Your father. Hyoga. Binyo. Or your mother, I'll forgive one, come on, choose, human girl. Said a kegger much bigger than the others who had Binyo's father in his hands. I'll give you 10 seconds to choose. Binyo came out of his memories wanting to avenge his father. Binyo. Kamui. I shouted furiously. The now known as Kamui was so surprised that he stopped counting. In his former form, Kamui was larger and had large spikes protruding from his shoulders, along with a large horn and a number symbol on his chest. After gaining more power and a new form, he shrank into the body of a 13 to 14-year-old boy. His skin is dark and he has shoulder-length gray hair. The number symbol on his chest is still there. His left eye is completely black with a red pupil and also has cracks around it, while his right eye is golden. Kamui is calm yet relentless, showing no mercy for humans or other creatures, unconcerned with their feelings, comparing them to insects. However, he tends to let his opponents often opt for death of their choice and always gives them 10 seconds to decide. Kamui. How do you know who I am? Binyo didn't respond and annoyed she launched herself at him, but he moved aside and dodged her easily, but Binyo didn't stop there and continued trying to cut him off. Binyo. Don't you remember the Onyaji you killed? 11 years ago, don't you remember the pair of Onyaji you crushed back then? Kamui. Give me a breath. Binyo appeared behind Kamui and launched a slash with his sword, but he just turned around and destroyed it with his fist, then with his middle finger, he hit Binyo's knee which broke and Binyo was thrown several meters away. Kamui. You say you remember how many ants you've stepped on and their faces. Kamui jumped up to Binyo and kicked her in the cheek, breaking her mask and sending her crashing into some rubble. Kamui. What you're looking for is called revenge, right? He said as he approached Binyo. It means that you lived all this time thinking about killing me, doesn't it? Binyo tried to get up, but Kamui didn't let him and placed his foot on Binyo's head. Kamui. It's surprisingly pathetic. I'll let you decide in the end. Would you rather I crush you to death like I did to them? Or break your head with my foot? What would you prefer? I'll give you 10 seconds to choose. Binyo remembered how he promised his father that he would avenge them, but now he realizes that he won't be able to. With such frustration he could only cry, and Kamui began to tell. Kamui didn't know it, but he did something other beings have regretted in the past. He pitied and made someone cry, someone Issei had unconsciously taken a liking to. Kamui. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. Kamui couldn't finish when he received a kick to the face from Issei that sent him crashing into the bridge. Issei is very furious, steam comes out of his mouth and his eyes flash between red and white. Issei was about to launch himself at Kamui, but Binyo stopped him. Binyo. What are you doing here? Issei. I should ask that. He said approaching Binyo. I took the trouble to prepare dinner and now it's cold, look. Showing the bento of food. Come on, you have to eat. Binyo. Okay, thanks. Kamui. Hey, give me a break. Coming out from the rubble with his neck broken to one side. A human sent me flying, if the others find out I'll be a laughingstock. He said while adjusting his neck. I don't know how long it's been since I found an Onyaji who could hurt me. Kamui noticed that Issei was ignoring him as he was still crouching at Binyo's height. He didn't like that, so he jumped on Issei and kicked the brunette in the head. Kamui reacted quickly and placed his free hand on the ground, and with it he pushed himself up and connected another kick to Kamui's face, sending him far away. Issei took advantage of this to get Binyo out of Megano. When he left, Issei took a talisman from Binyo and used it to heal her. Once Binyo could move, she got up and tried to go to Megano. Issei. Hey, where are you going? Binyo. Back to Megano, I have to beat him. Issei. What happened? Who is he? Binyo. He killed my parents 11 years ago. My parents died fighting him. It took me a while to find him. I have to kill him no matter what. However, I can only run away. I'd rather die fighting. Issei. Idiot, what are you saying? If you die, it'll be useless. You're actually scared. You won't be able to beat him if you fight like this. Binyo. I don't know what to do. I've been looking for him for so long, trying to defeat him, but I could barely touch him. And the thought of dying without doing anything terrifies me, but if I run away I won't be able to see my father's face. Issei watched as Binyo cried, something he didn't like, and he remembered how he felt when his parents died. Issei. Come on, eat. Bringing the fan closer to the girl. It's curry and a hagi, eat it and cheer up. I'll stop him, eat calmly. You want to beat him, right? Binyo took the bento. We have to do it together. Binyo. This is my fight, you have no reason to fight. Issei. If I have a reason, I will give you some advice. Instead of using a talisman to increase your defense, speed or strength, use the energy itself to get what you want, you just have to make your energy surround your body. Issei passed by Binyo and opened a door for Megano, and before entering Binyo stopped him with a question. Binyo. Issei, why are you helping me? She asked him, to which he answered without turning to look at her. Issei. Because since we met, your problems also became my problems. Issei said no more and entered Megano, leaving Binyo, who sat down and prepared to eat. When she opened it, she realized that it looked very delicious, and when she tried it, she was amazed by the flavor and began to eat faster. Hinako. Say bien, Binyo-sama. He asked when he saw how fast she ate. But she didn't answer and only offered him a little, and when he tried it he was also delighted. Hinako. It's very delicious. After Issei entered Megano he noticed that Kamui was still in the same place. Issei. You seem anxious, I'll face you if you want. At that moment Issei heard Lucifer's voice. Lucifer? Are you sure you can face him? Your energy reserves are almost zero. You wasted your energy on that boy, Yudo. Issei. If you saw my memories you know that I only need my fists. Kamui. I hope you're ready for that. Issei. Before we start, tell me who you are, answer. After more questions, Kamui did not respond. Issei. If you don't tell me who you are, I'll kill you. If you don't tell me you're the same, I'll kill you. I don't mind letting you go if you answer. Kamui again did not respond, but this time he lunged at Issei and launched a kick to the face. Issei stopped it with his arm, and with his free hand, he hit the gray-haired man's abdomen. Kamui stepped back from the blow, and this time it was Issei who launched himself, taking advantage of Kamui's instability, and launched a punch to the face, a punch that Kamui blocked with his arm, but was still dragged away by the force of the blow. Kamui. Hia. Not bad, you have potential, I'm starting to think it would be a waste to kill you. Issei. What do you mean? Kamui, I want to fight against strong Onyaji, also, the stronger they are, the more powerful I get when I kill them. I know, I'll let you decide. Issei. You're playing. Kamui. You can keep fighting if you want, or I can let you go. I'll give you 10 seconds to choose. Issei. And even if you say it, how do I know you won't attack me when I turn around? Kamui. I always keep my word, especially because it always works for me. Giving humans options is a hobby, it's interesting to see how a human reacts on the brink of death. When I count, some attack me and others beg for mercy, some even sacrifice their companions to save themselves. When it came down to it, none of them sacrificed themselves for others. Millimeters. Oh, that's true, I remember that girl, I see it was the girl from back then. I made her choose whether to forgive her mother or her father. Raising her arms, pretending to have something in her hands, but she was so scared that she couldn't choose, and when I asked her parents, I think it was, if she would forgive her life or her daughters, I gave them 10 seconds to decide, and they both answered without hesitation that she would forgive her daughter, if they were the exception. Issei. And what did you do with them? Kamui. I killed them, that was the deal. Issei. How did you do that in front of a girl? How corrupt are you? Kamui. Enough to be a kegger. The gray-haired boy couldn't react when Issei appeared in front of him and connected with a punch to his face, then spun around and kicked him in the ribs, a hook to the jaw that lifted Kamui into the air, but Issei, still not happy with that, with a jump he reached Kamui in the air and grabbed him by the leg, to then go down with great speed and crash him resoundingly against the ground, creating a crater around him. Kamui. Interesting. Issei jumped back upon hearing and seeing how Kamui was unharmed despite the blows. Kamui. Well, that was good, it's been a long time since I got this excited, maybe I can use it with you, let's see where I left it. Ah, here it is. Kamui began to search through his clothes until he found what he was looking for, which is a talisman, but with the difference of having impure energy. Issei. A talisman. He thought, and as if Kamui read his thoughts he corrected him. Kamui. A cursed talisman, I'll be a little more serious, don't disappoint me. Claws that tear the gods apart, come at once. Kamui threw the talisman into the air, and immediately, a small one pierced it with his legs. And wrapped them in the filthy shroud of death. Issei. How can you use Enshin? Hamui didn't let Issei speak and launched himself at him, kicking him in the face, a kick that Issei stopped with his arm, but this didn't help much as he was dragged by the force of the blow, crashing him against a rock. Hamui. Blocking won't help with this. The impact is transmitted to your body from the point of contact. And what happened? That's not all, right? I took out my talisman. Make it more interesting. Kamui moved quickly and launched a kick to Issei's face, but before it hit Kamui was abruptly stopped by Binyo, who, with more speed than before, appeared in front of him and launched a cut at the gray-haired man's chest, who retreated. Kamui. Why did you come back? Disappear, fighting you is boring. He said with boredom, and at that moment a large cut appeared on his chest, a sign that Binyo's attack hurt him. Kamui was surprised and distracted, which Binyo took advantage of and quickly attacked Kamui with a flurry of slashes. Kamui. What is this? It looks completely different. He thought while blocking most of the cuts, although several managed to hit him. Binyo finished with a strong sword blow that made Kamui retreat. Kamui. I don't know if it's desperation or last minute or what, but you must understand that our difference will not change with determination, you will not be able to beat me. Binyo thoughts. Mother, father, give me courage, courage to overcome my fear, courage to move forward, courage to respond to yours. Referring to Issei. Binyo. Danza, Lirio de Tiger Senda Blanca. Binyo's sword shone more intensely, its speed increased, and at great speed it appeared next to Kamui and launched an ascending cut to his ribs, which was launched into the air. Binyo did not stop and appeared above Kamui, cutting him with his sword, causing the gray-haired man to crash to the ground. Binyo fell from the sky due to the waste of energy, and before she crashed Issei caught her. Issei. Binyo, you're fine. Binyo. I'm fine alone, I did what you told me, but I don't control it very well, so it's very tiring. Kamui. Interesting, your strength increased when he arrived. He said, standing up while his wounds healed. Issei. Binyo, we both don't have much energy, so why don't we bet everything on an attack? Binyo. We agree for once. Issei positioned himself behind Binyo, took the sword over the girl's hand, they released the power they had left, their auras worked. The place began to shake, rays between blue and red appeared around them, the sword he holds changed shape, and its power resonated. Kamui saw this and realized that those he was looking for were in front of him. Kamui. Is your Ichiso power resonating? I see, it's you. Without thinking twice, Kamui charged at the couple with great speed. Keep entertaining me. Issei and Binyo launched themselves at Kamui and gave a downward slash which he received full on. After the attack disappeared, the sword broke and Binyo fell unconscious from the increased energy drain. Despite having received the full force of the attack, Kamui emerged from the rubble without any apparent injury. Kamui. I was careless, I should have noticed it before. Issei. He's still alive after that and doesn't seem to be hurt, even Kakabiel wouldn't come out unscathed from that. He thought, seeing that the place where the attack was directed there is nothing but a large smoky line. Kamui. You're the twin stars, right? Issei. How do you know about that? Kamui. Of course I know, the Kegger and the Onyaji have been fighting for many years. Issei. What do the Kegger want? Kamui. The Onyaji want to eradicate the Kegger, right? So our goal is the opposite. If that shrine truly has the power to wipe us out, I have to kill the ones who created it. Kamui shouted this last thing and launched himself to attack, while Issei moved away from Binyo so as not to hurt him and still launched himself against the gray-haired man. Both collided fists and disappeared, reappearing in the sky, in which only the shock waves created by the blows can be seen. Punches and legs come and go, but the difference between the two is clear. Kamui is not excited that Issei is injured because it will not be fun for him, so he decided to end this. Kamui. This isn't fun anymore. Connecting a punch to Issei's abdomen. You're very hurt and your body won't hold out much longer. Kicking the brown-haired boy in the head. That's what happens to you for absorbing Megano's impure energy without first purifying it. Kamui took Issei's head and smashed it against his own, then kneed him in the abdomen. Finally he spun around and connected a kick to Issei's back, which crashed resoundingly against the ground. Kamui. Any human would have died by absorbing Megano's energy, yet you're still alive. I had a lot of fun today. Next time, gather enough power to make me use half of my strength. You can also give birth to the Maiko to fight me anyway, you're my prey. Don't let anyone else catch you in the meantime. That was the last thing Issei heard before he fell unconscious and Kamui left. However, no one noticed that all of this was being observed by Arima and the girls. Arima. You're really impressive, Issei. And by the way, thanks for not interfering in the fight. Rias. This won't happen again. Arima. I know, but as you've seen, Issei is important for everyone to continue living. No, actually, both are important. Sekiryuutei. What was that energy that both of them showed? Arima. That is the power of the twin stars, their power will resonate and become stronger. Gabriel. We'll talk about this later, first we have to help both of them. End of chapter. Chapter 14 Battle between deities. After what happened in Megano, Binyo and Issei wake up in their mansion, exactly in the main room that Arima prepared for them. The first to wake up was Issei, and the first thing he noticed was Binyo who was asleep next to him. He got a little excited, but still left the room silently without waking the girl, or so he thought because he didn't notice that Binyo was awake, but he didn't say or do anything, because he didn't know what to do. Issei left the room and slowly closed the door, then went to the stairs going down to the main room where Arima and the girls were, which surprised him. Issei. First of all, good morning. Arima. Aheo, Issei-kun. He said happily. Aheo, ice. They said to the Unizono. Issei. Not to sound bad, but what are you doing here? He said with his hand on his neck. Rias. That's what I should ask. Issei. Huh. What do you mean? Akeno. We gave orders to Crom and Rasei to prevent you from leaving the house. Issei. Yes, about that, well when I got up I looked for them because I wanted to talk to you about something, but they told me they weren't there and they didn't want to tell me where they were, so I left. Akari, and how did you end up fighting that guy? Issei. I'm not the one who looks for trouble, when I left the house I came straight here and I met Subaru, and she said she would train us. Arima only listened to the conversation between them and the brown-haired man, so she decided to interfere. Arima. And when he left, you went out looking for trouble. He said while taking a sip from his cup of tea. Issei. Why do you say that? He asked seriously. Arima. Not long ago you fought against 3 members of the factions, although you neither won nor lost, you spent all your energy, and almost all of your bones were broken. After that you fought against Yudo who defeated you easily, and also made you lose control of your arm, and yesterday you were completely defeated by that Basara. Issei. Something else? He asked sarcastically. Arima. But if we take into account that in the fight against Yudo and Basara you weren't at your 100%, the result could have changed. Asia. Issei, why didn't you accept me to heal you that time? Issei. I'm sorry, but I wanted to try an ability that I created that allows me to heal myself with energy, but I hadn't tried it before, so it wasn't that effective. Ravel. I see, the strange energy that covered your wounds is because of that. Issei. That's right, but I also have a question, what exactly did you talk about with Arima? Sona. Arima, I'm not inviting you to talk about the Onyaji, the problem with Megano, and how important you are to end that problem. Issei. Me. Necessary, Arima, what did you tell them? Arima. I didn't tell them anything, they just saw you fight the Basara. Sekiryuutei. If you don't want to fight, it's better for us. Leisha. But if you decide to fight, we will support you. Issei. I honestly don't want to fight, but I have to kill Yudo, he's not up to anything good, and I don't know how dangerous what he'll do will be. Revel. Then that's fine, now we have to go home. Issei. Okay, let's go. The boys ignoring Arima retreated through a circle, when Issei arrived he threw a question into the air. Issei. Something else happened yesterday, right? I asked seriously. Arina. What is the question? Issei. I notice you are a little tense, something else happened. He asked, to which Xenovia sighed and answered. Xenovia. Strange creatures have been appearing in the factions. Issei. Weren't they keggers? Enemu? No, they weren't, and for that reason we went to the dimensional rift to talk to Big Red, but he wasn't there. Issei. Either way that can't be good. Me, since I'm hungry I'll prepare breakfast, wait a moment. The girls watched as Issei headed towards the kitchen very calmly, which didn't surprise them, since Issei had already made it clear that he wasn't interested in features. The brown-haired boy took no more than 25 minutes to finish cooking, while the girls at the table and helped Issei serve breakfast. Which passed quietly while they chatted pleasantly. They decided to go out into the city since they hadn't gone out together for a long time. Upon leaving the mansion, they began their walk around the city. The first place they arrived was an amusement park where they rode on different rides, took pictures, and won prizes in a shooting game. The next place was a clothing store where they modeled Issei in different types of casual clothes, underwear, and swimsuits. However, they weren't the only ones trying on clothes. They took Issei by the arms and led him to a dressing room where they put him in and gave him several outfits, which Issei tried on, while the girls waited to see how he looked. After Issei paid for everything they tried on, they went to a restaurant where they had lunch and then went to a water park where the girls took the opportunity to try on their swimsuits and show them to Issei. Many men were amazed by the girls' sculptural bodies, but suddenly they all felt as if something or someone was watching them with murderous intent, so they were scared and moved away, while the girls smiled because they knew it was Issei's part. After that, the girls turned to go with Issei to the different attractions. The day passed happily for everyone because they did several things they liked. Issei and the girls noticed that it was already night, so they returned home and changed into looser, more comfortable clothes. The next day we see Issei and Binyo heading towards the Sika dormitory. When they met on the way, they left together but without saying a word. Issei. Hello. I greeted Sushi and Kuzaki who are washing the truck. But Sushi. Oh, you guys. Always come together, huh? Kuzaki. It's like they're already married. Issei. Shut up. We're both Anyaujas from the Sika dorm, it's normal for us to come here. Binyo ignored the three and walked past them, so Issei followed her into the dorms where Seijin and Zenkichi were talking. Zenkichi. You must be in a lot of trouble, Seijin. Seijin. It's normal for the Amikawa clan. Take care of Yukari and Mayura for me. Seijin turned around and headed towards the door where he found Binyo and Issei, but ignored them and walked past. Issei. And Ryogo? He asked as he approached. Zenkichi. Oh, Ryogo was contacted by an exorcist from the AM branch, Fushihara, so he left. On the other hand we see Ryogo in a park waiting for Fushihara. Fushihara. Hello. Sorry for the delay. He's a childcare tutor at Kashirowa daycare. He's cheerful and calm. He's always enjoyed helping the children at Kashirowa daycare. He's never had any problems and he's a good Anyauji. Ryogo. I came dressed like this because you said I'd wear normal clothes, what did you want? Fushihara. Well, there's someone who wants to meet you. Haruka. Nice to meet you. I'm Kabara Haruka, it's a pleasure. She said with a smile. Her hair is short and violet. Her eyes are also the same violet and she also has a mole near her right eye, below. Her personality has always been very kind and cheerful with everyone, in addition to being an Anyauji. Ryogo blushed and got nervous when he saw the girl. Ryogo. Na Najitsuji. I mean, I'm Najitsuji Ryogo. The girl just laughed softly at the boy's nervous introduction. After the presentation they went to a cafe where Ryogo became more nervous. Fushihara. Kabara-kun is also an Anyauji, but she also studies art, she went to a school in Spain, and when she came back, she recently enrolled in the AM branch, but she doesn't have anyone to spend her day off with, and I thought you'd be perfect for that, so I called you. Are you listening? She asked seeing Ryogo nervous. Ryogo. Why yes. Fushihara smiled and took out a watch from his pocket, opened it, and it was revealed that inside the watch was a picture of the children he cared for. Fushihara. Well, I have to go to work at the daycare. See you, have fun. Fushihara left, leaving both of them alone and Ryogo very nervous. Haruka. Where are we going? He asked, getting up from his seat. Ryogo. We're closing his eyes to think of somewhere. Haruka. Najitsuji-san, are you interested in art? She asked, getting quite close to Ryogo, which made him blush and nervous. They both headed towards an art museum where Ryogo, no matter which way he looked at the paintings, couldn't find any shape or meaning. Haruka. If you look at everything for so long, your eyes will get tired. Ryogo. No, it's okay, I'll try hard. He said, clenching his fist a little nervously. Haruka. You're like Fushihara-san said. He said between small laughs. Ryogo. What? Haruka. She always praises you, saying you're trying really hard. Winking at him she talks about you as if you were her little brother. You're really serious. Ryogo. No, it's not that, it's just that I haven't achieved much so the best I can do is try harder. Haruka. What's wrong with that? Instead of someone who puts on airs or is self-confident without reason, I prefer someone who's hardworking. Said the girl with a beautiful smile that made Ryogo blush slightly. The couple left the museum noticing that it would soon be dark, so they headed to a nearby restaurant where they had dinner. Haruka. That was delicious. Ryogo. Yes. They both walked for a few seconds without saying a word until Ryogo stopped. Ryogo. I'm sorry about today. Haruka. Huh? Ryogo. Not really much art and I didn't make much of a conversation. It was your day off, though Ryogo said with a guilty expression, to which the girl smiled fondly. Haruka. When can I see you again? He said with a smile that made Ryogo blush again. The night passed peacefully and the next in the Sika dorms. Issei. Ryogo has a date. He shouted in disbelief. It can't be. Ryogo, the guy who only talks about school on a date. Binyo, can you believe it? Binyo. It's not that strange, I think. He said without taking his eyes off the book he was reading. Issei. And what is the girl like? Kuzaki, she seems to be an Anyauji from the AM branch. We've never seen her, so I don't know. He replied taking a sip from his teacup. But she seems to be a serious and protective girl. Atsushi. I'm sure she's got Ryogo under control. When they talk on the phone, she's very firm. Right, Jisama? The red-haired man asked Zenkichi, who was passing by in the hallways. Zenkichi. Yes, sounds good. He responded with a worried tone, something that Issei noticed and found strange. On the other hand, in Kyoto, we see Arima in his spacious office talking with Shimon. Shimon. Arima-sama, I wanted to ask you something. Generally, the security of the Western headquarters is the duty of Seijin-san, the Byako of the two guardians. Why has he kept it in Narukami for so long? Arima. Why? I need someone from the Amikawa clan to discuss something in Narukami. Shimon. It's true that your clan is busy eliminating threats to the Onmu Union, but this time there's something more, isn't there? Aren't you using Seijin-san's kindness to manipulate him and make him bear the burden of recent problems? Arima. And if I did, what does that matter? He said with a serious face and a smile while Shimon left the office with a face of concern and sadness combined. Returning to Narukami, we see Seijin, who is standing in front of a tombstone where his Hinatsuki students are buried. Seijin. You keep causing me trouble, stupid students. Turning around and leaving the place. While in one of the many parks in the city, we see Ryogo, who walks nervously next to Haruka. The girl noticed that Ryogo is looking at the park fountain, so she gave a small sigh and unexpectedly took the boy's hand, which surprised him and exalted him. Ryogo. Haruka-san. He said, surprised. Haruka. Why are you surprised? Ryogo. You're your hand, he said, pointing at his hands. Haruka. Well, we're on a date, right? Ryogo. Yes. Haruka. He asks me when you were going to take my hand and you never did. Ryogo. I'm sorry. Haruka. If you're going to apologize, next time you'll have to hold my hand. Ryogo. I'll try my best. Haruka. If you try so hard you could at least kiss me. Ryogo. No. That's a little, he said, extremely nervous. Haruka. What can I do? I'll have to be patient. She said, showing a beautiful smile, continuing on their way, holding hands. The next day Ryogo arrived at the kindergarten where Fushihara works. Ryogo. Sorry for bothering you while you're working, I wanted to ask you something, Fushihara-san. He said to a man no more than 50 years old. Fushi, who is it? Asked one of the children looking at Ryogo while 4 other children looked at Ryogo. Fushihara. He's a friend, his name is Ryogo. He said, and instantly several children went to Ryogo to ask him to play with them. Fushihara. Hahaha, I'm glad to see everything's going well with you and Kabara-kun. He always says you're having a lot of fun. Ryogo. About that, is it really okay for me to go out with her? Fushihara. What do you mean? Ryogo. As Onyaji, we don't know when we might die. Fushihara. She is too, so it's the same for both of them. Ryogo. Well, but. Fushihara. I think that's why it's important. Maybe I'm being rude to you, but we're not the Star Twins or the two guardians tasked with saving the world. But there are things we can protect. Things we should want to protect. For me, it's these children, whether it's family, partners or friends. Gaining and giving strength to those around you seems natural, but if you think about it, isn't it incredible? Don't we fight to protect that kind of happiness? Besides, I don't think someone who doesn't understand happiness would risk their life to fight for it. Ryogo smiled and thanked Fushihara, and then they spent the whole afternoon playing with the children, who became fond of Ryogo. Ryogo. Thanks for the advice. I think my head's clearer now. Fushihara. That's good to hear. I don't usually give sermons like that. I'm embarrassed. Ryogo. Well, I'm leaving now. Ryogo left the place, being said goodbye by the children, who asked him to come back. Already at night, we see Ryogo sitting on one of the sofas in the living room. Issei. Hi, there you are, Ryogo. Didn't you have a date today? He asked, arriving with Binyo. Ryogo. No, Haruka-san has been busy lately. Wait, did you know that? Issei. Kuzaki and Atsushi told me. Well, try not to get kicked out. Ryogo. And you tell me. Binyo. I hope you are happy forever. He said, sitting on one of the sofas. Ryogo. You too, Binyo-san. The conversation was interrupted by Kuzaki and Atsushi, who arrived agitated. Atsushi. There are problems. Ryogo. Ryogo. What happened? Atsushi. They just brought this. Ryogo. What is it? Calm down. Atsushi. It's about Fushihara-san of the AM branch. A report that he died in Megano. Ryogo. Fushihara-san, it can't be. Is the report true? He asked, not wanting to believe that his friend with whom he had been spending time a few hours ago is dead. Isn't there a mistake? Ryogo took the letter that arrived and read it. Toru Fushihara, from the Onyaji CAM office, entered Megano for a Kegger exorcism when contact was lost. After an extensive search, only a photo of some children he used to take was found. Unable to confirm his survival. There is no option but to treat him as fallen in action. Ryogo didn't say a word and quickly left the dorms, noticing that it started to rain, but he didn't give it any importance and took the truck and started driving. Zenkichi. I heard that the Onmyaji Toru Fushihara was very skilled. That someone like him died in Megano. Issei. Hey, Jisama, can I ask you something? Are you hiding something from us? I thought Seijin had just come back, but then Yuto showed up. Since then, Seijin has been acting separately. Come on, Jisama, what's going on in town? Zenkichi. I guess I can't keep it a secret any longer. Seigan asked me to keep it a secret. Lately, people corrupted by Kegger have been appearing regularly in the Megano areas around Narukami. Returning with Ryogo, he drove to the nursery and found Haruka outside huddled in the rain. Ryogo. Haruka-san. The girl heard Ryogo's voice and ran to him in tears and hugged him. Haruka. Ryogo, it's like admitting that Fushihara-san is gone. That he really won't be coming back, sorry for not telling you. The girl cried louder and louder, so Ryogo hugged them even more firmly. Ryogo. It's okay, I understand how you feel. They both stayed hugging each other in the rain. On the other hand, Issei and Binyo walked back home without saying a word to each other until Kanako suddenly appeared upset. Kanako. New. A Kegger with enormous power appeared, Binyo-sama. Issei and Binyo entered Megano, where they entered an unusual Kegger, the reason, because this is a Kegger made by corruption of Kegger, and its green numerical symbol gives it away. Issei. It's a corruption by Kegger, Binyo, could you leave it to me? Binyo. Why? Issei. Just trust me. The girl said nothing else and positioned herself on a building ready in case Issei needs help. While Issei just looked with purser at the Kegger, which suddenly threw a punch towards Issei, who did not move from his place and instead stopped the blow with his bare hand. The Kegger retreated and from his back, fired several energy beams towards the brown-haired man who made his glove appear and absorbed the energy beams. Although the attack disappeared, Issei continued to absorb the Kegger's energy. Issei wanted to know if he could make the Kegger return to being a human if he drained all its energy, but no matter how much energy he absorbed, the Kegger maintained its form. All this is seen from a little far away by Segion, who realized what Issei is trying to do, so he jumps and lands in front of him. Segan. I heard that you fought a Basara and survived, but that you are trying to make a dwarf. Seigan made his glove appear. Segan. You've suffered enough. And with a slight movement of his hand, the Kegger was split in half. Return to the stars. The Kegger exploded into a star while Seijin made his glove disappear. Seijin. Face corruption by Kegger, you know what that means, right? You're just hindrances. Throwing a talisman into the air and opening a door. Leave now and don't come back, don't you understand? I'm telling you, you're not fit to be on Yaoji. Issei and Binyomo said nothing and just left Megano. Seijin. I'm the only one who should do this job. He said, turning around and seeing that in the place where the Kegger exploded, there is the upper part of a human body and next to it a clock which is open and shows the photo of several children from the daycare, so Seijin understood that the Kegger was Fushihara. The next day we see Ryogo and Haruka, who arrived at the daycare where the children welcomed them with joy. Najitsuji-san, this is a photo of the children that Fushihara-san kept until the end, said the 10-year-old man, handing a photo to Ryogo. Ryogo looked at the photo that he and Fushihara took the day before with the children. Ryogo, seeing the photo, could hardly contain his urge to cry, but… Hey, Ryogo, where did Fussy go? Asked one of the children, causing Ryogo to be unable to take it anymore, and small tears came out of his eyes. Scene change. Alternate dimension. In one of the many existing dimensions we see two beings, one larger than the other, staring at each other, floating over a place made of stones, rocks, and mountains without any trees or animals inhabiting that place. Big Red. What are you trying to do, Malvazoa? Malvazoa. Who do you think you are to ask me for explanations? I can go to any dimension I want. Big Red. You can, but you know he'll kill you if he finds out, and I'm not talking about your brother. Malvazoa. So what, you'll run and tell him? Big Red. No, in fact he asked me to kill you, and that's what I will do. Changing into his human form. Malvazoa. My brother already beat you, I will too. Taking a fighting stance. At one point, they both launched themselves at each other, colliding fists, creating a wind wave from the strong impact, destroying everything around them for 10 meters. Without stopping, they both began a fight of punches and kicks, dodging and returning blows, although Malvazoa has some difficulty dodging the red-haired man's blows since they arrive with great force and speed. Big Red gave a strong blow to Malvazoa's chest, which responded with a kick to the ribs, however the red-haired man grabbed him by the leg and gave him 3 blows to the abdomen, creating large cracks in Malvazoa's body, which recovered quickly, and with his other leg kicked Big Red in the head, freeing his leg, but his calm did not last long. Malvaso received a punch in the face, however Big Red stopped there and with a kick raised him even higher in the air, appearing above him, and with a hammer blow, sent him crashing to the ground, then went down at great speed and with his leg extended, landed resoundingly against Malvaso's face, which from his hand, fired a ray of energy, which Big Red dodged easily, and taking him by the leg, began to crash him against the ground repeatedly. Big Red slammed him into the ground one last time, and with a kick to the face dragged him several meters, destroying everything in his path. Malvaso, noticing that he was losing easily against Big Red, got up from the ground annoyed and took a little more distance, but Big Red didn't allow it and appeared in front of him and delivered a strong kick to the jaw which lifted Malvaso through the air. Big Red jumped and once in the air, gave a strong kick which dragged Malvaso to the ground. Big Red. What's up, that's all. He said with a smile that didn't last long because Malvaso appeared behind him and with his fist hit Big Red's head, sending him crashing into several pieces of debris. Malvaso. You were saying something. He said with an arrogant smile. Big Red. Hahaha, this is getting interesting. He said coming out of the rubble. Big Red launched himself at Malvaso, to which he didn't hesitate, and also launched himself at the red-haired man. The speed of both was incredible, the only thing that could be seen were the shock waves created by the blows. The fight intensified more and more, each one increasing his power as the fight dragged on. The red-haired boy dodged a kick from Malvaso that went straight to his abdomen, but this was only a distraction since Malvaso gave him a strong hook to the jaw, making him spit blood. Big Red was not far behind and in quick movement gave him a strong kick to the chest, creating more cracks in Malvaso's body, which recovered quickly and gave him a strong blow to the face. The red-haired boy counterattacked with a right hook to the face, causing both of them to be thrown in different directions, crashing to the ground. Both barely touched the ground and were shot out at each other again, returning to a high-speed aerial fight. Although Malvaso had the advantage in the air, it wasn't by much since the red-haired man had more strength and agility. Malvaso, seeing that someone he considered inferior was beating him, got upset and raised both of his hands, and from them came several waves of energy. At that moment the entire dimension stopped. Malvaso stopped time in the entire dimension, and not content with that, he made portals appear everywhere, and with a smile, he attacked the Big Red one who was also frozen. Malvaso appeared in front of Big Red and landed a strong blow to the face, causing Big Red to be thrown back with too much speed, while Malvaso created a portal behind him and entered it. Appearing from the portal behind Big Red, which was still moving, and kicked him in the back, which again pushed Big Red away. With each blow he gave, Big Red began to go faster to the point that he exceeded the speed of light, and Big Red's body began to fall apart. Malvaso gave one last blow to Big Red's face, a blow that ended up destroying the red-haired man's head. Malvaso began to laugh and rejoice. Malvaso. Who did you say would kill who? He said with a smile, looking at the almost destroyed body of Great Red. You're just an amateur who pretends to have power. And the king crushed you personally. Even with his smile, a smile that disappeared. Big Red. You bark a lot for having lost your majesty. At that moment the place changed completely into a long and wide hallway, in which at the end of it, you can see a large red man sitting on a throne with a mallow head in his hand. Malvaso. Huh? How did this happen? You should be dead, even my presence alone had to kill you. Great Red. Even if you can manipulate time. Even if you are immortal. Even if you have transcended death. Even if you can manipulate the concept of existence. I know you can do all that, but you and your brothers are still nothing compared to me. Malvaso. That isn't true, my brother defeated you. He said with a lost voice. Big Red. I am an omnipotent, omniscient being. Omnipresent. I exist in the past, present, and future. I break the laws of time and space and manipulate reality to my will. You want me to continue? Malvaso. So what did I see? Big Red. Your dreams. Good luck, your majesty, now you know how to get on your knees. Those were the last words of Big Red before he threw the mallow's head through a doorway. End of cap. Chapter 15 Resonance. In the dorms we see Seijin talking to Zenkichi about what happened in Megano. Zenkichi, so that's what happened to Fushihara. The Onyaji Union always throws terrible things at you. Seijin, forget it, old man. It's my job, and it's easier if I do it instead of someone else. Stop worrying. I'll finish this properly. Zenkichi, what about Issei and Binyo? They both seem to understand what's at stake, how about that? Maybe it's time to. Seijin, it's too early, do you think he's grown? How ridiculous, in my opinion both of them are useless. Seijin stood up and left the dormitories with no apparent direction, meeting Mayara on the way. Mayara, father. She said in surprise. Seijin, Mayara. Seijin tried to leave, but Mayara took him by the arm and took him to a cafeteria. Mayara, finally we see each other, you almost didn't come home. Seijin, I'm here for work. Taking a sip of coffee. How's Yukari? Mayara, mom is fine, as always. Sijin, Yavio. Mayara, hey, dad, are you? Sijin, another thing, when will you stop calling me that? Mayara, huh? Sijin, I'm not your father. I'm the lazy guy who abandoned them to do whatever he wanted. Forget about me. Mayara, I know you like me to call you that. She said with a mocking smile causing Sijin to growl indignantly. Grumble all you want, but you don't scare me, dad. Mom and I know that you risk your life fighting and you left home so you wouldn't hurt us, we are family. Sijin speaking his expression in surprise because seeing that Mayara is not upset with him made him happy, but he did not show it. Sijin, Bew. Mayara, in fact, at school, Issei and Binyo were weird. She said, interrupting Sijin. Did you do something to them? Sijin, who knows? I can't think of anything. Mayara, I knew it. I assumed that was it. You probably gave them a Spartan workout like always. Gosh, she said, taking a sip of her coffee. Sijin, what? Do you still like that dwarf? At the question, Mayara spat out her coffee, slightly blushing. Mayara, haha. Of course not. I worry because we're childhood friends. Sijin, you can do whatever you want, he said, standing up from his seat and taking the check. But stay away from that dwarf. He's very different from us. Mayara, huh? What do you mean? Sijin, it's not a father's advice, it's a warning from an Onyaji. Mayara, I love Issei. She said getting up from her seat. Sijin, I warned you. He said paying the bill and leaving the cafeteria. Mayara left the cafeteria in search of Sijin, but he was no longer there so she went to the park in front of the cafeteria and sat on one of the swings. Mayara, what's wrong with him? He doesn't even talk to me. Well, I'm not an Onyaji, so I don't understand those complicated things, but I can't ignore him. On the other hand, Kanako, Binyo and Issei are at home watching a movie until they heard someone ring the doorbell, so they went to see who it was, meeting Mayara, who is carrying a shopping bag with vegetables, spices, meat and fish. Mayara, good afternoon. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Grab some groceries, let's go eat. Starting to walk toward the kitchen. Issei, that's true, I had forgotten, but since you came I'll help you cook. Mayara stopped abruptly after hearing the brown-haired man's words. Mayara, huh? You can cook? She shouted excitedly. Issei, why are you so surprised? Mayara, I thought you were just a perverted boob lover and that you couldn't cook. Issei smiled, approached Mayara and touched her head with his hand. Issei, first of all, I am a breast-loving pervert and secondly, I am a pervert, not a useless degenerate. Mayara, sorry. Issei, hahaha, don't worry. He said with a smile while moving the girl's hair a little. Come on, I'll help you cook. They both headed towards the kitchen while Binyo, after hearing that Issei likes breasts, unconsciously looked down at her own breasts, noticing that they weren't very big. Something that Kanako noticed and to distract Binyo, she went to get one and gave it to the girl, who took it and went to sit in the living room with a happy face. Dinner didn't take long to be ready so the four of them sat down to eat. Dinner passed smoothly and happily with some light verbal fights between Binyo and Issei until one night Mayara left. Issei, well, I'll walk you home. Mayara, thank you, even if you get along, don't break the rules. Kanako, thanks, Ni-chan. Bring me some fried fish again. Binyo, thank you for everything. Mayara, see you tomorrow, Binyo. She said with a smile while walking next to Issei. Issei, thanks Mayara. I feel like every time I'm down, you're always there to cheer me up. I appreciate it. Mayara, really? I asked, stepping forward a little. Well, you're always causing a lot of problems. Issei, I was just embarrassed, now I'm very weak and nothing seems to work. Mayara, you're not weak at all. Stopping and turning around, looking at Issei. I really didn't want you to become an Onyaji again because you could go through something terrible and I didn't want you to feel something like that again. Issei. Mayara, but you started being that again and it must have been a tough decision because you'd have to face something painful. You were amazing when you saved me from that kegger that day. You faced everything that happened and tried to move forward, that's why. Do your best, Issei. She said with a beautiful smile. Issei, I see that's true, thanks Mayara. Mayara, it seems like you are thanking me non-stop. Issei, right, let's go Mayara. Mayara, Issei. Issei. Dime. Mayara, what do you mean by saying that I'm weak now? Issei, remember the promise we made on that bridge, well, I'll tell you everything. Passed by the girl. Mayara is about to answer when suddenly, her eyes go completely dark and she falls to the floor on her knees. Issei, Mayara. He shouted worriedly, approaching Mayara, noticing that her sword formed a numerical symbol caused by corruption by Kegger. Binyo arrived at the place and felt the impure power. Binyo, is it corruption by Kegger? Issei. It can't be, he said, refusing to believe it. Mayara rose to the sky and a fissure opened in Megano which transported the three to Megano. Once in Megano, a large amount of impure energy surrounded Mayura's entire body as she screamed in pain, changing her form drastically. Two red and green horns appeared on her head pointing backwards, her skin turned dark, from her back two large claws emerged which are held by a thick chain, and finally a somewhat short completely black dress, with a black rose a little high up in the middle of the bust. The kegger began to laugh unhinged. Issei, why, damn it. Mayura. I shouted while still on my knees. The kegger didn't wait and launched himself to attack Issei who didn't move, but Binyo hugged Issei and stepped back. Binyo, Issei, concentrate. Issei, but, it's Mayura. The kegger laughed again and attacked both of them. Issei tried to talk to her, but with a blow with her claw, she slammed him against a wall. At the same time with her other claw, she grabbed Binyo and threw her against Issei. They both fell to their knees and did not get up because they did not want to attack Mayura. The kegger just laughed and launched itself again, but before it landed a blow she covered herself and retreated from several air fissure bullets. Issei and Binyo noticed that Seijin was the one who fired the attack. Seijin, dwarf, are you going to look for trouble? Jumping and falling in front of Binyo and Issei. I have to ask. Is that Mayura? I see leave Megano, I'm going to exorcise that thing. Issei, what do you mean by that thing? It's Majora, it's her. Seijin, Mayura is already dead, there's only one enemy left to defeat. If anyone must kill her, it will be me. Seijin's thoughts, in the end, I couldn't do anything for you as a father. At least I'll give you a painless death. Seijin made his glove appear and got into an attacking position, but before he could attack her, Issei staggered up to him and grabbed his shoulder. Issei, if you do that, I'll kill you. Issei tightened his grip causing pain to Seijin who could hardly get out of the grip and launched himself against the kegger. Issei was about to launch himself at Seijin, but Binyo held his shoulder in an attempt to calm him down. But at that moment, they both faintly heard Mayura's voice. Issei. Issei, Mayura. Issei, help, save me. Binyo, that voice is from Mayura. Issei, you heard it too. Binyo, when I touched you, I heard a faint voice. It must be a power of the twin stars. Issei, I don't know what the power of the twin stars is. Binyo, we can't compare ourselves to the two guardians or base them on them, but maybe there's something only we can do, something only the twin stars can do. While Seijin continues fighting against the kegger, but it was clear that he did not want to kill her, which she took advantage of and made a third claw appear, and with a blow she smashed Seijin against the ground, and from the air, she came down with great speed and began to hit Seijin on the ground. At that moment Issei and Binyo launched themselves against the kegger, giving a downward slash both taking the same sword and shining in an intense pink aura, sending it crashing several meters against a wall, surprising Seijin. Seijin, was that it, resonance? So, these two. Issei, follow me, listen to me. He said seriously while on the other hand the kegger came out of the rubble unharmed still laughing. Seijin, did you hear Mayura's voice? Binyo, when we touch, we can hear it, but it fades away the more time passes. Seijin thoughts, hearing the voice of a corruption by kegger, is it a power of the twin stars? Issei, tell us, what do we have to do to save Mayura? Seijin, there is one thing. Something perhaps only you can do. The Fura no Kodo, the greatest ichiso to cleanse any impurities, but it requires enormous spell power that no one in the Onmyu Union can use. But the twin stars can increase their power explosively. It's called resonance. Issei resonance. Seijin, they combine their spell powers, amplifying them. One of the twin stars' secret spells. You're the only ones who can do it, and even then there's no guarantee it'll work. Issei, it's not about possibilities, we're not trying to defeat an enemy. We want to save Mayura, even if the probability was 0%, if someone needs help we'll go to Darcella, like on Yaoji. This last thing surprised Seijin greatly, so he whined and answered. Seijin, again with the idealistic garbage, but touching Issei's head, keep going, it shows that it's not just words. At that moment the kegger appeared and launched an attack, being stopped by Seijin. Seijin, protection from calamity, come immediately. At that moment several chains appeared from the ground which tangled themselves all over the kegger's body. Seijin, ready to spend time with your family? He asked while he was alone. Seijin threw himself down taking the kegger still tied with him. While Seijin held the kegger, Is and Binyo held hands without saying anything and instantly they were both surrounded by a great amount of power, thus raising a huge pink pillar of power, surprising Seijin and the kegger. Issei thoughts, no need to say anything else. Binyo thoughts, concentrate on one thing. Issei's thoughts. Mature. Binyo thoughts, Mayura. Both, I want to save her. The power increased even more, and both raised two fingers to the height of their lips and began to perform the spell, while several symbols appeared in the air. Ambos, Hito, Fuda, Mi, Yo, Itsu, Mu, Nana, Yi, Ko and Otonari Korea. As he recited, several symbols appeared in the air until only one formed. The kegger, seeing the enormous power of the spells, his smile disappeared and changed to one of anger. He broke the chains and launched himself at both of them, appearing in front of the spellcaster. Ambos, Furub Yura to Furub. Both still with their hands intertwined began to accumulate more power and pointed towards the kegger which broke the seal with its claws. Both, cleanse, purify, come immediately. They both shouted while a star formed in their hands. Star which was thrown against the spell which was broken by the kegger. Seijin thought it hadn't worked while the kegger continued laughing and attacked both of them again. Issei, I'm sorry Mayara. I'm sorry you went through this. Binyo, it's okay, Mayara. Both opened their arms waiting for her while cracks appeared all over the kegger's body until it finally broke and Mayara fell unconscious in Binyo's arms and Issei in his human form. Issei-sen took off his white shirt and buttoned it up for Mayara, who fortunately was somewhat large, covering her parts since she had been left naked. Seijin, she's asleep, she'll wake up soon. Issei, by the way, why did Mayara suffer corruption by kegger? He said with an overly serious voice. Kanako, impure desires. She said, but nobody paid attention to her. Issei was furious, his blood began to boil, steam to come out of his mouth until the straw that broke the camel's back. Budo, how have you been, Issei? He asked mockingly, but Issei didn't even look at him. It's good to see you, Issei. It's been a while since you couldn't do anything. Binyo, how could you do that? Do you want to repeat Hinatsuki's tragedy? Budo, shut up, Binyo, that doesn't matter to you. He said with a serious voice. How are you, Issei? Did you like my gifts? Returning to his cheerful voice. I thought that some very strong keggers would be good to test your current power, but I'm disappointed. I even went to the trouble of corrupting Mara-chan. Issei's glove appeared, one of his eyes changed color to red. Yudo thought Issei would launch an attack, but Issei with his other hand took his glove and began to squeeze it too tightly, so much so that large cracks appeared all over the glove, causing it to disappear. Yudo felt fear and unconsciously took a step back, but he quickly composed himself. Seijin, calm down, Issei, I know what you're carrying. But I'm just as upset as you are. This time I'll clean up your mess, idiot student number 2. Budo, I see you still indulge your students, Seijin-san. But you're a bit annoying. You already took care of the exorcism of the kegger I made for Issei. Stop interfering or I'll kill Mayara. At that moment, at a speed imperceptible to everyone, Issei appeared in front of Yudo and with his sword, gave a large cut to Yudo's chest, which was crashed against a mountain, which exploded. Yudo spat out a large amount of blood and tried to get up, but Issei appeared in the air in front of him and launched a kick to the head. Yudo ducked to try to dodge it, but didn't count on Issei using his other leg to hit Yudo's head, smashing it into the ground. Issei began to press harder on Yudo's head, which put his hands on the ground and tried to get up, but it didn't work. He tried to lift Issei's foot, but it didn't work either, so with no other option, he made the ground explode beneath him, thus having a small chance to get away from Issei. Issei, despite the dust, noticed where Yudo was, so he attacked him, and Yudo, somewhat scared, wrapped 3 rocks in impure energy and threw them at Issei. Issei, still with his gaze lost, created a tornado of light around him, destroying the rocks. Yudo, already expecting Issei to destroy the rocks, entered the tornado of light and with his glove, gave a strong blow to Issei's face, making the tornado of light disappear and destroying the ground beneath them, while Issei went to crash near Seijin. Issei quickly composed himself, but only at that moment did he realize that there are 2 Yudo, one watching from above and against the one he was fighting. The one above, who is the original, came down, and when he did, the clone disappeared, surprising the 3. Yudo, you've really gotten stronger, Issei, but I didn't come for you today, I came for Seijin-san. He interferes a lot with my plans, so please disappear. At that moment, a large circle of 2 rings, one smaller than the other, was formed under the yoke. Yudo, may the divine arrow over those who move away from blessings. Issei, that's it, the air crack bullet. Yudo, no matter how strong you are, you'll have trouble dodging this, Seijin-san. Light distortion bullet. Come immediately. Behind Yudo appeared several rocks identical to the ones before, but with the difference that these contain more power. Yudo, Seijin Amikawa, of the 2 guardians, killing you will be my declaration of war on the Onmyaji Union. Yudo launched the bullets at high speed, while Seijin just raised his talisman. Seijin, White Tiger Crystal. Was what he said, and instantly a tornado of light like Issei's formed around him, destroying the bullets at the slightest contact. Seijin, we don't just take the names of the original 2 guardians. We use powers that belong to the relatives with those titles, that doesn't make us who we are. Seijin, Divine Enchantment. White Lotus Tiger. Seijin began to walk slowly towards Yudo while he looks at him with a smile. Yudo, what a joy, Seijin-san takes it seriously, well, I should try a little harder. Taking a fighting stance. Seijin, he can't hold me back like that. Taking an attack position. Yudo, it would be boring if you did. For a few seconds no one moved until a stone fell to the ground and Seijin appeared in front of Yudo and with his Byakko claw, he delivered a downward slash to the chest, leaving the mark of the attack behind Yudo. After the attack, Yudo, still in his same position, began to cry from the only eye he has. XD while Seijin looks at him seriously. Yudo. How sad, it's so sad. I didn't think that after 5 years, I would become so much stronger than you. He said, stopping crying. Seijin changed his face from seriousness to one of surprise, feeling how his glove began to disappear, but it was too late to react and Yudo fired an attack that Seijin received full on. Yudo. You fell. He said mockingly while Segion falls to the ground without his transformation due to the attack and loss of energy. Issei. Seijin. Shit, don't buck with me. I won't accept it. Getting up with difficulty. This can't happen. Yudo. Great, Issei stood up. He said while clapping. And what will you do now? Binyo. Issei, you can't do it in that state. Issei. Of course not. We're not done. I can't let it end like this. Yudo. Won't you give up? Issei. Now you represent the sins and impurities that I must purify. Yudo. It's ironic, but it's true. In that case try exercising me if you think you can. Yudo wrapped his hand in energy and launched himself at Issei who prepared himself, but before he could act Seijin who had his whole body covered in serious wounds, covered in blood all over his body and without his right arm, which was disintegrated by Yudo, got in the way of the attack receiving it in the shoulder. Yudo. Yeah, you can still move. He said, taking his hand off Segion's shoulder, who didn't respond. Seijin. End of 7 torments and 7 leagues to the stars come immediately. Rossweisse palabas si Ijin and Sero abinyo mayor Issei en un cubo de energia. Issei. What are you doing, Seijin? Seijin. Keeping them alive, even if I have to die, that's my duty. As one of the 2 guardians. Yudo. Your life must not be worth much. Seijin didn't respond and launched an explosive seal at Yudo, which exploded making him retreat. Yudo. Come on, do you think those Ichisos? Yudo couldn't finish speaking because Seijin sent several explosive seals which followed Yudo, moving him quite far away, which is what Seijin wanted. Seijin. Take Mayara and leave Megano. The barrier won't last long. Issei. What are you saying? We should all go together. Seijin. Keger's corruption will only end with Yudo's death. If we don't stop him, there'll be a second and third tragedy on a scale greater than Hinatsuki's. Listen, kiddo. I was giving the old man something I was planning to give you. When you get out of here, I'll see about it. Issei. What are you talking about? Wait. Seijin. The stars just as they cease to exist, shatter and create new stars, you must rise up after being defeated and put it to good use. Issei. I don't understand you. If you're going to give me something, do it yourself. You don't even sound like yourself. Seijin. They say the Maiko will end the war against the Keger. Giving your life to protect your parents is an honor as one of the 2 guardians. All along, I lived because you saved Mayara. I thank you. Was the last thing he said, starting to walk towards Yudo. Issei. Wait, Seijin. Seijin. Stop bragging. Get out of here. Seijin ignored him and continued walking, while Issei began to hit the barrier. Seijin. Let us out. Yudo. You finished saying goodbye. Seijin didn't answer him and took the same talisman he uses to summon his claws and began to fill it with all his remaining energy. Issei. The same talisman, but with more power. At that moment Issei began to hit the barrier uncontrollably, he had to avoid it. Seijin. Don't do it, damn it. Yudo. Seijin-san, no Pansaris. Seijin stopped walking and started running towards Yudo, while remembering what he said to Is the day they saw each other again. Memory. Seijin. Stop with that idealistic rubbish. Your arm doesn't save people. It's for rejecting the hands of those who ask for it. End of memory. Seijin. I didn't have to be so protective after all, but I'd like to see a little more of how they think as Onyages. What's up, Issei? Great Starfall, come right away. Issei. Don't do it. Issei screamed and Seijio hit the barrier more quickly, violently and aggressively, his fists began to bleed until Seijin arrived in front of Yudo and a large explosion was formed which could be seen from afar. After the great explosion, the only thing left in the place was a large crater with a lot of dust in the air. Yudo. That idiot blew himself up. Coming out from under some rubble shaking his clothes. And the others? He asked himself walking to the center of the crater. Surely they fled. It seems that Yudo stopped surprised by his words because in the middle of the crater, he noticed Issei who had Seijin in his arms and Binyo and Mayara. Issei. What the buck, being weak again. Yudo. You should have broken the barrier from the inside. He said looking at Issei's bloody hands. Although it seems that Binyo covered Mayara-chan with his body, not bad, but it seems that now you have reached your limit, how about this? If you accompany me, everything will be fine. Issei. What? Budo. I told you, didn't I? What I admire is your potential, and now that you're stronger, you've become more interesting. Issei. You're an idiot, I already told you, I won't join you even if I die. Budo. You're the idiot. I didn't say you'd be fine, but everyone else did. Issei. You won't think. Budo. Ryogo and your friends from the Sika dorm will be corrupted by tomorrow. Imagine if that happens. He said laughing. Issei. You bastard, how can you? Budo. Ah, wait, the best part hasn't come yet. He said interrupting the brown-haired boy. You know, I'm not interested in them, but there is someone who is. Issei. Do you mean? Budo. Yes, that's who I'm referring to. I thought I couldn't corrupt them, but I met someone who taught me the right way to easily corrupt anyone. Issei. Yudo if you lay a finger on them. Budo. Don't be alarmed, I told you no, I'm not interested in the person who taught me the correct way to corrupt, but in one of his allies, he seems to be very obsessed with them. Issei. Why did you tell me this? Budo. Because I want you to join me, if you don't, I'll corrupt them too. Issei. I don't have time for your nonsense. Budo. You have no choice. I'll wait a day, he said, jumping out of the crater. How about we meet tomorrow at this time and you give me your answer? We don't see each other in a big way, I already know where. What place is important to both of us? Issei. El Dormitorio Hinatsuki. Budo. Hahaha, I'm already impatient, but don't forget it. Budo turned his back on Is and began to walk but stopped abruptly when he saw a black sphere pass near his face, so he quickly turned around noticing that the sphere was heading towards Issei. Issei felt something approaching, so he took out his sword and blocked the sphere, which continued to exert pressure until he used more force and returned it the way it came. Budo also left, but now with an annoyed face, because that idiot was about to ruin his plans. Issei staggered but held on to his sword before falling, then carried Seijin in his arms and jumped out of the crater, while Binyo carried Mayara. Issei, not needing to use his hands to open a door to Megano, could get out of there relatively easily, and when he left it was still night, which helped them because no one would see them. After a while walking with difficulty they arrived at the Sika dorms, where upon knocking on the door, they were greeted by Ryogo, who upon seeing them in that state, called the others, and they helped them as quickly as possible, but Mayara and Segan were taken to the hospital urgently. End of Cap. Cap 1610 second decision. After Issei and Binyo arrived at the Sika dorms carrying Mayara and Seijin, everyone was shocked to see Seijin's condition and quickly rushed them to the hospital, where Seijin was treated in the emergency room while Mayara was still unconscious. While everyone waited for Mayara's results and hoped for good news about Seijin, Zenkichi took Issei to a more remote location. Issei. Why did we get so far away? Zenkichi. It's about the Onyaji Union. Issei. What's wrong with them? Zenkichi. They will form a unit to eliminate Yudo. Members of the 12 Guardians. Suzaku, Taiho, Dayan, and Seryu. When they are ready, they will come to Narukami. Issei. The 12 Guardians. Zenkichi. Something's wrong. Issei. No, nothing. Zenkichi. If the Union had acted sooner, this wouldn't have happened to Seijin. Exorcise those corrupted by Kegger and eliminate Ijika Yudo. Those were the orders Arima-sama gave him. Seijin didn't want you and Yudo to fight and acted like the bad guy to keep you away from Megano. Issei. Seijin knew that Yudo wouldn't stop. Zenkichi. Even if he survives, Seijin will never be able to fight as an Onyaji again. Issei gritted his teeth in frustration and guilt after hearing what Zenkichi said. If you lose you are worthless, Issei said to himself. Zenkichi. Issei, take it. He said, giving him a briefcase. Issei. What is that? Zenkichi. Open it when you get back. After a while, Binyo and Issei arrived home without saying a word to each other. After arriving, they each went to their rooms. Issei entered his room and sat on the floor in front of his briefcase. Issei. Seijin queried Armello. Que sera? The chestnut-haired man opened the briefcase, where he was surprised to find a small hand-carved wooden box containing a talisman. Issei. Un talisman de armas roja. However, the talisman isn't the only thing in the briefcase. Issei puts the talisman aside when he sees that in the briefcase there is an Onyaji suit. When Issei saw the suit, he couldn't help but let a tear fall from his eyes as memories came to his mind. Flashback. We see a 7-year-old Issei who still hadn't recovered his memories, along with Ryogo and Seijin who were training them. Ryogo. It looks good on you, Issei. The boy praised a 7-year-old Issei who was trying on an Onyaji suit. Issei. Now I will be a true Onyaji. Ryogo. Silly, you're just getting started. Issei. Why is Seijin's suit black? He asked, looking at his teacher. I want one like that. Sejin. You're 100 years away from using this. He said, turning to look at him. Only Onyaji with power and commitment can wear black. For Brat to be able to wear a uniform is a mistake. Ryogo. Sejin-san. Sejin. Thanks to the mistakes of adults, children have to fight. He said, approaching the brown-haired boy. When they should act like children and waste time with their friends. Issei. Sejin. Sejin. Well, if you want to use one of these, make me believe you earned it. He said while stroking Issei's head. Be a true Onyaji. Do it and I'll give you as many as you want. In flashback. Issei snapped out of his memories and hugged the suit tightly, remembering that Sejin, despite everything, always took care of him. And now, because he was weak, he couldn't protect someone important to him. Issei took the suit and put it on, then left his room and headed to Binyo's room. Issei. Binyo, do you hear me? Tomorrow I'll go with Yudo. I don't care about the Onyaji joining forces or if the two guardians act. I want to fix this myself. He beat Sejin, and I know he's much stronger. But even if you don't believe it, that's nothing new to me. So I have to go. I have to beat him. Binyo heard everything Issei said through the door, so she got up from the floor and headed to the door, then opened it. She was surprised to see the suit Issei was wearing. Issei. I lost the will to fight 5 years ago. But you made my time move again regarding the Onyaji. Binyo. Now I understand your determination. When you fight my brother, I'll go with you. Issei. You'll fight against your family. Binyo. It's not about whether I want to do it. I don't want it to hurt anyone else. The next day we see Issei in the training room stretching when he is interrupted by Binyo, who came in with a large blanket. Binyo. Okay, let's get started. Issei. What, by chance, are you going to move? Binyo. No. He answered simply. Issei. And what do you have there? Pointing at the large blanket. Binyo. They are spiritual talismans that I kept and also weapons. He said, lowering the blanket, showing a large amount of talismans, books and some swords. We need to practice a strategy. Issei. Genius. He said, looking at the talismans and weapons. But having many talismans and weapons will not be enough. Binyo. What matters is the number of spells we can use at once, I mean, combinations. Aside from your arm. How many can you use at once? Issei. 1. Whispered so that Binyo wouldn't hear him. Binyo. I didn't hear you, I can handle 6. Issei. I said only 1. After the answer, Binyo looked at Issei with an incredulous face. Issei. It's not my fault, they never finished teaching us in Hinatsuki. Binyo. When I was 12 I could already use 5. Issei. Anyway, I can't use multiple spells like you. But I use energy to enhance my physical abilities and I can also use spells without a talisman. Binyo. That's true, and you're the only one who knows how to increase your energy reserves. Issei. Yes, now that I remember, I didn't teach you how to fight without talismans, well I'll teach you what I can with the little time we have. Binyo. What is that? I asked as Issei took out his new talisman. Issei. Sejin gave it to me, it was with my new suit. It must be the Master Star Armor. It will probably help contain my arm's consciousness and make it stronger once I absorb it. Binyo. That will be a great help. My brother's strength, power and endurance are superior. But we have something to fight with besides enchantments. Issei. Ah, you mean. Binyo. The technique only we can use. Resonance. Issei. Resonance combines our spell power and amplifies it. We don't know if there's a limit to the amplification of power. Binyo. We need to use the time to figure out how to activate it and how long and how many times we can use it. Issei. Well, let's confirm what we know. First of all, how to activate it, we just hold hands. Let's go. He said, extending his hand to Binyo, who blushed. Let's go quickly. Said the brown-haired boy calmly while Binyo took his hand and blushed deeply. For a few seconds nothing happened, which angered Kanako, who appeared on Issei's shoulder. Kanako. Ah, I can't take it anymore, you idiot brat. Why are you smiling when you hold Binyo-sama's hand? Issei. I just want to activate the resonance. Kanako. I don't care if it's resonance or rebirth. Just do it now. Binyo. Anyway, we can use some spell. She said, calmer but still blushing. Issei. Well, what do you think? Binyo. No matter what it is, just hurry up. Issei. Air crack bullet. Issei exclaimed, and instantly a small rock wrapped in white fire appeared. The brunette brought 2 of his fingers together and pointed at his target, then fired his bullet, which passed through his target but didn't cause any more damage than expected. Issei. That wasn't resonance, the damage would have been greater if he used more power, but that means the resonance wasn't activated. Binyo. I think contact isn't enough. We have to unite our will and heart. Issei. This sounds very cheesy. Binyo. Before, it was the desire to fight Kaguya or save Mayara. We thought about the same thing without even considering it. Without another word, they both closed their eyes and concentrated on the same thought. Stopping Yudo. Instantly, their power increased and they began to merge, and they were then enveloped in a great amount of energy. Issei, air gap bullet. A stone wrapped in white fire appeared in Issei's palm, then began to absorb more energy, growing larger, taking the shape of a fox head. Issei aimed and launched an attack which hit its target, making it explode and finally crash against the wall, creating a crater. Issei. Great, the resonance really enhances the attacks. Binyo. This doesn't level the playing field, but now we have a way to fight. Issei. We already know how to activate it now. Binyo. Duration and quantity. Issei. We also need to think of a signal to start the resonance. Binyo. Good idea. Issei. Okay, let's continue, now we have to see if it enhances speed, strength, and so on. Binyo. That would be the most difficult because we have to be synchronized. Issei. We'll see how to solve it. Binyo. Okay, let's get started. Issei. Daemon Segundo. The brunette jumped up to where the monitor that controls the room is and quickly began to type, at the same time that floating spheres and robots began to emerge from the walls which move at great speed throughout the room. Issei jumped down, and immediately Binyo took Issei's hand, and both disappeared at great speed, beginning to destroy the spheres and robots. After a few hours of testing, the training room was destroyed, although it did not take long to begin to be repaired. Binyo. I think we already have the bases. Issei. Yes, there is no limit, we can continue as long as we have power and resistance. He said while pulling his hair back because of the sweat. Binyo. But the stronger the attack, the more energy it will consume. Issei. Well, we have to continue. Binyo. It's not better to leave it like that. Issei. But I still have something to teach you. Binyo. We already exhausted our when we used the Furu no Kodo in Mayara. Issei. Okay, then go rest, it's already 8 at night, I still have something to do. Binyo. Don't get attacked. Without saying another word, the girl went up the stairs and headed to the bathroom to shower, and after a few minutes went to her room to sleep. After 2 hours of sleep, Binyo abruptly got up from her bed because the memories of seeing her parents die and finding out that Yudo, the person she admired the most, always despised her, did not let her sleep, so with no one else to turn to, she left the mansion at full speed, heading to the Sika bedrooms. After 15 minutes of running, she finally reached the bedrooms, and despite it being 10 at night, she knocked on the door, attracting the attention of Kinu, her grandmother, who is preparing Binyo's favorite sweets, a hagi. The old woman, when she heard the knock on the door, was surprised because it was very late, but she still went out to see who was knocking. Kinu. Who is it? She asked but was surprised to see Binyo. Binyo-sama, what's going on? The girl didn't respond to the question. Come on, come in. Binyo walked past without a word and sat down at the dining room table in silence. Kinu. Binyo-sama, prepare some ahagi. He said, coming out of the kitchen and putting a plate with several ahagi, a teacup and some chopsticks on the table. Binyo picked up an ahagi with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth, but before eating it, for some reason she remembered what Issei told her on their date. Memory. Issei. You look very happy, ahagi began. Eat, if it makes you happy, keep doing it. End of memory. The girl returned the ahagi to the plate, surprising Kinu, since Binyo had never rejected an ahagi. Kinu. Are you not hungry? Would you rather read for a change of scenery? Binyo. Grandma, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do, I can't stop shaking. She said, looking at her hands shaking, to which Kinu just smiled with affection and tranquility. Kinu. It's okay to run away. She said, taking Binyo's hand. She's fought a lot since she was little, no one will blame her. Binyo. Is it okay to run away? Kinu. Yes, that's fine, sometimes running away is the best option. If it will save you, please do it, but don't do anything you regret later. No matter what you decide to do, make sure you don't regret it. Any regret you have, it will bind you. Over time, the greater the regret, the more suffering it will cause you. But if it's not something you regret, if it's not something you wish to do otherwise, then run. Binyo. I'm scared, but if I run away now, if I run away only to say, I know I'll regret it. After that brief conversation, the dining room fell silent again while Binyo settled down to eat the ahagi. After several minutes, it was 11 o'clock, so Binyo started to return but was stopped by Kinu, who was carrying something wrapped in a pink blanket. Kinu. Binyo-sama, take it. He said, handing him what he has in his hands. Binyo. What is this? He said, taking it. Kinu. She's changed a lot since she met the brat. She's gotten emotional and raises her voice. I was always impressed by her self-control, but seeing her express herself isn't bad. Binyo. Grandma, thank you. He said with a smile and then left. After a while Binyo returned to the mansion and went to the training room where he met Issei, who fell asleep. Binyo. Issei. She said, approaching the sleeping brown-haired boy. He looks sweet when he sleeps. The girl thought with a smile. Binyo's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of cracking and small stones hitting the ground. She walked toward the wall in front of her, noticing a crack appear in it, slowly growing larger and beginning to shake. Binyo quickly moved away from the wall, which fell apart, revealing a large hole behind it as a result of Issei's blows. Binyo. What was he practicing? I guess he wanted to calm down, but going to that extreme would be useless. Binyo touched the brown-haired boy's cheek to see if he would wake up. Issei. What are you doing, Binyo, he said, still asleep. Binyo. You're a really weird guy, she thought as she leaned very close to the chestnut tree. Reckless and rude, but you still showed me the way out of the darkness. The next day Issei woke up noticing an extra weight on his arm, only to open his eyes in surprise when he noticed that he and Binyo were sleeping hugging each other. At Issei's slight movement, Binyo woke up and automatically blushed and quickly moved away from the brunette. Binyo. Pages, why are you hugging me? I asked nervously. Issei. I slept here, what are you doing here? Binyo. It's your fault anyway. Issei. Why? Binyo. It's your fault I slept so well. Issei. I slept well too. After the small exchange of words, both just laughed and then went up to the kitchen where Issei prepared breakfast and the morning passed peacefully. At noon, Issei went to the hospital to visit Mayara and Sejin, where they told him that Sejin was still unconscious, but Mayara had already woken up, so he went to the room where Mayara was. Issei. Hello. He said, greeting with a smile. I'm glad to see that you're awake, I brought you some sweets and fruits. Mayara. Hi, nice to see you, but what are you doing here? Issei. You will hurt my feelings. He said mockingly. That you don't like my visit. Mayara. You know that's not what I mean. Issei. First I want to apologize for giving you that bad time. Mayara. You don't have to apologize, it wasn't your fault. Issei. And second, I want to tell you about everything that happened to me. Issei was about to start telling, but was stopped by Mayara, who put her finger on the brown-haired boy's lips. Mayara. I would really love to know what you are hiding, but first tell me what you have planned. She said seriously. Issei. Planned on what exactly? Mayara. I know you and you will surely do something about Yudo. Issei. Hahaha, it seems you know me well, and about that, I plan to go fight Yudo. Mayara. I knew it, she said in a whisper. Then don't tell me anything. Issei. But. Mayara. If you want to tell me, come back alive, it's clear. Issei. I promise you, then I'll leave. Issei got up and headed to the door only to be stopped by Mayara. Mayara. Issei, please don't die. She said worriedly. At this Issei just laughed lightly and then responded. Issei. Believe it or not, stronger people have tried to kill me, but thanks to a certain person I'm still alive. He said this with a smile and then left the room. Although in the end they ended up killing me. He thought as he headed to the outskirts of the hospital. No matter how much I hated him, in the end Volley was right, without Akari's power I am nothing. Issei left the hospital grounds and returned to his home where Binyo was waiting for him in the living room. Binyo. Issei, I want to ask you something if you don't mind. Issei. Sure, go ahead. He said, taking a seat. Binyo. Your arm, is that red arm a corruption of Kegger? Issei. Yes, it's the arm of a Kegger. Sejin first sealed the arm and then created a talisman which my arm absorbed and allows me to release a portion of its power. Binyo. And that happened in the Hinatsuki tragedy? Issei. Yes, that day all my friends began to turn into Kegger and I had to stop Yudo and save my friends, but in the end I received the same corruption by Kegger as them. I don't know why, but for some reason the corruption didn't work on me. My friends asked me crying that they didn't want to become a Kegger and that I helped them, so I killed them to end their agony. My arm was white and was stained with the blood of my friends. Issei said all this in the light of the sunset as he stood up from his seat. Issei. It's about time. Binyo. Well, we have to prepare ourselves. Issei and Binyo each went upstairs to their respective rooms to get ready. After a few minutes, Issei was ready in his suit. The brown-haired boy waited patiently for Binyo, but it didn't take long for Binyo to come down the stairs with a new Onmyaji outfit. Issei. Ooh, you also have a new suit and it also has a skirt. Binyo. Grandma made it, she said I fight like a man, so I should have a feminine appearance. She said as she approached the brown-haired boy. How rude. Issei. Sometimes he can be right. He said mockingly. At this Binyo stepped on the chestnut tree's foot, which complained. Issei. It hurts, hey. Binyo. We have to survive together. Issei. You can be sure of that. Meanwhile, in Megano, we see Yudo anxiously awaiting Issei's arrival. His wait didn't take long, and a door opened behind the blue-haired man, from which Binyo and Issei emerged. Yudo. Hello. Issei. Here we are Yudo. Yudo. I'm glad you kept your promise, Issei. He said smiling enthusiastically. Issei. You chose this place to fight. You're as sick as ever. Yudo. I thought you would like it. Said entering the Hinatsuki dorms, or the rest of the place. Issei and Binyo followed Yudo until they reached where Issei and his friends were taking classes, where they noticed that Yudo placed a flower on each seat. Yudo. They were just a bunch of idiots, but in the end we were friends, by the way I also have yours. He said while smelling a flower. So, what will we do? If you ask me to join I won't need the flowers, but… Issei. Don't ask the question if you know the answer, I just came to finish what you started. Yudo. How cool, it's like seeing the old you. This ridiculousness leaves me speechless. I made clear the difference between Seijin-san and me, didn't I? And you're here with Binyo helping you. How does that make you think you can win, Issei? It seems I don't need you, I'll crush you and turn you into food for Kegger. Yudo appeared at high speed in front of Binyo, kneeing him in the face, then spinning in the air and kicking Issei in the face, crashing him into a wall. Yudo. You're very relaxed, Issei. Do you think you should think so much now? Yudo approached Issei only to stop abruptly because Binyo appeared in front of him and at high speed launched slashes at high speed. Binyo landed in front of him and instantly attacked again. Binyo. Ephemeral lotus dance, zero distance, ceremonial tiger pose. Binyo attacked Yudo, giving a strong sword blow that lifted the blue-haired man into the air, and without stopping he continued to throw cuts, which annoyed Yudo. Yudo. What was that? That's all the power you can use, are you making fun of me, useless? He yelled angrily to spin in the air and kick Binyo who covered herself with her swords, causing one to break. Issei. Aircrack bullet. Issei launched a large number of attacks, but these were easily blocked by Yudo. Yudo. With your power these are like grains of rice, you are more insulting than brave, Issei. He shouted, barely able to propel himself towards Issei. Issei. We've just begun. He said while Binyo landed next to him and they held hands. Issei. Burning stone. Binyo. Scarlet strike. Issei Binyo. Resonance. Sky strike. They both said and instantly their power grew and worked, while several attacks in the shape of a fox head appeared. The attack was launched towards Yudo who opened his eyes in surprise but did not have time to react and had to cover himself from the attack, but he did not count on the attack being so strong that it sent him flying. Yudo. That's what they used to save Meera. He thought, noticing his hand was hurt when he blocked the attack. How desperate. Issei. Yudo. Issei shouted as he fell from the sky, surprising the blue-haired man. Yudo. And that posture. He wondered as he saw Issei fall with his arms swung back and his hands open. He is unprotected. Issei. Burning sword. He exclaimed and instantly Binyo appeared at his side. Binyo. Scarlet cut. She exclaimed while Issei took the sword next to her. Issei Binyo. Resonance. Equestria end of the world, they shouted to the Unizono while they lowered the sword hitting Yudo, directly creating a great explosion. Explosion which was seen by Kamui from afar. Issei. A direct hit, but he said looking at the large crater created by the explosion. Yudo. Resonance, right. He said smiling as he emerged from the dust cloud he had created. One of the powers of the twin stars, right. They worked on it for a day and thought they could use it in combat. Binyo. He is unharmed. Yudo. I was starting to get excited, but that's not all they can do, right. Issei. Don't worry, the best is yet to come. He said taking the talisman that Seijin gave him. Yudo. Millimeters, that's not normal. He thought intrigued. Issei stepped back a bit and made his glove appear. Issei. Master Star Talisman, hell. The talisman caught fire as did Issei's glove which was surrounded by a tornado of fire. I say. Cleanse, purify, defend, bless. Hum immediately. Issei lassoed the talisman in the air which quickly grew and Issei pierced it with his glove, causing the talisman to be absorbed and consequently Issei's glove began to release a great amount of power and lightning, surprising Yudo, Binyo and Kamui who is still watching from afar. Yudo. Releases his power and then adds an enchantment. He's also enchanted Kegger's arm directly. Issei. Onyaji spell. Astral disaster. Issei's glove began to change shape and increase its power. Yudo. How interesting, Issei, you really know how to entertain me. Issei. Meteor crash. He exclaimed, punching the air and instantly a long line of flames attacked Yudo, who stopped it with one hand but began to retreat from the attack. Yudo. Idiot. He said deflecting the attack. Something that Issei took advantage of to appear in front of Yudo and hit him in the face. Yudo. How fast? He thought while covering himself from the flurry of blows that Issei threw at him. Are you crazy? Issei can only use one spell at a time, so the other arm is unprotected. The blue-haired boy's thoughts were interrupted when Issei threw a punch wrapped in fire which Yudo easily stopped. Yudo. That arm is powerful, but… Issei. Flame contact. He exclaimed and instantly Binyo appeared at his side and took him by the hand. Binyo. Scarlet explosion. He exclaimed and instantly the power of both resonated and grew making the blue-haired man step back a little. Yudo. This one too, he thought, surprised. Issei Binyo. Resonance. Scarlet meteor clash. Both affirmed their grip and Issei with his glove gave a direct hook to Yudo's abdomen and then released a powerful ray of power which raised Yudo into the sky, creating an explosion. The explosion ended and to both of their surprise the blue-haired man appeared from the cloud of dust. Yudo. That was a good one, he said in a distorted voice, but it wasn't a definitive blow. Issei. Yudo, your whole body is from a kegger. He said looking at Yudo's new form. And Yudo. I would have taken more damage if I had continued to contain my power. Binyo. You were holding back. Yudo. Yes, just like Issei's arm. You have to contain Kegger's power to maintain a human form. My spell power is too great, this body can't handle it for long. Well, it's my turn. Yudo charged at Issei at high speed, landing a strong blow to his face that sent him flying until he crashed into a mountain. Binyo saw this and launched herself at Yudo, throwing slashes one after another, but this only annoyed Yudo. Yudo. A walking waste of talent. He thought as he moved at high speed and kicked Binyo in the jaw, causing him to spit out blood. Yudo. It's getting irritating dealing with your speed. He said crouching down while pointing his hand towards Binyo's legs. Let's stop her. The blue-haired man charged an energy attack in his hand and threw it directly at Binyo's legs. Binyo fell asleep screaming in pain because Yudo had completely destroyed the bones in her legs, this in front of Yudo who smiled and stomped on the girl's legs, causing tears to fall from the pain. Yudo. Your scream is simply delicious, Binyo. He said while laughing euphorically. Issei. Yudo, you bastard. What kind of brother does that? He shouted as he charged at Yudo, throwing a punch. Yudo. Those reactions are why they will always be second-rate. He said touching Issei's chest who was embedded against the wall of the crater. I'm sorry, all I did was give you a little push. Issei. Stop playing. He said coming out of the wall. Yudo. I'll take your word for it, so don't move. Yudo snapped his fingers and several chains were stuck into Issei's legs and arms. I'll be back for you. He said returning to his human form. Yudo. And I guess in the end, a loser will always be one. He said as he bends down and takes Binyo by the hair. Tell me, at first you weren't trying to kill me, right? Don't tell me that you thought it would be a misunderstanding, that maybe it was someone else instead of your brother. He exclaimed angrily. That you continue wearing the hair clip I gave you proves how sad you are. He said taking the hair clip and then crushing it in his hand. You really don't deserve to live, neither as a human nor as an onmyaji, I don't even need to do it myself. He said moving away from Binyo as he saw several kegger approach the girl. Keep hating your weakness while you suffer a useless death. Binyo. What am I doing, will I die in a place like this? Yudo. Okay Issei, now we can play, you already spent your power saving Mera, so you don't have much left, right? He said with an ecstatic face to quickly attack Issei and throw a punch directly to the face, embedding the brown-haired boy's head into the wall. Issei. You can insult me, hit me or kill me if you want, but I'm going to break every bone in your body. Yudo. And how do you plan to do it? You have no energy at all. The blue-haired man couldn't finish speaking when he saw in surprise how space seemed to distort around Issei. Yudo. Is absorbing the impure energy without purifying it, his body doesn't. Yudo's thoughts were interrupted when Issei disappeared in a burst of speed, breaking the chains and beginning to move at great speed around Yudo, disconcerting him, something that Issei took advantage of and appeared in front of Yudo, throwing a strong hook to the blue-haired man's chin who was propelled into the sky. Not content with that, Issei jumped up to Yudo and then kicked him in the back which crashed the blue-haired man into the ground. Yudo. Let's see how much your body can take. He said smiling and then appeared in front of Issei and threw a punch that Issei blocked with his arms and then both disappeared and continued their fight. On the other hand, Binyo, despite not being able to use his legs, tried to get up with the help of his sword. Binyo. I can't die here. The girl managed to stand up with difficulty, but at that moment several kegger appeared around her and to her bad luck, her sword broke and fell back to the ground. The kegger launched themselves at Binyo, who just closed her eyes, waiting for the end. But at that moment, all the kegger were suddenly destroyed by a strong gust of wind. The girl opened her eyes in surprise only to find Kamui, who had killed the kegger that wanted to attack Binyo. Kamui. Why do you have such a good fight without me? Returning with Issei and Yudo. Yudo. Issei, why don't you join me? It's hard to avoid killing you, come on, Issei. It's your last chance. Issei. What do you want to achieve with this? Yudo. I told you yesterday, but it's easier to achieve my goal with you by my side. If you do what I say. Issei. If I do that you'll leave the others alone, right? Yudo. Mehahaha, if that's what I said, sorry. The truth is a lie to speed things up, now that I have the body and power of a kegger, I can steal the spell power of humans by killing them. I want a power that surpasses that of any Onyaji, and for that I only need one thing. The spell power of everyone in the country. Issei. And why should I care about the lives of people I don't know? Yudo. I guess, but if you think about it like that, it makes Hinatsuki's sacrifices insignificant. Issei. You mean it? Yudo. Listen, Issei. Onyaji or kegger, no matter which is stronger, they are both imperfect. If human power is yang in nature, then kegger power is yin. Those who utilize both yin and yang are Onyaji. I seek the greatest spell power. The greater and sublime existence, yes. In other words, the strongest Onyaji. Returned with Binyo. Kamui. Life would be so much easier if you just got stronger by crying. Binyo. What are you doing here? Kamui. Do you want to keep fighting? Binyo. What? Kamui. Answer. Do you want the power to fight? Binyo. What are you talking about? Kamui. How slow. I can use Kegger's power to replace the legs you lost. Just like the brown-haired boy. Binyo. What would you gain by doing that? Kamui. It's for fun. Binyo. Fun. Kamui. I like fighting strong people. And that includes letting people with potential get stronger so they can fight again. The blue-haired boy is very strong, but it irritates me how he boasts about it. Come on, answer. If you don't want help from the one you want to kill, you can die clinging to your ideal, or you can accept a curse, rise up to survive, and fight. I'll give you up to 10 to choose. On the other hand, we see how Issei little by little began to lose the battle when suddenly wounds appeared all over his body, this due to all the impure energy he absorbed. Yudo took advantage of this to give him a strong headbutt and then take him by the neck and go down to the ground and crash the brown-haired man hard. Yudo. What do you answer? Will you follow me? Issei. I still haven't lost. Yudo. Really? What a shame, then you could die. Goodbye, Issei. He said smilingly while pointing at Issei with his glove. Binyo saw this and tried to get up but couldn't. Kamui. 109876. Binyo. Yo. Voice. This power is nothing more than a curse. Kamui. 5-4. Binyo. Yo. Voice. You don't deserve to live. Kamui. 3-2-1. Binyo. Power. Kamui. Millimeters. Binyo. I want power. Power to fight alongside Issei. I want power to be with Issei. I want power to stop Yudo. I want power to kill you. After hearing that answer, Kamui's serious face changed to a happy one. Hey Kamui. Ja, good answer. He said before bending down and touching Binyo's leg with two of his fingers, beginning to pass energy. If the corruption absorbs you, I will be responsible for killing you. He said while raising two of his fingers near his face. Kamui. Ahuriya Sabasudo Misenu Sakurani Kegre no Hakami or Emiseshimus. Kamui finished meditating and instantly Binyo's body began to glow with a faint green light and a number sign appeared between Binyo's chest and abdomen. This caught the attention of Yudo and Issei, who noticed how a large amount of impurities began to emanate from Binyo's body. Yudo. What is that? Issei. Is that Kamui? Issei could clearly see the numerical symbol in Binyo, which upset him. Wait. What are you doing? What did you do? Binyo. The brown-haired boy shouted as he saw Binyo starting to complain in pain. On the other hand, Binyo found herself in her own mental space. Binyo noticed that she was floating in a place that was slowly starting to darken and she began to hear a distorted voice. Voice. I will never forgive him, I will kill him. Binyo. What is this? Voice. I will never forgive him. Binyo. The voice of a kegger. No, his thoughts. He thought while closing his eyes and covering his ears. Voice. Go to hell. Binyo. A dark and negative aura. Binyo opened her eyes in surprise as she saw the impurity growing from her legs and rapidly rising throughout her body. Voice. Die, die, die. Binyo. What? No. Don't come. She thought fearfully as the impurity almost covered her. Something else and I will get lost. Someone the girl extended her hand upwards, but the impurity ended up covering her entire body and the distorted voice became louder. Voice. I will never forgive him. Headed. Voice. I'll kill. Binyo, the girl opened her eyes upon hearing her name as a light entered her mental space and pointed directly at her. Voice. I will never forgive him. Headed. Voice. Dies. Binyo, the voice began to be distinguished, so Binyo extended his hand towards the light. Issei. Binyo. Was the shout that the brown-haired boy let out. At that moment the light finished entering and Binyo recognized the voice. Binyo. Issei, why would that be? When I say his name. When he says mine, I feel so much peace. And I notice warmth in my chest. How strange. When did this happen to me? I see. She thought while remembering everything that has happened with Issei despite the short time they have done many things. So that was it. Sadness, happiness, anger, jealousy, shame and more are the emotions that she has felt with Issei, something she had not felt since the death of her parents. Binyo. At some point Outside the mental space, Issei noticed that the impurity in Binyo was growing more, so he kicked Yudo hard in the stomach, who let go of him. Issei took advantage of this to jump to help Binyo, but was intercepted by Kamui. Issei began to struggle against Abasara, but his lack of strength worked against him, so without anything else to do, he desperately shouted Binyo's name several times. Issei. Kamui, move aside. Kamui. I can't let you intervene. Issei. Get out of the way. I must help. Binyo. Issei shouted furiously as his body began to release a large amount of impurities, surprising Kamui. Kamui. I knew it, you're not normal. He said, noticing that Issei's strength increased. Binyo. If weakness is a sin. Although wanting power is impure. If he lets me walk with Issei, I will accept the sins and impurities. Was what Binyo thought as she shot out at high speed into the sky, beginning to move at high speed, leaving a green trail behind her. Yudo. Someone like Binyo was chosen. He thought, annoyed. Issei jumped away from Kamui as he saw Binyo moving at high speed through the sky. The girl landed on the ground, creating a crater and raising a cloud of dust. Issei. You're welcome. Kamui. Give me a breath. Issei. Kamui. That's right, too beautiful to be considered impure. Binyo, my name is Adashino Binyo. Kamui, get ready. The fangs you gave me will come after you one day. Kamui. MF, if that gives me a good fight I can't ask for more. He answered seriously. Binyo. But now I can fight Issei again. Thanks Kamui. Kamui. Do you understand what you're saying? I asked with a surprised expression. Binyo. Face me, brother. The girl took an attack position ready to start, while Yudo just underestimated her, so he didn't put himself on guard. Binyo. Unarmed ephemeral lotus. Osir, ceremonial swallow. The girl attacked Yudo at high speed without giving him time to react, so he received a strong knee to the face that made him spit blood. Hey Amui. Yay. Yudo was left levitating in the air, so Binyo took advantage of the situation to poke herself underneath him and deliver a powerful kick to his back, sending him soaring into the air. Not content with that, Binyo appeared in front of Yudo, delivering a kick to his stomach, followed by a knee to his face, ending with a kick to the back that pinned Yudo to the ground, all at high speed. Binyo. It wasn't an act, the resonance attacks did affect him. He thought only to go down at high speed and slam his foot against a blue-haired man's chest, who spat out a large amount of blood. Yudo. Idiot. Don't brag. He shouted angrily as he quickly got back up and threw a punch at Binyo, who stopped it with her feet and used the force of the blow to rise into the air. Yudo. Did he absorb the impact? Binyo. More, I have to go higher. Faster. He thought as he touched a floating rock and then launched himself at Yudo at high speed, destroying the rock. Binyo came down at high speed and smashed his foot against Yudo, who blocked the attack with his glove but still began to be dragged easily, which bothered him and he began to resist. Binyo. Yudo. She shouted angrily, increasing her strength, slamming Yudo against the wall of the crater, making him bleed from his face. Yudo. Damn. Damn. What am I going to lose against someone like that? Like that? Against Binyo? He exclaimed furiously. Binyo. It's your end, Ijika Yudo. Your sins and corruption will disappear like the tears I shed. Binyo accumulated energy in his legs and attacked Yudo again, who could not react to the large number of blows that Binyo gave him, but at that moment Binyo suddenly stopped, which made Yudo smile. Kamui, time's up. At that moment, cracks appeared on Binyo's legs everywhere and impurities began to come out through said cracks and he ended up falling to the ground. Yudo. Yes. It's over. Binyo. What happened? Yudo. I said it was over. Kicking Binyo in the face. Haha, of course it would happen. Kegger corruption is taking an inhuman power into your body and containing it. Issei. Yudo Maldi. Yudo. Hey, don't move, your body will explode from the impure energy you absorbed. You got carried away, Binyo, I only need a minimal effort to kill you. But that wouldn't be fun and I wouldn't be satisfied. Get up first those annoying legs then your arms, I'll tear them off one by one slowly. And once you're fully conscious of that, I'll kill you. Yudo tried to pierce Binyo's head, but his attack was stopped by Issei. Issei. A brother shouldn't smile like an idiot when hitting his sister. He exclaimed while taking Yudo a few steps away. Yudo, already tired of this, with great strength and speed with his glove pierced Issei's abdomen, who could not react in time. Yudo. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What were you saying? He asked mockingly while removing his glove. Binyo. Yudo you bastard. Yudo. Don't shout, you're the one who's next. He said smiling, but suddenly received a blow from Issei who was barely breathing. Binyo. Issei too. Issei. Don't look at me like that. As if this is going to kill me. These wounds don't matter. Yudo. You're getting irritating, Issei. Issei. I haven't broken your bones yet. Issei smiled as a star was drawn on his chest and instantly a large amount of power was expelled, creating an energy pillar. From the pillar emerged Issei who with a different appearance his glove disappeared his entire body emanated energy changed his clothing to a white one with red parts and a star on his chest. Issei opened his eyes and his wound closed his eyes completely. Issei extended his arm and made his glove appear, this caused his transformation to disappear. Yudo. What would happen? He asked himself surprised. But Issei didn't give him time to think and at high speed he attacked him, giving him a strong blow to the face, followed by an elbow to the jaw and a punch to the abdomen. Issei didn't stop and quickly caught up with Yudo and spinning in the air, he landed a kick in the abdomen to finally grab him by the face and begin to drag him to the ground until he stopped. Yudo was badly hurt because Issei's blows now had a greater effect on him, so taking advantage of his position, he landed a kick in the stomach to Is, who was thrown into the sky. Yudo. Light-breaking bullet. Hum at once. Issei went down somersaulting in the air until he reached the ground. Upon landing, Issei noticed the attack that Yudo launched at him, so he quickly charged energy into his fist and threw a punch into the air, suddenly releasing the energy, destroying Yudo's attack and impacting him in the same way. After the attack, Issei's body began to twitch, wounds appearing everywhere. Issei realized this was because he had absorbed so much impure energy several times, so he had to finish quickly. The cloud of dust that is formed after the attack disappeared and Yudo could be seen in his Kegger form because Issei's attack destabilized his power, leaving him bewildered. Is noticed this and jumped into the sky, and despite the fact that his body would have serious consequences, he began to absorb more impure energy. The brown-haired man, who could barely stay conscious, passed all the absorbed energy to his glove and at great speed went down to finally give his last blow. Yudo, with no other option, created several Vereras which began to be destroyed. Yudo. Damn you, Issei. He shouted furiously with a distorted voice. Issei. Die, Yudo. Yudo. Is. Was the last thing the blue-haired man shouted when he received the powerful attack. After the powerful attack, Issei could be seen next to a deep hole in the ground into which Yudo had fallen. Binyo observed Issei and crawled toward him since he could to use his legs. Binyo. I say. The girl reached the brown-haired boy and sighed in relief. Thank goodness breathe. The girl, as best she could, placed Issei's head on her lap while she waited for him to wake up. Issei. Binyo what happened to Yudo? Binyo. KO. Issei. I see he is still alive. He said looking at the large hole in the ground. Even so how could you do it? Use the power of corruption by Kegger what would you have done if it didn't work? You are the other twin star if you became a Kegger you know what would happen. He said covering his face with his hand. Binyo. It's the same with you always worry about others but you're always prepared to die. I thought you were going to die but you survived. He said while crying. Issei, you're alive. Issei. Jaja, I think so. We're both alive. He said while wiping the tears from Binyo's face with his hand. Besides, you won't leave me easily. At that, Binyo smiled and hugged Issei. The next day, Issei woke up to sunlight shining on his face and the first thing he saw was a white ceiling. He got up and noticed Binyo next to the window. At the same time, she realized that Issei had woken up. Binyo. Good morning. He said with a tender smile. Issei. Binyo and that. I asked when I saw Binyo in a wheelchair. Binyo. Just in case, they said I should rest. Issei. I see. And where are we? Binyo. In Kyoto. He said opening the curtain revealing the city of Kyoto. Issei. Kyoto. Piro. Zenkichi. Ah, you woke up, Issei. Entering the room with Binyo's grandmother. Issei. Jisama. Zenkichi. We won't be leaving when your studies are over. Arima-sama is waiting for you. Issei. The pervert in underwear. After several hours, Issei was able to leave the hospital only to be taken with Binyo to Arima's care. Upon arrival, they were happily greeted by Arima. Arima. Wow. You're finally awake, Issei. I'm with 11 of the 2 guardians. Issei. What is all this? You know that we are hurt and Binyo needs rest. Shimon. Hey. Shut your mouth. Said the red-haired man somewhat annoyed. Issei. Why don't you come and force me? Arima. Come on, don't worry. I should introduce them, let's see. Issei. I'm not interested, nor will I remember everyone. What did you want? Just say it. Arima did not respond, but one of the 11 guardians present spoke. Beanie-tan told us about the battle against Sekiryuutei. Issei. Beanie-tan. Arima. Added tan to the girls' names. He said smiling. It's not about Hex, Arima-tan. We want the details of the end of the battle. He said looking at Issei. Upon knowing this, they will discharge you and you will be disciplined. He said seriously, but Issei couldn't help but laugh. Issei. Ha. Discipline us. Of course. Why did they plan without waiting for us? As a result, the target disappeared. You have to explain to him now. Shimon. We're saying this because it's their fault. They don't understand. If they hadn't interfered, we would have defeated Sekiryuutei. What if there had been casualties because some weaklings had interfered? Issei. Ha. It seems that Noblo understands, so I'll make it clear. He said as he approached the seat belonging to Sejin. Shimon. Don't touch Sejin-san's seat. Issei. Now then. He said sitting down. Let me make it clear to them what they don't know. I don't take orders from any of you, not even from Arima, so I won't tell you anything. I do what I want and you don't ask me to do anything. Subaru. Well, if you think about it, this would have been resolved if Sejin had done his job. Said the woman while drinking some tea, but everyone fell silent when Arima spoke. Arima. Issei-kun. He called with a serious voice. Leave the dreams for when you sleep. You fought together and you didn't beat him. What could you do? Issei. I ask you the same thing, all of you would fight against Yuto 11 against 1, that's not even fair, don't you think? Arima. Don't complicate things. You can only do one thing. Marry Binyo-kun and have a baby. Give birth to the Maiko who will end the millennia-long conflict. You must not do anything else, neither dangerous missions nor training. Why not stay safe and start a family? Issei. Well, how about this? He said getting up from his seat and approaching Binyo. Binyo, let's get married now and go home to make a baby. He exclaimed, surprising the guardians and making Binyo feel embarrassed and blush greatly. Binyo. What are you saying? Ridiculous. Issei. It doesn't matter if we do it, right, Arima? When the shrine is born, the twin stars will fulfill their duty and I'll be able to fight Yuto, right? Arima. I guess so, he said without giving it much importance. Issei. Of course not. Shimon. What do you mean? Issei. Even if the Maiko ends the battle, how could I leave everything to him? I won't leave that burden to a child, before he's even born I'm going to end this war. Binyo. I feel the same, even if he is born I won't let him go to a fight where he will die. Arima. Very well. Then we'll wait 2 years. Issei. 2 years. Arima. The prophecy says that a great calamity is approaching. Issei. What kind of calamity? Arima. The details aren't clear, but it's close. I suppose the 2 guardians can hold him off for a while, but if they can't do it in 2 years. Binyo. It's such a dangerous thing. Arima. Yes. So wait 2 years. In the meantime, I want you to become stronger than the 2 guardians. If you don't succeed, you'll make a baby. Do you understand? Issei. Yeah, we just have to get over it, right? It won't even take 2 years. That said, we're off, don't have a nice day. And Arima, if you want me to follow your rules, you have to give me something in return. Scene change. Narukami Hospital. On the terrace of said hospital we see Sejin, who is lying down quietly taking the air until his relaxation was interrupted. Vera. I knew you were here. You're a sick tiger man bartender. Sejin. That one was less abrupt than usual. Vera. That doesn't matter, instead tell me, how can you be an onmyaji? Sejin. What's that for? Forget. Vera. I don't want to get in anyone's way. I know I have to be stronger, so I want to fight alongside them. Returning to Kyoto, we see Binyo and Issei at a festival, enjoying the games and various dishes available throughout the venue, regardless of the time. Until Binyo asked Issei a question, which made him wonder about many things at that moment. Binyo. Okay. Issei. Dime. Binyo. How serious was that? Issei. What the hell? Binyo. Get married and have a child. Issei. That. Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested, but I think I'd prefer things to stay the way they are. Besides, there are things you should know about me before you decide that. What about you? Binyo. I think the same. After the small talk, they both continued enjoying the festival until sunset and they both went to a remote part. Issei. That was fun. He said, eating an ahagi. Binyo. I think it's the first time I've had fun like this. Issei. Yavio. Binyo. But I'm sorry. I see. Why? Binyo. I appreciate you bringing me, but right now I can't smile from the bottom of my heart. Issei. Wait a second, I'll be right back. And without giving him time to speak, Issei ran off. The minutes passed, it was about to get dark and Issei had not arrived. Binyo. It's taking a long time, the ahagi is going to dry out. Issei. Sorry. He said, arriving agitatedly. Binyo. What were you doing? Issei. Give me your hand. The girl didn't ask any more and extended her hand. Issei took it and placed a pair of hair clips in the shape of a peach flower. Binyo. This is it. Issei. If you don't want it, that's fine. Binyo. No. Night finally covered the sky and the festival lights came on, giving a beautiful illumination to Binyo. Binyo. I really appreciate it. Issei was stunned, unable to say a word until someone else arrived. Kinu. Binyo-sama, it's time to go. Binyo. Grandma, okay, see you. Issei. Issei. See you. The girl left with her grandmother while Issei remained motionless until they were out of sight. Once they were out of sight, the brunette wordlessly placed his hands in his pockets and began to climb some stairs leading to the top of the mountain. Upon arriving, Issei met the girls who were watching everything from above. Issei. Good night. He said calmly. Girls. Good night. Rias. How did it go? I asked, turning to look at him. Issei. Honestly, I lost. Asia. But you're here. Issei. His goal was to kill me and mine was to kill him, but in the end, no one died. I still consider it a defeat. Enemu. Why? Issei. He managed to cause me greater damage, in fact he pierced my abdomen, but thanks to my regeneration, I'm still alive. But. Sekiryuutei. But. Issei. But to be honest, I expected it. Leaning on the railing. Aisha. Really? Issei. Yes, really, no matter how much I hate him, Vela was right. Sona. About what exactly? Issei. Without Akari's power I am nothing, everything I achieved was thanks to her power. The girls heard this but knew that continuing the conversation would be awkward, so they changed the subject even though Issei got there first. Issei. The festival won't end until morning. You want to go? We haven't spent much time together lately. After the question, they all smiled and hugged the brunette, followed by a kiss. Kaneko. We have to go fast. Issei. We have plenty of time, there's no need to rush. Kuroka. We will spend time together in a pleasant and exciting way. Serafal. No one will climb this mountain so we can begin. Mugano. Former Hinatsuki dormitories. In the deep hole created by the attack we see a blonde boy go down to the bottom and meet Yudo, something that he doesn't like. You really lost. Yudo. What do you care about that? Better tell me what you're doing here. Naruto. End of the cap. Chapter 17. My daughter. The problems begin. 3 months passed since Arima entrusted Binyo and Issei to become stronger. 3 months in which Issei trained Binyo and the others from the Sika dormitory. In the first month he taught them to control their energy, in the second he taught them to expand their energy reserves more, and finally in the third month he taught them to fight without the need for a talisman. 3 months in which Issei overexerted himself because every night after finishing his training, he had a night of passion with the girls who wanted a child, but unfortunately none of them got pregnant. They knew that because they were angels, demons and fallen, it would be more difficult. But they were surprised to see that Yusaka did not end up pregnant, but still they did not give it much importance. Now we see Issei training his swordsmanship with Xenovia while the other girls watch them train. Although training is not the correct word because it is a battle between Issei and Xenovia. Battle in which Issei every so often ended up slammed against the wall because Xenovia did not hold back much. Issei, I expected this result. The chestnut said as he left the wall he was embedded into head towards his sword which was stuck in the ground. Issei. Even though your sword is heavy, you wield it as if it were another part of your body. Xenovia. Thank you for the compliment. She said with a smile. But why don't you use the power of your sword? Issei. As you just saw, I'm not very good at swordsmanship and I haven't even used that power yet. Xenovia. Seriously? But you've been telling us about the sword for 2 months now. Issei. Well, it's just that no situation had required it. Xenovia. But if you haven't used it and you don't know how to control it, it would harm you in a critical situation. Issei. Well, you're right, well, we have to try it. Issei took his sword and placed his other hand on the end of the handle. He gave a small sigh. Balance breaker. The brunette exclaimed, and instantly his whole body was covered in cuts from which blood began to flow, his eyes and ears expelled blood. The girls opened their eyes in surprise and terror at what had happened and quickly approached Issei, who stuck his sword into the ground and fell to his knees. Asia quickly healed his wounds. But they instantly reappeared. Asia continued healing until the sword slipped from the brunette's grip and stuck into the wall. The wounds did not reappear while the 4 demon kings emerged from the sword. Issei. Thanks girls, I'm fine now. He said a little panting. But what was that? Livia. I can answer that. Issei. You guys, I didn't know you could get out of the sword. Lucifer. That's a topic for another time, now I want you to answer honestly. Livia. You're not human, are you, was what she asked seriously. Such a question puzzled Issei, who didn't know how to answer. Issei. What is the point of that question? Irina. It's a question that doesn't make sense. Issei's presence is human, besides. Asmodeus. His presence may be human, but his stamina is not. Issei. Where they want to go. Beelzebub, we have an idea of what it might be, but we need something more to know if our hypothesis is correct. Lucifer, do you remember anything from your childhood that was not normal for a human? Issei. No, in fact I don't remember anything that happened before I was 6. Asia. But because she wants to know about Issei's childhood. Sekiryuutei. You want to find something in Issei's childhood that you can relate to his physical abilities, right? Issei. That doesn't explain why my body is covered in wounds. Livia. The reason your body broke out in cuts is because your body is overloaded with impurities. Issei. Overload. Asmodeus. As you know, demonic power is considered impure, so at the moment when Issei tried to use balance break, said impure energy entered his body, but Issei's body is overloaded with impure energy coming from Megano. Beelzebub, you decided to go fight Yudo even though all your positive energy was almost exhausted. Issei. Yes, I remember I spent almost all my energy using the Furu no Kodo to help Mare. Livia. Throughout the fight your body inconsistently absorbed impure energy. Lucifer. In other words, your body, even though it's human, has a monstrous resistance capable of withstanding large amounts of cursed energy. You just have to learn to control it. Issei. Easier said than done, creating a technique is not as easy as it seems. Sona. Then don't create a technique. Bakari. And then how will he learn to control the cursed energy? Sona. Instead of creating a technique, have the cursed energy flow throughout your body, and then you could make it flow with the energy of your surroundings. Raphia, it's like magic power. Issei. But I could barely use magic, what do they have in common? Rias. All or most races can use magic power, angels, fallen angels, demons, gods, and drans. They can all use magic power, and although each race's magic power is different, all the power flows between them. Issei. In other words, you want me to make the cursed energy and positive energy flow between each other. Rias. Yes, something like that. Issei. It's not like I have any other choice. Livia. Well, in that case we leave. Said and done, the 4 demon kings returned to the sword without saying more. Issei. Xenovia, we can leave training for later. Xenovia. Sure, no problem. Issei. Thanks, now it's better to rest, you want to do something. After the question, Akeno smiled mischievously as she approached the brown-haired boy. Akeno. Yufufu, I would like to continue with what we did last night. She said flirtatiously, wrapping her arms around Issei's neck. Issei. Por favor den mun respiro. Akeno. No way. Akeno leaned more on Issei, causing both of them to fall to the ground. I will be the one who gives birth to your firstborn. She said with a blush as she sat on the brown-haired boy's crotch. Xenovia. Oh, that's not fair. I'll be the one to give birth to Issei's firstborn. Bravo. It seems like some things never change. Xenovia. Well Issei, we have to make babies. Xenovia was about to undress until Kaneko approached Issei with a phone in one hand while holding a chocolate with the other. Kaneko. Issei Naya, they're calling you on the phone. Issei. I don't think I can answer. He said a little panting as Akeno began to wiggle her butt. Kaneko. I think it's important. Issei. Be because you say so. Kaneko. Because there are 10 missed calls. Gabriel. Kaneko, who is the person calling? I asked while the phone rang again. Pikono. Si Lama Bino. Issei. Bino. Enemu. Issei, you better answer. Akeno. Please don't interrupt us. Kuroka. I won't let you do it before time. Kuroka snapped her fingers making ropes made of taki appear which tangled themselves around Akeno, taking her away from Issei. Kaneko. Tome, Issei Naya. Issei, thank you Kaneko. The brunette took the phone and answered the call only to hear an angry Binyo for not answering. Issei. Hello, Binyo, what do you need? Binyo. Why are you only answering now? She exclaimed annoyed. Issei. Why are you yelling at me? Binyo. What do you mean, why? I called you many times and you didn't answer. Issei. Was busy. Binyo sighed and replied. Binyo. Anyway, I need your help. Issei. And my help with what exactly? Well, unless it's a Basara, I don't think you'll have problems with the kegger. Binyo. I'm in Megano, on the bridge where we fought Kamui. The girl said nothing more and hung up the call, making the brunette sigh. Issei. Haha, well what does it matter millimeters, girls want to go to Megano. Isaka. What's wrong? Issei. Yes, it was only the time Arima took them, right? Ilmenhold. Well you're right. Issei. Okay, let's go. 8 to Megano. The door to Magao quickly made an appearance, everyone entering and appearing in Megano, the tallest building in the city. Rafia. So this is what Megano looks like from a broader perspective. Rossweisse. It looks like a war has taken place here. Issei. Yes, I thought the same thing too. Asia. Issei, how did we get to this place if we were underground? Issei. I'd like to give you a solid answer, but I don't know how Megano works either. Bakari. This place isn't supposed to be full of kegger. Issei. Now that you mention it, it's true. Well, anyway, I'd better get this over with quickly. Bakeno. Okay, let's go. All the girls took out their wings and began to levitate until a question came to mind. Xenovia. Issei, how will you get to the bridge? Irina. You can't fly, can you? Rias. Do you want me to carry you in my arms? She said with a playful smile. Issei. I refuse to let you carry me like a princess. Rias. But I already did it once. Issei. When did that happen? Rias. When you saved me from marriage with Razor, you fell into my arms and I hugged you. Issei. That doesn't count. Kaneko. In that case I was the first to carry him, when the sand disappeared Issei fell into my arms. Issei. No thanks, I can get there alone. Issei smiled and with a small jump stood on the railing of the building. Issei made a powerful leap, launching himself into the air at high speed, destroying the building he was standing on. The girls saw him speed past, so they quickly began to follow him. Seconds later, Issei landed several meters away from the bridge. Xenovia. Your plan was to use brute force. She said arriving with the others. Issei. I was just stretching my legs. Asia. The building that fell apart says otherwise. Issei. Hahaha, small details, well they want to go. Rias. You better not. Issei. What, why? Rias. How will you explain to him that you have a harem? Issei. Excellent question. Irina. It will be better another time. Issei. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Issei jumped in the direction of Binyo who was waiting for him sitting at the edge of the bridge. Issei. What is the situation? He said falling behind the girl. Binyo. Ah, Issei, you finally arrived. He said standing up. Issei. Hi, the truth is that I wasn't planning on coming, but I would feel bad if I left you waiting and well, who is the person who needs to be supervised? I am that person. Said Mayra appearing behind the chestnut tree. I see. Really? He asked turning around. Binyo. Really? Issei. JMMM. Issei got close enough to Mayra to almost kiss her making the aforementioned blush, at the same time Binyo felt jealous. Issei. Hahaha, it's true, his power has taken a pure form. Binyo. Then we can start. Issei. No problem for me. He said walking to Binyo. And well as we started. Binyo. Down. He said stoically. Issei understood and looked down noticing a large kegger buried in the ground. Issei. Mayra, S2 debut, Estas lista. Binyo. If you want to quit, now is the time. Mayra. I won't do it. I worked really hard for this. I won't back down. Issei. Bien. The brown-haired boy stomped hard on the ground, releasing his power, causing the kegger to react. It emerged from the ground at high speed, appearing to resemble a large snake. Binyo and Is quickly stepped aside, leaving Mayra in view of the kegger. Fear gripped Mayra for a few seconds, as this kegger was larger, but the girl still took 3 talismans and threw them into the air. Mayra quickly implemented what her father Sejin taught her, and the talismans quickly made contact with her body. The kegger felt a sudden increase in power in Mayra, so she began to flee. Mayra observed this and wasting no time began to follow the kegger. The kegger, taking advantage of its long body, began to destroy buildings, but Mayra still began to dodge the debris thanks to the speed talisman she used. To Mayra's surprise, the kegger stopped while a dark mist covered it, taking on a new form. At that moment, Mayara noticed that the Kegger had created a circle with the buildings it destroyed. The Kegger prepared to attack, stretching out two of its three heads and beginning to attack Mayara, who easily dodged the attacks until it decided to attack. Mayara. Heavenly binding. Come at once. Mayara threw a talisman into the air from which snake-shaped ropes made of energy emerged and wrapped themselves around the Kegger's heads. Mayara took advantage of this to jump and with a punch destroy one of the Kegger's heads. Once in the air the girl came down with a kick that ignored her, destroying the Kegger's second head, having lost two of its heads, caused the Kegger to fall to the ground, which Mayara took advantage of. Mayara. Glory boost. Mayara jumped several meters above the Kegger, only to come down at high speed and smash his fist against the last head of the Kegger. The Kegger burst out making Mayara smile because her first exorcism was a success. Binyo. Impressive, well done. Issei. You are quite a prodigy, Mayara. He said with a smile while clapping. Mayara. Issei. Mayara couldn't hold it in any longer and ran towards Issei to hug him, placing her breasts on the brunette's face, while Binyo looked a little jealous. Mayara. Well, how did I do? She said, separating herself from the brown-haired man. Binyo. It was impressive. Who would have thought that in just 3 months you'd be able to use 5 talismans at the same time? Issei. The first talismans you used were strength, speed and resistance, then you used a binding talisman and finally an energy-filled attack. Mayara. So, how did it go? Issei. In short, you died. Mayara. Huh? She asked, bewildered. Don't joke about that. Issei. No kidding. He said seriously. At that moment, to Mayara's surprise, another Kegger, shaped like a snake, even larger than the previous one, emerged from the ground. Issei. You didn't take into account that there would be more Kegger that could cost you your life. The Kegger didn't think twice and launched himself at Issei, who stomped hard on the ground, lifting a rock the size of a ball and then kicking it. The rock crashed at high speed against the Kegger's head, which instantly exploded. Mayara. Did you eliminate it without a talisman? Issei. Kegger are tangible so you can kill them without needing a talisman. Mayara. So what's my score? Issei. Binyo, you are the expert on talismans, what do you think? Binyo. Let's see, you used a speed talisman to move quickly and dodge the Kegger's attacks, or in this case, to chase it down. The strength talisman to destroy the Kegger's heads or the debris you couldn't dodge. And an armor talisman as a precaution in case the Kegger managed to hit you. In addition to a binding talisman to prevent unexpected movements, and finally, you exercised it with a power talisman. It was a good strategy. Mayara. Seriously, I did well. Binyo. But. Mayara. Because there always has to be a but. Binyo. You are defenseless right now, talismans put an enormous burden on the user, if you try to use another talisman right now your body could collapse. Issei. It's impressive that in just 3 months you can already control 5 talismans, but your fighting style is for a single objective. What would you have done if you were facing several Kegger at the same time? Binyo. But for your first time, you did perfectly. I'll give you a 10 out of 10. Issei. You don't even see a perfect score in Master Chefs, hahaha. Mayara. And you Issei. Issei. Hahaha, I'll give you a die too. Mayara. That's fine, thank you Issei. Binyo. You're welcome. Issei. This isn't free. Mayara. Huh? Issei began to approach Mayara, who got nervous but still did an apostrophe T move. Binyo. Behave yourself. Said the girl seriously while pulling the brown-haired boy's ear. Issei. Idatada, oya solo ira unibroma. Atsushi. The couple never stops flirting. Fuzaki. The master abounds around here. Issei. Ah, you guys, what are you doing here? Ryogo. We felt the presence of a Kegger and came here. Haruka. But there's nothing to worry about if you're here. Issei. You're right, changing the subject, how are they doing with the exorcisms? Ryogo. Well, thanks to your training, Kegger are no longer a problem. Issei. For now. Ryogo, what do you mean by, for now? Issei. Binyo, Mayara, you noticed it too, right? Binyo. The Kegger changed shape. Mayara. He was also smart enough to try to lock me up. Atsushi. A Kegger with intelligence, surely he wasn't a Kegger about to become a Basara. Binyo. No, if that were the case, Mayara wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Issei. Things are about to get out of hand. Ryogo. Don't say that, if you're the one saying it, it feels strange. Issei. Hahaha, well anyway. Mayara, there's a problem with your fighting style, and that's that you don't use a weapon for long distances. Mayara. I don't understand what you mean. Issei. An example is the Binyo swords, she can use them until the fight is over or until they break, whichever comes first. Mayara. Then I have to change my way of fighting. Issei. No, in fact I really like your way of fighting, I will help you so that you can fight without needing a talisman, so you can fight without being restricted by the talismans. Mayara. It is possible to fight without using talismans. Fuzaki. Yes, it is possible, in fact Is did not teach how to do it. Issei. Okay, I'm leaving. Ryogo. Where are you going? Issei. I have something to do. Alright, pair of prodigies, take care of me. Referring to Mayara and Binyo. See you tomorrow. The brunette left without letting the others speak, jumping from one side to the other. Issei reached the girls who watched the entire interaction. Bakari. How did it go? Issei. Everything went well, except for the kegger, but he's already dead so it doesn't matter. Ravel. Issei. Issei. Dime. Ravel. Who is that girl with yellow hair and green tips? Issei. She is my childhood friend, Mayara. Irina. Really? Issei. Really? Irina. I want to meet her. The orange-haired girl jumped with the intention of going with Mayara, but unfortunately she was intercepted by Issei who hugged her, preventing her from jumping. Irina. Why are you stopping me? Issei. You said it would be better another time. Irina. Ha, that's true, but she's still your childhood friend, just like me. And judging by the way she talks to you and hugs you, it's clear she's in love with you. Issei. There will be time to talk about that. Irina. It's okay, but… Irina took advantage of the fact that Issei had her hug to quickly sit on his shoulders. Issei. You know I'm sweaty and I haven't showered. Irina. We'll bathe together anyway. Issei. Okay, reverse door, open. The door appeared so everyone entered. Meanwhile outside Megano we see Binyo, Mayara and Haruka chatting while driving. Binyo. I'm sorry. Mayara. Why are you apologizing? Binyo. For having said that you couldn't fight a Basara. Mayara. You don't have to apologize, my father told me that too. Haruka. By the way Binyo, how did it go with Issei? Binyo. What is the question? Mayara. How to say it, they have been living together for 3 months. Binyo. It's true but… Mayara. How are things going? Binyo. No nothing's wrong with him. She said blushing a lot. No kisses or anything yet Binyo realized what she said, blushing even more. Forget the yet. She said excitedly. On the other hand, in the middle of a forest, we see Arima along with 11 of the 2 guardians, because Seijin did not show up. Subaru. Wow. I never imagined I'd see such a big hole in my life. He said seriously, looking at the sky where a large fissure began to form. Arima. Gentlemen, this is unprecedented. Datara. Millimeters, kuranashi. Kuranashi. Daiho con difficult me entras las simbolicos en su rostro cambian sin pair. Subaru. Calm down. Said the beautiful woman calming Tarara. Arima. I see, Kuranashi, huh? The only one capable of doing something like that would be a Basara. Shimon. Arima-sama, give us the order to attack. Said the red-haired man. There are signs that a group of Basara is gathering. Subaru. Doesn't look like a Basara. Arima. Although part of the blame falls on the twin stars. Shimon. Why do you mention them? What do they have to do with this? Subaru. Ah, I sense some resentment in that voice. Arima. Answering your question, Shimon-kun. Ever since Binyo and Issei appeared, the number of Kegger has increased dramatically and they're getting stronger all the time. It's as if the world is trying to level the playing field. Subaru. So what do we do? Arima. Let's watch for a while, I don't think this is the end. The next day, Issei arrived at the Sika dorms, thinking about training Mayara. Issei entered the dorms and headed to the dining room, which everyone quickly noticed. Atsushi. Oh, Issei good morning. Fuzaki. I thought you would come later, good morning. Haruka. Issei-san, good morning. Issei. Good morning everyone. Mayara Binyo. Welcome Issei, good. They both said at the same time. Issei. Hahaha, good morning to both of you. He said with a smile, making both of them blush. Ryogo. Issei, good morning, do you want to have breakfast? Issei. No, thank you very much. I already had breakfast. Besides, I came for Mayara. Mayara. By me. Issei. That's right, I told you I would train you, right? Mayara. Then let's go quickly. The girl got up from her seat walking to Issei. Issei. Megano door. He said making the door appear. We will return in the afternoon. Without saying anything else, they both entered Megano, appearing on a mountain, to the bewilderment of both. Mayara. Issei, why did we come all the way here? Issei. I wish I could answer you, but I didn't choose this place, but since we're here we have to take advantage, follow me. Mayara. Okay, but where are we going? Issei. To a place with more space, but if we walk it will be harder to find it I know. The brown-haired boy turned around to quickly carry Mayra in his arms. Mayra. I say, what are you doing? Issei. If we walk we won't find the right place, so we'll jump, hold on tight. Mayra. It's okay. The girl put her hands around Issei's neck and pressed her face to Issei's chest. Issei. But don't let it be obvious that you like it. He said in a mocking tone, making the girl blush. Mayra. Because you like to make fun of me. Issei. Because you look very tender and beautiful. Mayra. You better hurry up or we won't be able to train. She said with a smile. Issei. Okay, let's go. The chestnut tree began to jump while scanning the landscape, looking for a spacious place to train. After a few seconds, Is found the spot he was looking for. The chestnut tree landed near a small river, which surprised Mayra, since she didn't know there was water. And Magana. Issei. Mayra, you can get off now. He said, noticing that Mayra didn't let him go. Mayra. We can't stay like this for a while longer. She said, blushing. Issei. I'll take you back in my arms, okay? Mayra. Haha, it's okay. She said, upset for stopping hugging the brown-haired boy. Issei. Well, let's get started right away. Mayra. I'm ready, what shall we do first? Issei. Well, first, Mayra, do you know what the amulet you always carry does? Mayra. Yes, I know, my father told me that it serves to hide my power from the kegger. Issei. Okay, I need you to take it off. Mayra. But if I do that the kegger will come. Issei. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Mayra. I understand, but what's the problem with my body releasing energy? Issei. You have absurd amounts of energy, and learning to control it, the kegger will not feel your power. Mayra. Okay, here I go. The girl took off the amulet and instantly a strong wave of energy swept away several trees around her. Issei. What an absurd amount of power, this means that the amulet doesn't hide its power, but rather represses it. Mayra. Issei, whatever. Issei. Follow me. Issei took Mayra's hand and guided her to the river where they both entered. Mayra. Because we went into the river, my socks got wet. She said, looking at her feet to be surprised to notice that the water didn't touch her. Huh? What happened, why didn't it touch the water? Issei. Your power prevents you from touching the water, it's like an invisible barrier, this of course won't work for you in a fight with a kegger. Mayra. Okay, but how can I keep my power from overflowing? Issei. Do you remember how talismans are used? Mayra. Yes, I remember. You apply energy to the talisman through your fingers to activate it. Issei. That means you can direct your power to any part of your body voluntarily. Mayra. Yes, that's right, but I don't understand the point. Issei. Do it in reverse, imagine your body in a 3D version, and instead of sending power, make it retreat until it forms a thin layer around your body. Mayra. It sounds very difficult. Issei. Don't worry, it will be easier than it seems, because the impure energy of Magano will exert minimal pressure on the body, so it will be easier to imagine a 3D version of yourself. Mayra. Okay, I'll try. The girl closed her eyes determined, knowing her measurements and height, she formed a mental image of herself. The girl noticed that her energy was flowing outwards quickly, so she concentrated more until she managed to stop the flow of her energy, to slowly begin to attract the energy towards her body. Meanwhile, Issei noticed how the water slowly began to flow calmly around Mayra, until after a few seconds the girl opened her eyes, finding a surprised Issei, which made her nervous. Mayra. Issei, are you okay? What happened? Did I not do it right? I asked nervously. Issei. No, it's okay, I just don't know why I'm surprised, knowing that you're Sejin's daughter. Mayra. Hey. What do you mean? Issei. No, nothing, well I have 3 pieces of news, 1 good and 2 bad, which one do you want first? Mayra. First the good. Issei. The good thing is that you managed to suppress your power. Mayra. And the bad one? Issei. The bad news is that your socks got wet. Mayra. Ah, I didn't realize, and the other one was bad. Issei. The other bad thing is that there are approximately 20 kegger around us. Mayra. What? Why didn't you say so before? Issei. I didn't see the need. Mayra. Ah, what am I doing, I didn't bring my talismans. Issei. Don't worry, I told you no, I'll protect you, but if what you want is to fight I can teach you a way. Mayra. I don't think the kegger will give us time. Issei. They won't attack us yet, as long as I'm here. Mayra. That sounds arrogant. Issei. It's not like that, kegger don't rush into a fight against someone they can beat. Mayra. If you say so, fine. So what's the way you'll teach me to fight? Issei. Do you remember the kanji on the talismans? Mayra. Yes, my father forced me to memorize them. Issei. Okay, then I want you to write those kanji in the air. Mayra. And how do they do such a thing? Issei. Send power to your fingers as if you wanted to activate a talisman. Issei stopped unleashing his power and the kegger, not having great intelligence, launched themselves at Mayara and Issei. Issei drew his sword and quickly launched himself at the kegger who wanted to attack Mayara. In a few seconds Issei finished off 6 of the 20 kegger present and ready to continue fighting. He stopped when he saw how one by one the kegger heads exploded. Issei noticed that Mayara was no longer in the river until he saw her finish off the last kegger. Mayara landed in front of Issei with a proud smile, but Issei was incredulous because the speed and ease with which Mayara learned was not normal. Mayara. Issei, are you okay? You look pale. Issei. I know those kegger weren't strong, but you finished off 14 kegger in 3 seconds. Mayara. These were weaker compared to the first one I faced. Issei. I guess that's all for today. You learn in an incredible way. Mayara. You know, I discovered a disadvantage, and that is that when you write the kanji for the talismans in the air, it takes longer than using a talisman with the kanji already written. Issei. Yes, but the advantage is that this way the burden that the talismans put on your body disappears, although this way of fighting will only be temporary. Mayara. But what is the difference between the way of fighting that I learned and the one you use? Issei. I empower my body with energy directly, without using a talisman, and if we talk about attacks made of energy like my air fissure, I only need to say its name to activate it. Mayara. That means I can do the same thing as you. Issei. Yes, you can do it too well. I think it's time to go back. Seconds later Mayara and Issei left Megano directly into the Sika dorms. Issei. How strange. Mayara. There is some problem. Issei. No, Ninguno. Issei smiled and they both headed to the living room where everyone was watching a movie. Mayara. We're here. Ryogo. Oh, Mayara, Issei, how did it go? Kuzaki. I thought they would come back later. Issei. Yes, I thought so too, but Mayara learns faster than it seems. Mayara. I'll be right back, I'll go take a bath. The girl left the room without saying anything else. But Liz sits down to watch the movie with the others. Binyo. Do you want some? I asked, offering him popcorn. Issei. Sure, thank you very much. After 15 minutes Mayara arrived in the living room with a new change of clothes. Mayara. Binyo, do you want to go out with me for a while? Binyo. Okay, but where are we going? Mayara. They opened a cafe where they sell very large ahagi. She said with a smile. Binyo. Seriously? He asked with stars in his eyes, approaching Mayara. Let's go now. Binyo took Mayara's hand and ran out of the dorms at full speed. After 5 minutes of running, both girls arrived at the cafeteria, which had a very large ahagi logo at the entrance. Both girls entered, going directly to the counter where they each ordered an ahagi along with a cup of green tea. Then they both sat at a table with a view outside. Seconds later, a waitress arrived with each of their orders, much to Binyo's delight, since the ahagi were really large. Binyo wasted no time and began to eat, much to Mayara's delight, who smiled and asked. Mayara. Do you think about him? I asked seriously. Binyo. No, I don't think about Issei. He replied, looking away. Mayara. And since I knew he was talking about Issei. She said with a smile. Binyo answered unintentionally. Binyo. That's logical. She responded nervously. Mayara. It's the area for unbalanced teenagers. She said sighing. Binyo. What does that mean? Mayara. They have been living together for 3 months and work well as a team. Binyo. What does it have to do with? Mayara. I'm serious about Issei. Binyo. Why are you telling me that? Mayara. I love Issei, and I only became stronger so I could help Issei finish off Megano, without the need for the Maiko to be born. Binyo. Issei and I aren't a couple, so you don't have to worry about me. Mayara. Then I can stay with Issei. Binyo no sabe que responder, una parte de la dicha que no hay problema, pero la otra parte no sabe que center. Binyo. Binyo, I don't hate Issei, and I'd be lying if I didn't say I didn't think about him. Issei's helped me a lot since we met. I don't know if I'm in love with Issei or not, but I haven't ruled out the idea of falling in love with him in the future. Mayara. That's enough, I thought that hiding what you feel and you would deny feeling anything for Issei, but if what you say is true, it's enough for me to know that your feelings about Issei are still confusing. Binyo. Then we can go back. Mayara. It's okay, no problem. Both girls paid the bill for what they ate and left the cafeteria taking different paths since Mayara had to go home. Binyo decided to go directly to his own house. The girl walked calmly for several minutes until she met Issei, who was coming out of a bakery with a slice of cheesecake in his hands. Binyo noticed the face of happiness and enthusiasm with which Issei began to eat his slice of cake. The brunette continued on his way while enjoying his cake without realizing that Binyo was following him. Issei finished eating his cake, so he approached a trash container and threw away the container in which he ate. Binyo. Was it delicious? Issei. Yes, and a lot. When did you arrive? Binyo. I've been following you for a few minutes. Issei. Seriously, sorry I didn't realize. Binyo. No problem, you're going home. Issei. Are you here? Binyo. Me too, so let's go together. The next morning, we see Binyo preparing breakfast with Issei's help. Binyo asked Issei to teach him how to cook, which Issei readily agreed to. Issei showed Binyo the exact quantities he needed and how to chop vegetables quickly and to the perfect size, which wasn't difficult for Binyo since she's good with sharp weapons. After a few minutes, breakfast was prepared and ready to serve. Binyo. It really turned out very well, he said looking at the breakfast that smelled very good. Issei. Of course it turned out well. Binyo. Now that I remember, why did you decide to learn to cook? Issei. Well, I thought I would be alone for my whole life, so I had to avoid starving to death. Binyo. Because you thought you'd be alone. Issei. Because of my perverted attitude and because I love breasts. At this, Binyo looked at her breasts, which were clearly not very developed. Their conversation was interrupted by Kanako. Kanako. No. There's a kegger. He said excitedly. Binyo and Is didn't think twice and quickly headed to Megano. Meanwhile, in the dorms, Siko also sensed a kegger, so they set off at the same time Seijin arrived at the dorms. Zenkichi. Oh, Seijin, it's good to see you. Seijin. Hello old man, I came to talk to you. They both entered, heading to the patio to chat more comfortably. Seijin. Dude, did you see the morning news? Zenkichi. Millimeters, did we catch your attention too? Seijin. Did the barracks say anything? Zenkichi. There haven't been any messages lately, that's strange. A week ago they ordered to strengthen security against the Basara, but there's been nothing since then. Seijin. People who fall unconscious and intoxicated in mysterious ways. Meanwhile in Megano, Binyo and Issei had finished off the kegger just as Ryogo and the others arrived. Issei. Sorry, we arrived first. Vera. I couldn't do anything. Issei. Don't worry, you'll be able to fight again soon. Millimeters. Vera. Burn something. Issei. There's a light. Ryogo. A light. Everyone turned to see where Issei was pointing, but they didn't see the light. Issei didn't think twice and started running towards the light, being followed by the others. Issei quickly arrived at what seemed to be an amusement park where he was surprised to find a girl sitting on a toy in the shape of a panda. Issei. A girl. What's she doing here? Issei noticed the girl's tranquility despite being in Megano, which caused him a sharp pain in his head. The others arrived, surprised just like Issei when they saw the girl. Binyo. That girl a kegger would bring her. Issei. It doesn't seem like it. But a little girl being here, it's not normal. The girl noticed someone else's presence, so she looked away, meeting Is and the others. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Issei. So he quickly got off his toy and ran towards him. And I hugged him with a smile that Issei returned. Vera. Hey, what's your name? I asked, but the girl didn't seem to understand and just turned to look at Issei with a smile. The girl, still smiling, ran towards Ryogo and Haruka, who bowed towards her and smiled at her. The girl smiled back and quickly went to Binyo, but when she saw Binyo's serious face, she became discouraged. Binyo. I'm sorry. Issei. For now, let's take her with us. The brown-haired boy took the girl in his arms and then left Megano and went directly to the Sika dormitories where they looked for any news about missing children. Ryogo. It seems there are no reports of missing children. Gnu. It's hard to imagine that he survived in Megano. Seijin. It's like before. Thought Seijin, who remembered a brown-haired boy who was smiling in Megano. There aren't many children who smile in the hell of Megano, let's be careful. Issei. If the kegger from before put it in, it must have been there for a long time. Vera. A girl like that must be exhausted after going through that. It's confusing, isn't it, Mimura-san? Said the girl, surprising everyone. It's tedious. Issei. Do you know how to speak? I'm hungry, I want curry. He said with a smile. Vera. The commercial, they said that on the show before, it imitates television. In other news, Prime Minister Yandere is traveling through Europe and attended a friendly meeting in Brussels, Belgium at 9 AM local time. Atsushi. Amazing. Kuzaki. He can do it after seeing so little. If I can. Kuzaki. And now speak. Dad, let's play. Issei. Papa. Yes, Dad. He said enthusiastically. Issei. By the way, what is your name? My name? Issei. Yes, I'm Issei, they're good and mature. Kuzaki. I'm Kuzaki. Said the purple-haired man. Atsushi. Atsushi. Ryogo. Soy Ryogo. Haruka. And I am Haruka. Issei. And she is the old one. Kinu. My name is Kinu. Binyo. This is Kanako. He said lifting his collar and the aforementioned appeared. Kanako. Soy Kanako. Shikigami Professional. Ooh, Dad, Mayara, Binyo. He said clapping enthusiastically. Issei. And you. He said smiling without understanding. Issei. Millimeters, say. For now, let's call her Say. Say. Issei. Yes, you know. Say. Say. Say, say, say. He said happily, repeating her name. Issei. Hey old man, can this girl stay at our house? He said surprising everyone. Zenkichi. Your house. Issei. Yes, I don't know why, but I don't want to leave her alone. Binyo. If that's what you want, I don't mind. Zenkichi. Si Avisor al Quartal General. After that, Binyo and Issei left the dorms with Sei in their arms. They both started jumping around to get home faster, which Sei seemed to like as she felt the breeze on her face. It didn't take long for the three of them to get home, much to Sei's excitement, as she quickly went inside, starting to look at everything in the house. Sei. Dad, Binyo, catch me. He said with a smile as he started running around the house. Binyo and Issei quickly ran to catch her to prevent her from getting hurt, but to their surprise, Sei was very elusive. After a few minutes, Issei and Binyo managed to catch Sei, who still wanted to continue playing. Sei. Dad, I'll come another time. Issei. Maybe later. Sei. Why? I asked pouting. Issei. I have to make dinner, you must be hungry. Sei. Yes, Sei is hungry, I want curry. Issei. Okay, today you'll eat curry. Binyo. Sei-chan, do you want to read while dinner is being prepared? Sei. Yes, I want to. She said with a smile. Binyo. Okay, let's go. Binyo took Sei's hand, guiding her to a small table where there were several books. Sei quickly grabbed a book and began reading with Binyo's help. Meanwhile, Issei headed to the kitchen to prepare a curry, but a different one called curry korma. It's a mild curry variant, perfect for Sei. Issei grabbed the ingredients he needed and quickly began preparing the curry. After a while, Issei finished cooking and serving the food to Sei. Issei. It's ready. He said calling Sei. Sei. Yes. She said, sitting at the table and starting to eat. It's delicious. She said, excited by the flavor. Issei. I'm glad you like it. Binyo. Do you want to take a bath after eating? Sei. I want to go with Dad. She exclaimed happily. After a while Sei finished eating, so just as she said, she took a bath with Issei and finally got dressed to sleep. Issei. Well, it's time to sleep. Sei. Tell me a story. She said enthusiastically. Issei. A story. Well, let's see. Binyo. I'll leave you alone, good night. Issei. Oh, how are you, Ahagi man? He said, looking at Binyo. Binyo. Me? Sei. Yes. She said as she lay down on the bed, so Binyo decided to tell her the story that her mother told her. Binyo. Then I'll tell you the incredible story of Ahagi man. One day all the Ahagi disappeared from Japan. How horrible. We have to call Ahagi man. Sei. What is an Ahagi? Binyo. Don't you know? The girl appeared in a blink of an eye with a book in her hands. This is an Ahagi, okay? She said showing him a picture of an Ahagi. Sei. J.C. Binyo. So let's continue with Ahagi man. One day, all the Ahagi disappeared from Japan. How horrible. We have to call Ahagi man. So Binyo told the story she used to hear as a child until Sei fell asleep. Binyo tried to go to her room, but sleep overcame her and she fell asleep next to Sei and Issei. The next day Issei woke up early noticing that Binyo overslept, so he got up to take a shower and get dressed and then go downstairs to make breakfast. The brown-haired boy decided to prepare pancakes, something simple and without many complications. Issei put a pan with butter to heat over medium-low heat while he prepared the mixture with pastry flour, milk, eggs and a little oil. Once the pan was heated, Issei poured a little of the mixture and began. After several minutes Issei finished preparing the pancakes at the same time that Binyo and Sei went down to the smell of it. Sei. Dad, it smells so good. Issei. Yes, they are hotcakes, we have to eat them. The three of them sat down to eat, although Sei savored every bite since it was the first time she'd eaten them. After breakfast ended, Binyo went straight upstairs to take a shower and then went downstairs for 20 minutes. Binyo. Issei, I'm sorry I can't help you take care of Sei today. I'm going to Kyoto with my grandmother today. Issei. You don't have to apologize, have a good time. Sei, take care Binyo. Binyo said goodbye and ran off to the train station where Kinu was waiting for her to visit her deceased parents after she hadn't done so in a while. Meanwhile Issei left the house with Sei after she showered. Issei carried Sei in his arms and began to jump until they reached the girl's mansion. The brunette knocked on the door, which the girls quickly opened when they felt his presence approaching. "Good morning Issei, it's good to see you so early." They all said at one usono. Issei. "Good morning everyone." Bekeno. "Go ahead, come in." Issei. "Thank you." Sei. "Dad, who are they?" The simple word made all the girls freeze in shock. The girls saw Sei come out behind Issei, so they quickly pulled them both inside. Xenovia. Issei, why does the girl call you dad? Did you have a daughter and we didn't realize it? Issei. Please calm down, let me explain. Asia. What's your name? I asked Sei, who answered with a smile. Sei. My name is Sei. Irina. What a beautiful name. Sei. Yes, dad gave me this name. Gabriel. She's very sweet. Issei. True that, yes. Sei. This house is very big, dad, I can go explore. Issei. Sure, I'll take you. He said with a kind smile. Sei. And who are you? Issei. My name is Issei. Sei. I am Sei. Kaneko, Sei-chan, do you want to see a magic trick? Sei. Yes, I do. Kaneko made her hands shine, making her familiar appear. Sei. Oh, amazing. She said, clapping while the soft little kitten jumped on her head. Issei. Okay, Sei-chan, let's go. The blue-haired boy carried Sail on his shoulders and began to carry her throughout the mansion. Issei. Because I feel like Issei has something against me, well, it doesn't matter. Sona. I guess we can ask the questions now. Issei. Of course, they want to know. Sekiryuutei. Who are Sei-chan's parents? Issei. I would like to know the same thing, but I don't know who his parents are or if he at least has parents. Aisha. Why do you say that? Issei. In contra Issei and Megano. Rossweisse. Piro. Issei. But she was alone, I thought a kegger had taken her to Megano, but if that were the case he would have eaten her. Elmenhold. But if a kegger doesn't take her to Megano, there are other ways for a girl to get to Megano. Issei. I don't know, the last time I saw the kegger was still taking children to Megano was when I met Binyo, but there's something that worries me. Tsubaki. And that would be it. Issei. A child smiling in Megano, it's not normal, and when we found her she didn't seem to be able to speak, but after reading a book she learned to speak. Momo. I guess she learned to read just by seeing the book once. Issei. Exactly, her comprehension capacity is not that of a girl of her age. I couldn't leave her in Megano, so I took her with me. I don't even know why, for some reason she told me that she didn't want to separate me from her. Gabriel. Sei-chan's parents can't be dead, because if that were the case, she would have died before you found her. Enemu. But if he doesn't have parents, how come? Issei. How is it that exists? Enemu. Yes, that's it. Serafal. And Arima wouldn't know anything about it. Issei. The old man sent a message to Arima, but he didn't respond. Rias. Then you know something. I see. It's very likely, well, in any case, sooner or later we'll know what's going on. For now, I'll take care of her. Ikeno. Issei, you will be a good father. Issei. Well, I hope so, really. He said with a smile. Xenovia. I can't wait to have our child. Hiroka. Although it seems that they will already have an older sister. Rafia. Oh, by the way, Issei. Sei-chan has energy like an Onmyaji. Issei. Now that you mention it, I don't know, but why ask? Isaka, so I guess we all feel it, right? Issei. Feel that exactly. Bakari, you see, we felt your presence approaching, but we didn't feel Sei-chan's presence. Hiroka. It wasn't until Sei-chan spoke that we noticed her presence, and in doing so we felt something strange. Kaneko. We don't know what we feel. Asia. I felt like I was standing in front of something gigantic. The mansion clock rang, marking more than 12 of the day, surprising Issei because time passed very quickly. Issei. Time passed so fast, I didn't even notice. Sei. Dad, I'm back. Issei. You liked your walk? Sei. Yes. I found lots of places to play hide and seek. Issei. If we played hide and seek here it would take all day. Sei. But it would be fun. He said with a smile until his stomach growled. Dad, I'm hungry. Issei. Hahaha, I already realized, could you wait a little longer while I prepare lunch? Sei. Yes. Rias. Issei, let me help you prepare lunch. Ikeno. I also want to help you, Issei. Issei. I appreciate your help, but don't worry, I'll do it. Rias. What can I do? She said while kissing the brown-haired boy. Sei. What was that? I asked, intrigued. Hineko. You're still too young for that. She said, covering her eyes. Just like that, Issei headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch while the girls played with Sei, who quickly learned their names. After half an hour, lunch was ready, so everyone ate with a smile. Sei because it was the first time she tried what Issei cooked, and the girls because they loved how Issei cooked. The next day we see Issei and Binyo leaving Sei at the Sika dorms because she had to go to the academy, much to Issei's displeasure because he doesn't see the point of going to the academy. Binyo. Well, please take care of her. Gnu. We'll take care of it. Sei. Bye, Dad, Binyo. Issei. Yes, portate bien. Issei and Binyo walked towards the exit until Binyo stopped upon hearing Sei sing the Ahagi Man song. Sei. Let's go. Let's go, Ahagi Man. Haruka. And that song Sei-chan? Sei. It's Ahagi Man's song. She responded enthusiastically, continuing to sing. Fly. Fly, Ahagi Man. Ahagi Man. Issei. Good for you. Binyo. See you, Sei-chan. He said in a low voice. Both continued in the direction of the academy, meeting on the Meira Road. Meira? So? How is Sei-chan? Issei. Everything remains the same. Maybe when more time passes we can ask him questions. Well, we'll have to wait. He said, stopping abruptly when he saw a red fog appear and the people around him fall unconscious. Binyo. This is. Issei. What's happening? He wondered as he saw how the entire city was covered in red fog and a large number of Kegger appeared. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.